Welcome everybody. We are back in the booth for the day number 2 of the Pan American Trackmania Championship. I welcome everybody you to the stream, of course, and we have a lot of matches to go through as well. We are gonna go lights out at the same time as F1 does. I'm slowly crying on the inside, but I'm sure Nua will spoil it for me at some point because today he's gonna be my fellow caster today as well, and we might have some at least another co-caster today later on as well. But for the time being, it is us two. So how are you doing today, Nua?
Doing great. Looking forward to it. I mean, if God didn't invent two monitors to let us watch the F1 at the same time as we watch the Pan American Championship, why do we have them? Honestly, Creedy. But, I mean, look, when it comes down to it, why would you watch the F1 when you could be watching significantly higher quality racing here? I've heard there's even like rain over on the track there, and as far as I understand it, the cars don't grip well to the track in the rain, so it's actually going to be a lower quality race. So, hey, Pan America Trackmania Championship. I'm looking forward to seeing how day 2 goes here. I mean, the upper bracket still looks stacked, and the lower bracket kind of also looks a bit stacked, even with 16 players remaining.
Yeah, there is definitely some names that have gone out of the tournament that should have gone through as well. Of course, Reislin had a bit of an unfortunate situation in the day number 1, and there are some other names that could have gone through to this day. But I think a lot of good names here to still go. We have plenty to go through in the lowers as well. Like, we're gonna go through 3 lower matches until we get to, of course, the upper bracket. So plenty of Trackmania to go, plenty of action to come as well, and I'm sure we can get some interesting rounds as well. Yesterday we had some the storyline for yesterday was basically there was 3 people fighting for the top 2, and then there was that one guy who was trying to gather some points to somewhat remain relevant, but that was at least yesterday's story. What we will get today, no clue, but we'll see. We still are playing very similarly. It will be 120 points with 3 winners, so that doesn't change unless we get to the finals part. Then the points limits do change, and grand final, of course, is even 160. So a lot of things to go. So a long day ahead, or well, for us, a long night ahead.
Yep. That is a lot of Trackmania to be played over the next couple of hours here as well. Now, I got to tell you, Creedy, I think what I'm rooting for is South America in the grand finals. Look, I think at this point, just numbers-wise alone, it's kind of a little bit of an underdog story for the continent to the south of North America, sometimes known as South America. In fact, most of the time. It's going to be interesting. I mean, look, still up in the upper bracket. We're going to get to the upper finals later on this evening, but that is Lingo, ABadPCGamer, and Neal up against Charles in that one, repping South America. And I don't know, how do you feel about Charles's chances of going through in that bracket? Came second to Lingo in their upper semi-final yesterday. How good is he looking?
Well, when I watched him as well, I will say that at least from day 1, I will say that Charles, in my opinion, performed, better towards in the South American Cup. Of course, it was towards the later stages, but I think it's one of those day 1 things. Your goal is to get to as far as possible, and I think Charles is a lot more in the tank. Definitely with the newer maps. With Garlic Bread and Bioreactor, you can see some of the tracks do push you even more so than we saw in the South and even for the North Americans in the North American Cup as well. So definitely pushes a few more buttons. They are longer, they are of course more complicated as well. And but in regards to Charles's chances, well, he still has to beat Lingo. The last time Lingo beat all of the 3 South American players that he faced up against in the upper bracket round, so it puts a bit of a dent in the plans for South America. But I think Charles probably is the best contender to even win this. But it all comes down to what like the likes of Neal, Nixotica still have to give as well, and maybe some other surprises. Even Noiszia is somebody to not write down because he has very good times on the tracks. Definitely not a fan of Garlic Bread. He had some not so very fun words about that track, but hopefully maybe that has rectified from day 1 to day 2. Probably not, but we'll see.
Yeah, and I was going to follow up then. As you mentioned, Nixotica still in the competition, still a very good player. Currently sitting in the lower bracket, waiting for this first round of matches to finish before he can get out on track. Looking, and we're not going to name off every player who's currently sitting in the lower bracket. We'll get to them when we get to them. Is there anyone who is jumping out at you, though, maybe as like, this is a player who potentially has grand final potential, who's currently sitting down in the lower bracket?
Well, the most one that everybody's kept an eye on because of Nixotica's shenanigans to begin with is Jumpy. Jumpy is definitely one of those players that I think has a lot of potential to get some good rounds going, and he could be a very good surprise of all things considered. Of course, you could say Nixotica, he's in the lowers, you have Noiszia in the lowers, but I think Jumpy, I think he's up for vengeance for what Nixotica did as well, and there is a very high chance that if Jumpy wins this match, he will go in the match where Nixotica and Rookie are. So there is some, you know, storylines are written. The script is coming along quite nicely. And we can already see that in the game, we're soon about to start as well.
Yeah, segues in nicely because we are jumping into the match that Jumpy is participating in as we start off our day in the lower bracket. It'll be Jumpy, Cosmos, Natz, and Sully looking to stay alive in this tournament. And we will be kicking things off on Emerald, assuming I'm not being baited by a warm-up and then we're going to swap to a different warm-up. It happens, Greedy. I'm just hoping it's not happening right now.
Hey, at least from day one, what I've gathered is when they say it's a random map pool, it is actually a random map pool. So, but funnily enough, at least what we have seen from the matches we casted yesterday, 2 out of the 3 matches started with Emerald. Today, we start with Emerald. So for some reason, there's a very heavy weight on Emerald being the first map. It's random, but coincidentally, randomly Emerald all the time.
Yeah, I was going to say something about, you know, like name diff, but Emerald is bang in the middle of the map pack in terms of where the letter E falls in the alphabet compared to Bioreactor and Coreon, and then the 2 maps that start with G, Garlic Reactor and Golden Bread. Golden Bread? Golden Hour.
Golden Bread.
Golden Bread. We got to smash those 2 maps together, Creedy, and we're going to use that in the finals instead.
Oh, that would be kind of sick, you know. Anybody want to make a Golden Hour remix with garlic bread? Could be a golden garlic bread, we could name it. But regardless of that, they could collab on that. We have our round started here for the first part of the lower brackets for today. Jumpy is starting off to started off to a good lead, but has to give it away already. And on this match, my biggest eye will be between Natz and Cosmos. They are the ones that their times on paper are most similar. So they might be the ones fighting for like second position, which matters because, you know, third position is out of this tournament, and Jumpy could still face a bit of struggles when it comes to those 2 as well.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but this is a good opening round. Natz and Jumpy were out to a decent start. Into the quarter pipe we go. Anyone looking for a particularly low jump? It looks pretty similar to how we entered. Jumpy gets a much better exit than anyone else out of that corner. Cosmos sits there, and Natz has dropped down to 3rd in the order, trying to catch up to anyone, but at this point of the map, there's not a huge amount to be done. Natz will cross the line in 3rd. It's Jumpy who takes round 1 and the full 10 points along with it.
Yep, that is very nice indeed. Now, it is very much expected that Jumpy will be the one to go through here. Because he's one of those players that should have been in the upper bracket, but he can thank Nixotica for allowing him to, you know, slowly mellow in the lower bracket. And we've seen many times before, people who come from the lower bracket are usually the ones to fear the most. So he's had a massive lower bracket buff because of that, and I'm sure he and I believe also he was I was looking at the PBs today as well, and I believe one of the tracks he actually improved upon as well, but I could be remembering that wrong as well. But I believe one of the tracks he improved upon as well, so he's definitely out for blood, and he's looking good already.
Yeah, looking very solid to kick things off here, and it is looking like a decent second. Round 2, there's the touch from Cosmos. We'll be spiraling on out, and the gate opens up for Natz to stroll on through. Jumpy holding on, just trying to fend off Sully. Decent battle for 2nd place again. That was a much better exit that time around from Natz, as Sully in 3rd place will crash on out of the round. It's a battle for 1st place. Looks like one that Jumpy is coming out on top on pretty cleanly. Maybe a little bit shaky towards the end, weaving a little bit more than you'd like, but that is a clean finish, and is Jumpy with 20 points from 2 rounds.
Good stuff, and funnily enough, this is how Jumpy actually started in one of his matches as well. Emerald worked so well for him to begin with. I believe he got 36 out of 40 points, and he's looking to do the same again. But then towards the later part is where he sort of faded away. We got into more like the Bioreactor, Garlic Bread, the newer maps as well. Corian, of course, as well, is one of the longer track. It is the longest track in the campaign as well. Ooh, we see a bit of a touch there. I believe that was Jumpy. And another touch by Jumpy, so it won't be a clean sweep for him this time around.
Well, you say that. Let's not jinx it just yet for Cosmos. Natz, Sully. That is the order from third on up, as it is Sully and Natz in a very, very tight battle. Less than a tenth between the two cars as we get about halfway through the track. Natz getting a little bit of an edge. We have seen it's, I think, still that final exit after we get through this quarter pipe. The left-hander coming up. Who gets grip first? 3 cars go in, and Natz looks to take the edge. Sully, maybe the big loser here, but Cosmos not able to hold the speed, and Cosmos goes spiraling on out. Sully going wide to try and catch to the line. Natz will not hold it, as Natz will drop to second, and Sully snipes by 11 thousandths.
Yeah, he had a much better, he had a wider exit there, and he was having a lot more speed. Natz went for the inside line, hoping that he didn't catch up there as well, but that was good as well. And I believe, yeah, Sully is very close to, very close to, if not equal to, his PB there as well. So I didn't mention him quite much as well, because I did put more emphasis on Natz and Cosmos, but Sully definitely has a fair few moments where he can, you know, make the life of everybody else ever so more complicated. And we see it in that round. He made Natz's life complicated, but it seemed Natz and Sully want to hold hands and see how Cosmos and Jumpy do this round.
Yeah, I mean, Jumpy looking a lot better than last round. Okay, well, that's on me. I'm sorry. Jumpy was looking a lot better right until he clips the wheel on the entry to the dirt. Cosmos then takes the lead. Sully and Natz, that's a tight battle for second place. Natz goes a little bit longer on the jump, and it has worked out as Sully now needs to carry the speed. Natz was just looking for anything he could find after a poor exit. Clips and crashes, and Cosmos takes a clean lead, an easy round win, and Sully will take home second place. Jumpy getting pretty close to Sully by the end of the track there, but has to settle for 4 points.
Yep, that will be only 4 points, but he's still in the lead. So those first 2 rounds winning keeps him comfortably there. Nothing really too much to worry about at the moment. It's cool, calm, and collected on the field. But we do move on to one of the newer maps, the Bioreactor, the conglomeration between Ski Freak and Agrabo. Probably one of the 2 most feared mappers in the North American scene whenever they make a map separately, but now they've decided to come together to make something even more enjoyable. It is a good map, I will say this much. It's actually a genuinely good map, but it can punish you ever so severely. That is definitely what we've seen throughout this tournament.
I do remember the reveal video after the North American Championship, and definitely a little bit of fear as people saw what was cooking for them. But it does, I mean, it flows nicely. We've seen some good rounds on it yesterday as well, and there's enough places to make and gain. I think is really, for me, one of the major distinctions of a competition track is where are the corners that you can gain an advantage by risking, where are the decision points, where are the points where the round can change. And there's plenty of that going on Bioreactor.
Yeah, that's definitely for sure, and we've seen plenty of moments of that, especially towards this end part as well. And somebody who can have very good exit speed here, and he goes to this final turn as well. We've seen very few close moments right to the line here with that turnaround around the hole as well. Still haven't seen anybody use that hole, you know, to sort of, you know, go from the inside and fly out with the reactor, but maybe that's some very fancy strategy there that can only be used in the most dire moments, or you just get stuck in that hole either way. Maybe I'm just dreaming about that strat, but I feel like you can, you know, get lucky with a bounce from that hole, but I don't think it's really worth going for it in rounds. But hey, if you're willing to go for it, you know, if you see a gap, sometimes you can go for it, but maybe not quite yet.
What's the gap? If you see a gap and you don't go for it, you're no longer a racer. Well, I think, Creedy, what you've just done is call all of these Trackmania players not racers, and that feels unfair to me. I can't believe you'd say that about them.
Well, they are all Trackmania players. I mean, they are Trackmaniacs is what they are. Is probably our term, if anything. You know, we are. We can call ourselves racers, but we are more Trackmaniacs because we are absolute lunatics for driving these tracks and calling this fun for us as well. So yeah, we are a different breed of people. But you know, for the time being, Jumpy is enjoying his time up in front, and everybody's going 1, 2, 3, 4, and with a 102.3 for Jumpy, and a very nothing really happened, but you can see what happens when there's gaps. You know, nobody made any major mistakes, but the gaps like really took people apart there.
Yeah, Cosmos, I think, definitely was on track for even a better finish in that round. Won't be in this round, but it's that jump up onto the rally dirt block. Definitely is precise. You got to make sure that you nail that, because it's very easy to, even if you don't end up with a bad clip, to lose a little bit of speed with the wheel touching the penalty grass on either side of it as well. We'll see how that goes on this round. Won't be Cosmos that we're keeping eyes on, as he sits a long way back in 4th place, over 3 seconds. The gap as Jampy continues to extend leads on these tracks. Looking great to start with. Needs to stay out of his own way, as somehow Natz hits a wall fully and comes out ahead of Sully.
Yeah, but that is probably the one thing I will say. If you want to crash, that is basically a free crash there, because it doesn't lose you that much time compared to others, because you have to do a very tight turn and you're going to lose so much speed there that you might as well just, you know, quick wall bank. It sort of corrects your line and you can just get back into it. You're going to lose the gear anyway there, so, you know, why not basically? But hitting that flag, you know, that's not the kind of wall bang that I was talking about. And why is there a knockout of all players there? Oh my god, it works!
Hello?
What just happened?
Hello? What does that mean?
That should not have happened, I will tell you that much.
They're all still here and the points haven't changed. We're not just going to send Jampy straight to the ground. I think that was Jampy wants to KO all players. I think that was just deciding, will we give Jampy the win in the tournament now? It didn't say like players in this match. It said all players.
Yeah, but it didn't even make any sense. It should, if the knockout mode should work based on checkpoints. But Natz was close enough to trigger a checkpoint, so I don't know what happened there. Somebody did the competition tool whoopsie, I think, there. But hey, they're driving. I don't know what's gonna happen, because technically Jumpy just got a free 10 points.
He did, yeah, you're right. Sorry, I didn't even realize that nobody else was given the points for that round. Dear. Well, I don't know. Someone do the maths. Keep an eye on what the points should be, and maybe we can eyeball it and do it by hand. I don't know. I'd rather not. Natz, this is a great round. Overtaking Sully for the lead. Round the final corners. Cosmo's still here. Jampy's not far behind either. It'll be down to the line. Jampy will snipe. Only one, but he catches Sully to the line.
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll see how things will go. And it is skipped as well. So we'll have a technical pause, it seems, as well. What would be a Trackmania tournament that doesn't have a technical pause? This tournament doesn't have any ice, so there is a bit of a, you know, I will say a minus for that for the tournament. There's no ice in this map pack, but you know, a technical tournament as well. That's
yeah, hey,
hilarious.
Any Trackmania competition is also a chance. It's really competition for the people doing admin behind the scenes as well. It's like fight or die out there. It is bloodthirsty behind the scenes, a bloodbath at times. Really got to be on your toes. That's tough. I'm sure something will be figured out soon, and we'll be back into the competition. As far as the match is going at the moment, I mean, even if the 10 points weren't free, Jampy still would be holding on to the lead and would be looking very solid coming through in this match. Starting to open up the gap a little bit, a 3rd place in that last round. Whether or not it stands, still, you know, holding on to that lead okay. So I guess we'll see, Greedy. It's hard to say exactly what's going to happen before we see what the fix is going to be for what's just happened.
I mean, the easiest fix, which would be a bit unfair for Jumpy, would be to just deduct 10 points from him. The most convoluted change would be that they would look what the order of the finishers were, add the points to everybody, then reset the server, put the total points into everybody manually, and then we go again. That would be the convoluted way. But the easiest way would be just Jumpy sucks at the suck that competition tool favors you so well, 10 points off.
I do believe we're missing points from the previous round as well with how things look in the server at the moment. So there are going to have to be a couple of things looked at and figured out. But yeah, while we do that, how are things going over in the other matches, Creedy? Do we have any idea? Is there a way to tell? I believe Stokeine on 40 points, at least according to eCircuit Mania.
I can quickly jump in while we wait.
Interestingly, eCircuit Mania has the correct points for the moment for what should have happened in this match. I don't know if that information is useful to anyone, but eCircuit Mania tells us that Jampy is on 51, Natz is on 41, Sully's on 33, and Cosmos is on 36, based on the finishing positions they were in the last 2 rounds.
Oh yeah, it could be possible because ECM thinks it's the correct mode, So it took
Yep.
the spots that the round ended in and gave the points
Yep.
accordingly as well, probably. Well, we'll see. It's a bit of a mess. We are not the organizers of the tournament. We don't have to think about it. But I will say that much, that in the other match, if you want to get a point score that you did go as well, I went on the server to quickly check as well. It is Stokeine on 40 points, so he's having an absolute brawl as well. But it is Archer on 19, Randomize on 18, and Oddass on 15. So and they are right about to start on bioreactor as well. So a pretty interesting stuff as well. But I'm sure we will have a bit of time. But
How's the
even
F1
ECM,
going, Creedy?
F1, I assume
can tell
they
you.
are racing in Canada at
Yep.
I can't pronounce the full name of the track because it's massively long. So the only thing we have heard from our producers is the fact that Jumpy just gets the 10-point deduction. Sucks, I guess. That's the best we can do, but it's
That's
probably
life.
the most reasonable way to do it. And honestly, given the circumstances, I think that's as fair as it can be. Otherwise, we would be sitting here for a while, because setting up all of the points manually afterwards is going to take a bit of time.
Yeah. Be a little bit tough. But we should get back into game then, sooner rather than later. Make sure all the players are ready, I'm sure. Make sure that nobody has gone off to run to the bathroom while the pause was on. We are heading back into match. There you go. We are reset 2 rounds into the past. Jampy never won a round. He never came third in a round either. So you know what? You win some, you lose some.
Yep, it's and basically the scoreline is somewhat similar-ish, and that it should have been
it's
as
been
well.
a close match so far, with Jampy a little bit out in front. Now he has full crash to start this round off, which isn't ideal. Many people are saying this. But it is Natz, Sully, and Cosmos, and those 3 are neck and neck, so no massive changes really, and kind of expecting them to be neck and neck all the way up until finalists at this point, because that is the way things have gone so far.
Yep, that is going to be the truth. But I mean, it just makes Jumpy's life a bit more complicated. Or maybe he's still feeling a bit of guilt from those 10 points. You know, he's thinking, you know what, guys, let's huddle together here. I'll give you some of those points. You know, we can get all to like around 30-ish points. You know, and we're all going to have a great time as we move on from this track. And basically, everybody can spam the emote. Nothing happened. As Cosmos is definitely hoping that Jumpy's not going to overtake him, because he would get an extra point
He is.
if he does so. So, but hey, maybe a good line here. No, that's not gonna happen. And it's still
not again, not again. No.
Oh, we saved that one. Somebody needs to turn that KO off, but I think that requires actually a server restart, to be honest.
Tool hates us. Oh Jesus.
Oh. So
nobody is allowed to crash in any of these rounds.
Yeah, nobody crash on the server. You're not allowed to do so. So it means that if anybody crashes, I think what the KO does in this case, it will take the first and the last position. And if the gap is too big, it will knock out everybody. So if anybody crashes, you're screwing everybody over.
Oh, the drama. It just makes all those crashes that much more tense.
That could be actually a nice tournament, though.
Well, yeah, I'm sure the tool exists for a reason. Cosmos is sitting currently in 4th place. It is tight between all 4 of these. It's great that the fact that it took that long for us to realize that was going on with the server does kind of speak to how close this match has been in general up until this point. But it is Jampy with a lead in this round. Redemption from the previous round after recovering. There is a full crash. Sully's going to be spiraling on out. Jampy leads from Natz. There could be a push at the end here. There is definitely time to gain around this finish. The U-turn up the hill. Jampy goes wide. Natz is not going to be catching from there. Cosmos heads across the line in 3rd place. And Sully, surely they can't eliminate all players when 3 of them have already finished, right?
Yeah, I don't know how this scale actually now works. It makes no sense whatsoever how this works. It seems like it's gonna be at the moment basically randomly gonna pop up, and we're gonna all get surprised by it. It's like it's a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get.
That's very Forrest Gump of you. Very Tom Hanks.
But I never understood
Wilson,
that sentence, to be honest, because usually the box of chocolates tells you what's inside the box of chocolates.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right there. It doesn't make a huge amount of sense. Famously, you should know what is inside the chocolates you are eating, especially if you have a nut allergy. PSA: don't give chocolate with nuts in it to people with nut allergies. It's a bad idea.
That's a life lesson here. PSA for everybody, you know. Be a nice.
It'd be a death lesson if you're not careful.
Yeah, that could be definitely ending up a lot worse than you might think about it. It might be funny in your head, but that might end up a lot worse than you might ever think.
I would genuinely hope there's nobody watching who thinks it would be funny to give someone with a nut allergy something with nuts in it. I think the
I hope
Trackmania
at least.
community is better
I
than
think
that.
we have at least somewhat. At least I hope that the Twitch chat has at least together they can figure out with their 2 brain cells that is not a good idea. So I think
Twitch
we
chat
are
type
safe.
1 if you would not deliberately murder someone for the bit. Hey, it's 51 points for Jampy. We're getting ready to kick things off on Garlic Bread. Sully sits in second place. Natz with 37 takes third, and Cosmos on 34. It is 2 players moving forward from this round, Creedy. Jampy starting to look like, I mean, if you can continue to build this lead slowly over the course of the match, that should be at least a few uncontested rounds in finals mode to try and close things out. But between the other 3 players, there is nothing to separate them at the moment.
Yep, and that is what I was hoping for as well, and that is why I picked this match as well, because I was thinking that this fight for the second position is going to be absolutely a brawl and a half, because all of these players on paper are quite equally. I will say, like I said before, Sully is the one that kind of stands out with his times, but it seems that he's much more able to be consistent enough with his times that it evens out, maybe slower on pace, but more consistent, and that seems to be working a lot of wonders here. But Jumpy all of a sudden decides, you know what, let's test this KO mode one more time. I'm just gonna run away from you all and see what happens.
Hey, he's getting a decent distance on them, but the battle for second, well, he was right up until he's not anymore. He's still holding on to second now. He's not. He's down into third, and it's going to get worse as Natz is about a second and a half behind. But the battle for first place then, Sully and Cosmos rounding the final few corners of the track. Is there room for a lunge? I don't think so, as Sully will cross in first place. Jampy does still manage to just hold on for third place, and Natz will take fourth. I will say, not a huge surprise maybe to see Jampy looking quick on the map if he doesn't make mistakes. Currently the 6th fastest player in the world on this track, at least in online records.
Yeah, in the online records indeed. He's the only one who has a 57. The rest of the players are all 58 low. 58.1, 58.2, 58.3. Those are the times for the other 3. Jumpy is struggling to keep it consistent though at the moment, so it doesn't really matter. Cosmos having every bit of things that could go wrong at the start go wrong, so he's out of the contention here. So it is Jumpy trying to chase down Natz and Sully. Also, I will say something, just a bit of a heads up to the tournament organizers. You might want to check the comp tool for the next matches as well. Just a bit of a heads up, just to be a forewarning. But regardless of that, Sully and Natz looking good up in front, and actually Natz is the one to be getting the lead, and that 10 points would put him very much closer to Sully. It is actually Sully who's in 9 points ahead of the rest of the 2.
Yeah, it looks a little bit shaky from Natz around the end there, but the line works out perfectly. Plenty of speed around the final corners. A little bit slower than Sully, but it'll be plenty. Sully does crash the finish, but get across the line nonetheless. And I'm going to say, I think how the comp tool works is if the first place car gets far enough ahead of all 3 of the other cars, it triggers the KO, is I believe the situation we've been in the last couple of times. And we were, maybe, it was dangerous that round. As soon as we see 2 cars crash Creedy, I think that's when we start to worry, because then if one of the other top 2 crashes, it's all over.
Yeah, I think it is probably how it works. Is if the comp tool thinks that the gap is big enough between the first and second position, then it's just like
no points for anyone else. You don't deserve it.
Yep, it's absolutely. It's either 10 points for him, or nobody else gets the points. Basically, it's just winner takes it all. Basically, is the mentality. Then he's far enough ahead. He deserves those 10 points, and only the 10 points.
Yeah. This round, not going to be an issue, at least it won't be for 3 of the players. Cosmos will fall back, and he is out of the running in this round, barring a mistake from one of the other 3 players up front. Jampy finally showing some of the pace that we did say he was threatening to have, and that he has shown in the past, holding on to a lead of about 3/10 around these final couple of corners. High on the grass, gets a little bit less of the traction on that circle than Sully, who's now closing the gap. It'll be close, but it's not close enough. It's a low 58 for Jampy, Sully taking 6 points behind.
That is indeed true. Also, now that I think about it, when you mentioned those scores as well for ECM about the other match as well, that the KO thing probably has happened in that server as well. So because you said it was. Yeah, no. Mathematically, actually, if we do the math there, it's going to be the fact. No, I think there's been some shenanigans there as well. But it's the first round of the day. It's been a pleasure so far, and if anything, it's proven to be a nice talking bite. But that is an absolute solid death. That might be a heart-shaped gate, but that was not a lot of love for Jumpy there.
Yeah, Jumpy should probably be quite far ahead leaving garlic bread, and he's not going to be. He's going to potentially even lose this lead to Sully if Sully can do well enough in this round. And if Jumpy doesn't finish, and that, to be fair, is quite unlikely. So he's probably safe for now. Lead holds on. At the moment, we're processional. The gaps are getting pretty big. It's about 4/10 back for Sully, and that is a difficult gap to make up. If it happens, it'll happen on the grass here. Natz needing to make sure to get traction on this donut. Looks a little bit faster from Sully, but again, the low line from Natz lines him up a little bit better for the end. And Natz is through to take the 10. Sully taking 6. Cosmos for 4. And Jumpy only taking 3. I think you would have to say, disappointing map for Jumpy, given how quick we know he can be here.
Yeah, and to look at the time as well in the top left, the best time is a 58.1, and given Jumpy can do 57s, it shows that this didn't go as...
57 mid as well,
yeah,
right?
57
like it's not even a
mid
kind of high 57.
Yeah, but that would usually, when you have such a low PB, then you would expect that, you maybe put like a 3 to 4 tenths on top of that, and you're still, within the 57 ranges. But didn't go so well. But the night is young. For them, the day is still long, and the match is still basically, we're sort of at the halfway mark to some extent, sort of past it in some way. But so plenty to go still, and we are at golden hour. Manox is not in the tournament, of course, which is it's a bit unfortunate. Would have been loved to see him fighting out here as well. But what he does is, at least, is he blakes everybody with his track. So if one thing is for sure, they can all still curse that Manox is still trying to beat them. Maybe not on track, but with the track.
Yeah, I was a big fan of Golden Arrow when we saw it in the North American Championship. And of course the South American Championship, one of the 3 tracks in this Pan-American Trackmania Championship that featured in both of the tournaments already. I really like Golden Hour, one of my favorite maps from the pack. I'm looking forward to seeing it here now as we get towards the business end of things in the PATC. This
is now where we see who gets to go on the lead. If somebody can go on a good spree here, they can set themselves up for the next map. Very much so. But this track is known to produce some of the most, let's say, humorous moments, to put it lightly, in that regard. As we see one of those moments already happening as Sully.
I don't think that was even the area of the track where you expect that to happen.
Yeah, but then you have Jumpy having a moment, Natz hitting the wall, and within the next 20 seconds,
hold on,
Cosmos has a lead of his life.
Comp Tool, don't do it. Comp Tool, don't do it, buddy.
No, Jumpy's still close enough. Jumpy is still close enough, but Cosmos has to tread on some. It's funny enough. It's still. There you go. He listened. He heard. He knows. Jumpy's in first position again.
Yeah, well, Cosmos, he's maybe slowed down a little bit too much there to make sure that Comp Tool doesn't kick in. He's in fact going to lose out position even to Natz, as Jumpy is a clean lead now. It's turned around completely. It's now Jumpy out with 7 tenths in the distance, flying off towards the finish line that is getting pretty close. It's a failable finish. We saw that before, but Jumpy will make it cleanly. So will Natz, as do Cosmos and Sully. A clean finish, at least, for the first round, if it was not a clean first round.
Yep, it was still, as long as it's always the mentality. If everybody makes a mistake, can we call it a round where everybody... Can we call it a round that it's just was full of mistakes? Well, technically we can, but, it evens out, and then it's still a close race at the end of the day, so we can still be happy about that. But we see that Cosmos, again, a bit of a slower start. Ooh, Jumpy goes a bit too inside, clips the hole there, leaving Natz and Sully up in front. So, and again, Natz crashes the exact same ball in the exact same fashion. Lightning does strike twice, indeed.
Yeah, Cosmos looking to chase down Sully then. Off the plastic we go. There's a little bit of airtime there for Sully. Lost him a little bit of time as well. Cosmos there, you can see the end result of all of that was just a much cleaner line for Cosmos and a 2 tenths lead. Sully goes deep into the dirt corner, carrying decent speed as we exit. Goes very close on the inside as he knock-clipped a wheel there. Entering the water. You can slide out here if you're not careful, but both of them navigating it cleanly. Fantastic race. Wheel to wheel at the moment as we round these final couple of corners. It's Cosmos who pulls out an edge going into it. Sully goes early on it. Here comes Natz as well, out of absolutely nowhere, but no snipes to be had, even if Natz tried for it desperately at the end.
Yeah, that's it really came as well. He's crashed that wall twice, but every single time he somehow managed to get into the fight still. So he's clearly just being, you know what, guys, I'll just let you go forward, and then I'll come back, make it exciting, and all of a sudden we have a great race, and everybody can type it in game as well. So works like a charm. Everybody in Twitch chat can also enjoy it. The one thing is, what you're not going to be enjoying is again Cosmos taking a bit of a backseat to scope the field and see what happens here. This time Natz gets through the corner, so already an improvement.
Yep, already looking solid, and there goes Jampy off into the distance, as I think tends to happen when Jampy doesn't crash early in the round. Starts to pull out these gaps of 3, 4, 5 tenths pretty handily, time on time. Sully is full crash meanwhile behind, as Natz is going to be looking to try and catch up with Jampy. It looks shaky, but it is Jampy still on track, looking clean. Do not crash the water. He did, so there you go.
Yeah, but again, it allows Natz to come close.
Oh!
Momentarily, and it was a close race to be happening, but Natz decided, you made a mistake, I'll give it to you this time. Go ahead, take the 10 points. I'll allow it this time around.
Yeah.
We're all gentlemen.
Well, you see, the thing is, Dummy offered him $0 in chat to throw, so it's a good deal.
Honestly, good deal, good deal. I'll honestly, I think Natz will wait for that PayPal very eagerly. I'm sure that will be coming very soon, to be honest. I'm sure he doesn't even know that he's gonna get a nice payout of $0. So honestly, he can be very happy about that.
I think both people would end up paying for the PayPal transaction at that point. Like, everyone would just lose money.
Can you actually? Well, you probably cannot.
You almost definitely
can. Can you send 1 cent by PayPal?
I have no idea. I'll be honest, Creedy. I don't want to test it.
Hey, my PayPal is open. If you want to, you can send me 1 cent. As Natz is absolutely in the checkpoint now, hoping that $0 would be a bit more for his troubles.
Good news, it is one minimum US dollar, so unfortunately Dummy is on the hook for that. And I think for this round as well, that's probably at least a $2 throw if I've ever seen one. As Jampy rounds these final couple of corners, onto the dirt we go. Cosmos sitting in second. Again, this finish, I swear to you, is failable. It's just a little bit harder to fail when you've practiced it as much as these guys have at this point. And that will be the fail. I told you. I warned you. And Cosmos sends his face into the wall and takes a third place, dropping 2 points for his troubles.
Yep, that is one of those moments. It's the first time that has happened, actually. It didn't happen a single time yesterday. Everything yesterday was actually managed to jump into the finish. But now, as soon as day 2 arrives, I don't know what this is about. Like, North America, for some reason, every time there's North America involved, they had the same thing. They just managed to just hit the wall consistently. And it's happening now again in day 2. Well, let's hope it doesn't become a tradition. And it's one of those one-offs that happens, It's a bit of giggly, haha funnies for one round. Probably Cosmos wasn't so happy about it. He does need those points because he's in last position. But we are on Corian, the longest track in the pool. And we'll see how this one now pans out. This has produced some funny moments in the ending as well, equally as much.
Yeah, that was actually the most disastrous caster curse of my life, Creedy, because as a result of that caster curse, I'm never going to be able to eat fried chicken again, because all of Kentucky, all 30 of them, have apparently got a blood vendetta against me, and I'll just have to be worried that any bucket of Kentucky fried chicken I go to eat is going to be my last.
Well, at least, you have that a bit of excitement every time you go to KFC, So, there is at least something that, every time at least you will get a bit, it's anxious, but equally as excited because it's good chicken. But then, it might be your last chicken, So you never know. You could go out with a
the edge of danger. The secret spice blend is danger.
Yeah, there could be just an absolutely, in the menu, it could be just, a special, a special deal if you're Irish, basically, a special Irish deal just for that specific day at KFC. That's the one you are specifically going to.
I'm going to focus on this round rather than trying to guess how many Trackmania players there are in the Kentucky Trackmania Discord, because any answer I give, I have no doubt, would probably be insulting for one reason or another. And right now, we unfortunately are watching Natz as he drops a long way down from the other 3 drivers at the start of this pack. We are live on Corian. The racing is fierce at the front, but once again, Creedy, this trend, Jampy doesn't crash the start, starts to pull out a gap pretty easily.
Yeah, he definitely has sort of come to his own now. He's the only one on triple digits, and if he gets this first position in the next round, he only needs first and or second to go into finalist mode as well, and he will secure the position that he should be getting, which I will say should have gotten a bit earlier, but he has definitely made it more interesting. Of course, the KOs have made it even more interesting, but we'll leave it to that as a bit of the funnies that happened. But so far, ooh, very nice tight line as well. Can he actually? Oh, that was actually a very clean ending. He absolutely went for it, and still not the fastest time, but that was absolutely a full send over every bit of corner you could go there for Jumpy. And Cosmos does get second position, gets a bit closer to Natz and Sully. Still a long ways to go, but Jumpy one round away possibly from finalist mode.
Yeah, and I mean, once Jampy is gone as well, the points are going to start flying out. 10 points up for grabs round on round, assuming Jampy gets out of here in 2 or 3 rounds' time. And it's going to accelerate the match for these other 3 players very rapidly. I think they need to be ready to start fighting for their lives in finalist mode sooner than maybe it feels like.
Yeah, it would be nice for for Sully, Natz, and Cosmos if Jumpy would be like, you know what, just scoop over. We want to win a few rounds as well. Make it, about us, not about you. You're doing great, but we want to have our limelight as well in there. So if you could just, get 2 first positions in a row now, and it would be smooth sailing for the rest of us. I don't know how smooth sailing it will be afterwards. It could be absolute chaos, but we hope for the best for everybody in this tournament. Of course, entertainment first, but at the end of the day, we want everybody to have a good time. The definition of that could be various, of course, depending on who you ask.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, Jampy, I think it's fair to say, having a good time at this point of the match, will be the first player to lock in finalist mode up to the 120 points. The battle behind rages on. Natz picking up a second place there, I think, is going to be enough to push him even with Sully. The two of them both tied on 92 points, and Cosmos is only 10 points behind. And again, once Jampy leaves, assuming it's within the next couple of rounds, there's a lot more points suddenly flying around the place. And that 10-point gap, it is not so much.
Yeah, that is indeed true, especially given the fact that, it is something with the points repetition as well, with 10, 6, 4, 3, the 4-point difference between first and second, while the rest of the field, only has, second and fourth position have less of a gap than from first to second. It's 6 to 3 or from 10 to 6. So it opens up a wide. It's like Niagara Falls all of a sudden. The floodgates start opening for the rest of the players, and it seems Jumpy is just, you know what? I have one shot, one opportunity. Here I go.
Yep, he's looking good. First round on finalists, potentially a lock in from here, as there is a little bit of a risk on these final reactor sections. Always a clip available, but Jampy starting to look like he might have locked it in. One more reactor section to go. Surely you don't throw it all away at the finish line. It's rare, I feel like, that we see it this clean. Finalist mode straight on through. Jampy locks in a spot in the lower bracket quarterfinal.
Yep, very solid indeed. Nothing to scoff at as well. Decent time for rounds as well. If you get towards those 0.5s, 0.6s, you're looking rather good as well. So everything looking rather smoochy for him. But now, the other match begins. Now it's the fight for survival, because one of these players is moving on in the tournament. The other two, well, they can become the bench warmers or the soda boys on the side. So we'll have to see who that will be. It's Natz, Cosmos, and Sully. And honestly, at this point, it could be anybody's games, because it seems that they're all up to take it. Sully is making his best impression of trying to give Cosmos that 10-pointer, because if he gets the 10 points, then everybody gets punched up quite nicely, actually.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting battle if that is what happens, but Natz looking to deny it at the moment. Team-on-team violence, both players for air, at least according to Twitch chat, so blame them if my information is false. As Cosmos is making a little bit of a comeback here. Good speed, very tight on the inside there, risking it all for this first place. And that's a very nice line on the exit there, but it is good speed from Natz, continuing to fend off Cosmos as we round the final couple of corners. It'll come down to the finish line, and I think Natz has done enough to lock in these 10 points. Cosmos settles for 6, and it's a 2/10 gap that separates them.
Yep, and Sully gets his third position as well, putting him perfectly at 100 points. So calculated at least, you know. It's a perfect trip, you know, 2 wins in a row, perfect finalist mode. But before we do that, of course, we do have to switch maps, and we are going to be seeing the return of Emerald. So Emerald will be our playing ground here. Now, there is a possibility that we will find out our winner here. There's a very possibility that we might move on to the next track, and I believe the next track is Bioreactor after this. So,
Yep. It could be
we would
spicy.
really like to finish here, to be honest.
Yeah, would be nice. I appreciate Twitch chat doing some very difficult currency conversions in chat there. Did you know that $0 American dollars is roughly equivalent to 0 Chilean pesos?
Honestly, it should be pinned as a fact of today, to be honest. Honestly,
These are the easiest currency conversions of all time.
Honestly, it's just mind-boggling how Twitch chat is able to get this information just out of nowhere. It's mind-blowing. Honestly, it's just should be commendable. Like I said, should be pinned for a fact of the day. Zero Chilean pesos is also equal to $0, and vice versa as well, which is also another fact of the day. It works the other way around as well.
Well, CD, you got to make sure that you go to a reputable money lender to make sure that you're not getting screwed on the exchange fees when you're exchanging $0 for 0 Chilean pesos.
Yeah,
watch out
you
for
have
that.
to be
It
careful
is definitely a
with
risk.
that one,
Yeah.
But,
hey,
we'll
we
have
are
to wait and see.
potentially in the final couple of rounds of this match. At least 3 to go, as nobody can reach finalist until after 2 rounds. But it's Natz and Sully looking to do it. Sully is not looking to do it. I was wrong. He's decided he likes walls too much to ever reach finalist. And so instead, he's going to be watching from a distance as it is Natz and Cosmos battling it out in this round.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good one as well. And Cosmos is the one that actually needs the points the most. Like, he would love to get the 10 points here. For Natz, it would put him in a very good position because he would need then he could be the next one to go into that one ramp territory to go into finalist mode, and Cosmos with a bit of a touch as well. Well, Natz, if he's looking at the splits, doesn't need to do much.
Comp tool, no.
No, it's fine. Don't worry
do it,
about
buddy.
it. Just don't think about it. You know, if it's one of those, if you don't think about it, it's not going to happen. And I believe the cap. I could be also possibility that maybe between with the round switches, the KO mode has actually turned off, and we don't even have to worry about it.
Cosmos nearly missed that finish line, man. He was very far to the right. Still managed to squeeze the car through, but it is Natz picking up full 10 points. Cosmos does break 100, but it is Natz now in position. Just needs a first or a second to hit finalist.
That is absolutely true indeed. But it is finalist mode, and Cosmos and Sully are not very far away. And we gotta keep in mind that if you're in finalist mode, you do not get points. So if Natz does have an absolute mare in a finalist mode situation, and maybe DNFs or is so far behind, one of those two will get 10 points, and all of a sudden they're right on the line, if not almost finalists themselves. So Natz doesn't have much room to play with. First of all, he needs to get minimum second position to secure finalist mode, so he cannot force any mistakes here. So it has to be clean, but Sully is jumping as well. Ooh, doesn't get the best landing, so almost didn't go as well. But Cosmos also having a bit of a fumble, so Natz seems to be taking this win here as well, and so doesn't get even many points over to his fellow competitors.
Natz is asphyxiating the competition right now. There is no room to breathe for the other two as they are pushing hard. And Cosmos pushed a little bit too hard there. Sully could win this round, get finalist mode himself, and give Natz a battle. But right now, here on Emerald, it is Natz's playground. And the other two, they're small children being bullied by the older children. I don't know where I'm going with this one, Creedy. But Natz is doing well on Emerald. He was doing well on Emerald.
Yeah,
he's de-aged a few years. He's now one of the small children.
Yeah, it's a classic where you go into finalist mode, everything should be looking great, and then you touch the wall. And exactly what I just said before, he touches the wall, and all of a sudden, what did you say? Sully only needs a victory to go into finalist mode, and somehow he's the one fighting with Cosmos. Of course, Cosmos wouldn't be doing himself, well, he would be doing himself a good favor, but not Sully. Sully would need those 10 pointers, but Natz is not actually far behind as well, but I don't think he's able to really push us close enough to get or deny any points here. And I believe, oh, maybe Sully, not quite, the angle is not quite there. So everybody gets good points, but Natz still gets a free finalist round because Sully doesn't get into finalist mode himself.
Yeah, Sully will not quite hit finalist mode. Cosmos needs a second place and will hit finalist mode in this round. So, ideal for drama. What we're looking for right now is Natz in third. If Natz is in third, unfortunately for you, Natz, and I don't really mean it. Look, I do want Natz to go through as the sole South American representative in this match. But for drama, Creedy, if Natz comes third, we are guaranteed triple finalist.
There's even a fancier way of doing this one. Natz can be second, and we still could have it. Cosmos is first, Natz is second, and Sully is third, and that would be still triple finalists. Cosmos, on the other hand, is not really working with that script method there, so we might have to go with the fact that Sully will be going into double finalist mode, and will put Cosmos into a situation where he has to deny everybody. Ooh. But still didn't get the best speed out of it. It's gonna come down to the very end here. Natz good overtake in the end, but if Sully gets it clean, which he does seem to be. Does it have more speed? Not quite. What a great race still. But it is Sully who will go into finalist mode, and now Cosmos has to deny twice in a row to get second position.
I've lost count. How many rounds was that on Emerald? Are we going to Bioreactor? Are we going to Bioreactor?
We are
we're going to Bioreactor. It's all happening on Bioreactor. Oh, baby. Natz was looking fantastic on Emerald, and I don't know. Was that the chance? Has it just gone to waste?
Well, honestly, I'm trying to recollect myself what happened on Bioreactor, but the only thing I can think of Bioreactor is the KO mode. So I've completely fogged everything that happened in that round, how everything went for everybody in that round. Jumpy did do quite well there on the Bioreactor, but what happened to the rest of them, I don't know. The KO knocked them out in one of those rounds, so who knows in that regard. But I feel like the momentum is definitely going towards Sully. But this track is just a wild card, to be honest. It can go wrong so quickly and for everybody.
Yep, absolutely. It's going to be dramatic, it's going to be exciting, and it could well just come down to who crashes the least in this final round of our lower bracket.
Yep, but the old cards to play for Cosmos, he just has to win twice. That's all he has to do. And it's a proper good luck as well, because this was the track that had the KO mode come into play. So we could just, the KO mode could be like, you deserve the second position, screw everybody else.
Yeah. No, we'll see. Potentially a final round here. Cosmos looking to play spoiler. 2 points off finalist. It's cruel, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. Sully and Natz could both close it out here. Looking for no early mistakes. Give me a close round.
It's gonna have to be a close round, but ideally Cosmos would love to just have, everybody just die, KO mode kick in, and he's like first position, and then we go into sudden death anyway. But for the time being, everybody is still on the hot pursuit. No mistakes made so far, only minor differences in the lines they have taken as we go into the second part of the track. Quick turnaround here. Not the best speed here. Nice. Sully is the one to get it, but he touches on the inside. But now everybody's having a bit of a moment here. But Sully is not too far behind. You can still gain this time back if you're willing to push towards the end. But it seems that everybody wants that position. Cosmos has to push for the win. Natz has to push for that second position. And so has Sully. This will come to the very bitter end here.
It's going to be close. Natz holds on to the lead at the moment. Cosmos a little bit of a slowdown going through the dirt rally section. Sully chasing down, one U-turn to go. Can Sully send it? He goes hard. He's not going to catch it. Natz at the line, and it took a little while, but it will be Natz to lock in his finalist, to move on after Jumpy is the second player through to the lower bracket quarterfinal.
Yep, that is indeed true, and it seems that they have also fixed the part where it isn't, well, we don't need any more 3 winners, because the rest of the 2, well, they don't have anything to play for, so Sully and Cosmos do share that 3rd position. We'll say that since Sully got the finalist mode first, he would get 3rd and Cosmos would be 4th. I don't know what has happened to the other match, it also seems to be over, so we should be as well. I don't know I haven't quickly checked the results of that one as well. Maybe you already have them up on your display here. If Circumvania has worked properly.
No, I'm not sure it's over yet. We'll figure it out. I think probably Creedy the best thing to do is we'll throw to a quick break. We'll figure it out when we come back from break. In the meantime, I want everyone in Twitch chat to say thank Mr. Ski Freak for a lovely final round on Bioreactor. We're going to go to a break. We'll be back with more action from the Pan American Trackmania Championship. We'll continue in the lower bracket, where things continue to get more difficult for the players that you have just seen go through.
Welcome back, everybody, from our misadventures of the first round of today. It is me and Noah once again, and what a way to start the day off. I think it was a perfect encapsulation of what we can expect: chaos, some moments of laughter, and people driving some of the best rounds that they've probably driven throughout the entire tournament. Whether it will continue, hopefully that will be the case, because we have another barn burner on our hands, because now the matches are just going to get ever so much better as we go on throughout the tournament.
Yep, we are heading straight on into our lower quarterfinals. It will be the lower semifinals played immediately after that, so it is no break for the players who are looking to make a deep lower bracket run. Of course, that is from the match that we were watching last, Jampy and Natz going through, and then in the other lower bracket match that was going on at the same time, it is Oddass and Stokeine who've gone through. The match that we're going to be jumping into, Creedy, is
Nixotica, Rookie, Jumpy, and Oddass. So
It is
that will be the
exactly.
match to watch, because it will be so kind of an interesting case where Jumpy will be facing up against Nixotica once again. And funnily enough, these two matches, both from these two matches, of course, top two go through. And the next round, of course, if let's say Nixotica and Jumpy get through, they will get to play each other again, but this time with
Yep.
some other opposition. So they could be just going on a nice adventure together here, or it could be all ruined and the fairy tales are over, because Rookie and Oddass are looking to go through as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's the potential for, a couple of players to go hand in hand all the way through the lower bracket here. I'm reminded of XP Evo, the Barboss and Azox run through the lower bracket, the twins, as they went through about 3 rounds, I think, together in that tournament. It'll be interesting. I mean, it's a long day. It's a lot of Trackmania if you are a player like Jampy, like Oddass, like Stokeine, like Natz, starting in the first match of the day in the lower bracket and hoping to make it all the way to a grand final. It's a lot of matches to be played, but I have faith in them. And there'd be breaks along the way. We got to go and play the upper semi or the upper final at some point.
Yeah, well, if somebody who gets into the lower bracket, well, if you get into the upper bracket finals and go through from there, you're going to have another extra break as well, and alongside as well. So
True.
there's plenty of moments there to have enjoyment. But the people, you are rightly so, the people coming from the lowers, they do have to keep in mind that it's going to be a long day still ahead. This is going to be the match number, well, the set of matches that we have. This is match number 2 of 6 today. Of course, not everybody will be playing 6 matches, because of course nobody can get into the upper bracket finals anymore, but you are guaranteed to minimum, for some of these players, it can be even 5 matches today. So that is a proper grind and a half today, and especially when you're going off against tough oppositions on complicated tracks, and you somehow have to keep your chin up and think like, yes, I got through. There's another match. I go again. Oh god, it's an even tougher matchup. Here we go, Billy. But that's how it goes, I guess.
That's how it goes. That's Trackmania. That's a tournament. That's a competition, as we say. I'm interested then. Let's break down the match we're about to dive into, Creedy, because it is, as we've already said, Nixotica, Rookie, Jampy, and Oddass. I mean, Nixotica? Yeah, right? Like, we're feeling good about Nixotica making it out?
We are very much so, I think, is my prediction here as well. How complicated he will make it for himself is up to him to choose, of course. I think Nixotica is definitely the clear favorite as well, and I believe like both of the matches that we have their clear favorites. I think again it's gonna be the case that this time it's gonna be the reverse role of today. We're gonna have that there one player is gonna stand out a bit more, and then the other 3 are just fighting for absolute survival, because it's either second place or you're out. There is basically no in between at the moment, and at some point that is gonna run out thick and thin. As I said, the matches are just gonna get more complicated and much more heavily, stacked as well. So that second position is gonna do you up until, well, technically it's gonna work until even the grand finals, but then you would like to win, of course. But yeah, it's a tough task to just hope that you're gonna get second every time.
Yeah, it's making life as difficult as possible for yourself throughout the bracket. I mean, look, if we're saying Nixotica then first place, the second place does seem a little bit up for grabs. I mean, obviously we watched Jampy in that last match. The pace seems to be there. The consistency, I think at this point might start to become an issue, would be my feeling.
Yeah, but I would presume that at least, it's one of those cases where it's first match of the day. You see where your mistakes come from as well. You know what to avoid to some extent as well. Every day is a different day, especially when I play tournaments as well. I've noticed constantly that what I do in the first day, all of a sudden on the second day, I find new ways to just make my life even more complicated. Everything that worked yesterday doesn't work, and everything that didn't work yesterday still doesn't work, but I somehow still make it work. So that's how it usually goes. But we'll see how it goes for the players. We're still gonna be waiting on a bit for the servers to go up and running. They are still slowly pending away. The people are doing their work in the background, but we have time. And I believe once we get into it, that's where we're gonna have a grand time as well. And I'm sure this time, no hiccups, knock on wood, and we're gonna have an amazing match to come.
Yeah, fingers crossed, absolutely. And then looking across, maybe just taking a quick look while we have a second at the other half of this lower bracket, Noiszia, Random, Natz, and Stokeine. You've already said it. You feel like there's a clear favorite in that match as well?
I think Noiszia definitely comes out of that as the clear favorite in my eyes. Now, who will be second? Again, up for grabs. I think Natz will have a tough battle on his hand there. He barely managed to yoink the spot away from the likes of Sully and Cosmos, and now he's gonna get Stokeine and Random on the plate this time. So he's definitely going up against the wall, but we've seen consistency rewards you very well on these tracks. So if you can just, constantly keep going, and maybe if he can keep himself in the mix, Noiszia gets out of the way, those 10 points up for grabs as well. I think the world is his oyster, but gonna be a tough battle. A lot difficult than it was in the previous match. And there he was more, if we compare to Sully and Cosmos, he was more to take it. And in this case, he's actually, if we look at, the rounds times and everything, he's actually the bottom end as well. And it's not necessarily even that close, but he's able to keep up. But yeah, hopefully goes well, because we do want to see, an equal representation in the grand final of South and North America. But it's gonna be a tough ask because we already have, 3 members of the South American in the lower bracket. Charles is the one in the upper, so up for the flags if you're for South America in chat. And for the rest, well, we'll see how many of the US and Canada we can knock out.
Yeah, and I hope everyone is getting a good feel of our faces. You're getting a good look at them now, but this will be the last time you see them for a while. We should be getting ready to get into matches for a second. The servers claimed they were going to be opening up at about 8:10, but, well, it's 8:10 Irish time. So whatever time it is, wherever you are in the world, we should be getting in sooner rather than later, as far as I understand numbers.
Yeah, that is true indeed. Well, it is one of those cases where they do double check, as well. We can already see that we get a classic case of CompTool doing its thing again. So the admins are having a great time, I'm sure of it, as always. CompTool is one of those cases when it works, it should work very wonderfully, but when it doesn't work, all of a sudden everything stops working. So a classic case of technology, I would say in that regard. When it works, perfect. When it doesn't work, all of a sudden nothing works.
Yep, technology is the devil. Truly the main issue that we have with trying to run. If we just run a Trackmania tournament without technology, that'd be great. That'd be ideal, many people would say.
Then we would need real cars, though. We need to then build live representation. We should get somebody should actually, hey, content idea, maybe virtual. You're up for it. Go-karts, you build them into Trackmania car shape, or build something like a chassis around them, race them around the track. Hey, I'm just saying.
There's this sporting event. In fact, it's happening right now that you might be interested in. It's called Formula 1.
Yeah, but does it have well, we can still have fun with it. They don't have fun elements to it as well. It's just clean.
There's a lot of the elements of a Trackmania track that make it exciting. I'm not sure how you'd make reactors work in real life. Or I don't know if I want to see people attempting a quarter pipe in a go-kart.
I mean, has anybody tried? I'm just saying.
Hang on, I'm pulling up YouTube.
I mean, I'm just saying, if has anybody tried, I'm sure maybe it could work. We've seen crazy things being done with vehicles and everything, and I'm sure there's a way to make it happen. I'm just saying. I'm open to the idea. Apparently as well, and I see that the rookie is for some reason linking the pinball gameplay channel here as well. Clearly, so clearly the Zoomers generation has kicked in. The podcast is not working. Production, if you can put like Subway Surfers in the corner there, that might keep them entertained for a bit longer as we wait for the service to start as well. Clearly, Pinball World Champion. Have you seen, Nua? There's actually Microsoft Excel World Championships. Have you seen that?
I have seen that, but right now I'm busy watching people attempt tricks on a quarter pipe in a go-kart. So,
see, it works.
Okay, when I say tricks, it is rock into reverse back. So like they just land the chassis on the edge of the quarter pipe and then roll back, and it's not a very big quarter pipe. Frankly, Creedy, I'm gonna say it. I still don't think we should be sending them out onto a Trackmania quarter pipe.
Okay, well, with the desert update, we have, the lower quarter pipes, they can still do a little embankment, we can still make some. At least we have a lot of blocks to work with in the Trackmania.
That's
we
true.
even have, Project MC coming. You can play Minecraft.
Let's just send the quarter pipes out onto ice.
Oh, that would be even more hilarious.
That'd be pretty sick. Honestly, that one I'm kind of on board for.
It's just to have a full ice track on go-karts. Surely that will work, right?
Well, hang on. I've got another search term to put in there.
Yeah.
Oh, they're going for it. God damn. Listen, that one, I'm going to say it, significantly more feasible.
Yeah, but you can have like bumpers around. It would be like bumper cars, but with go-karts, basically.
Yeah, they did not do that in a lot of these videos. They are just straight up go-karting on ice.
Yep, exactly. For those of you who are not aware, this is not a segment of Nua and Creedy having a late-night podcast in the Pan American Trackmania tournament. We are trying to make it a segment. As you can see, we're trying to demo it, so if you can give us a bit of feedback as well, much appreciated. But in regards to that, if anybody wants an update, we are just simply waiting for the service to start. Competition Tool is having his own little bit of funny time as well. He's been having a good time today already, so it's definitely not stopped yet. So for the time being, at least, Nua is looking up. He's making sure his algorithm on YouTube is absolutely mudded in a few moments and a few days, and I'm just blabbering about anything that comes to mind.
Yeah, people are cowards. Most of these videos are like 5 or 7 years old. People need to get back to go-karting on ice. We used to be a country, Creedy.
I mean, honestly, we used to do crazy stuff nowadays, and now people think it's too dangerous. We're not allowed to have fun at this point. We have these safety regulations, this and that. Let's just chuck something. Let's just get something done, and we'll do the safety precautions, but we have to test the limits of what feasibly is possible. That's how we got to the moon, that's how we got to space, and what is, it's an ice, and go-karts on ice is only a small step for man and a giant leap for mankind.
It's a giant uncontrolled slide for mankind, exactly.
Also, probably.
Yeah, and I mean, look, just in case I ever end up working on a work site again in future and they come back looking for the tapes after an industrial accident, this was all a joke. I believe in safety regulation.
Yeah, that's true as well. I would say construction sites, definitely, an idea. But I've seen many videos of, the compilations of construction site safety regulations working very so well. And it's a very interesting way of how people can make some of the most simplest things.
Sorry, I have just been reminded in chat there. As Forda says that they were talking to a girl at one point who then it turned out didn't believe in the moon landing. I came back from visiting my sister in Berlin a couple of weeks ago, hopped in a taxi back from the airport, as one does, and having a lovely chat to the taxi driver about blinds, and he'd gotten his blinds washed recently, and it was much cheaper than he'd expected it to be. And I don't know how we got there, but at some point he was just like, so the moon landing, do you reckon they actually went there? Seems a bit far-fetched, doesn't it?
I like how the segue is, I had some very good prices from my,
how did we get here? Brother, I've been traveling for like 5 hours. You cannot just drop moon landing denial on me out of nowhere.
It's a nice segue, blinders, blind people blindly believing in things. Honestly, it's just a perfect segue from cleaning your blinders to was the moon landing faked?
How do we feel about segues on ice? How would that work?
Honestly, that's
I'm
probably
going
a
back
lot
to
of broken
YouTube.
noses, to be honest.
Yeah, hell yeah.
If
Segway on
anything,
ice.
honestly,
I'll tell
but
you how
hey,
it goes, Greedy.
hey,
I'm
you could
going in.
you could make it fun though, because you could have like like soft cushions on the front and back. So if you sort of you're gonna be like one of those like like boxing bags, so you can go like back and forth from the ice. Could be like
Yeah.
an interesting way.
I will tell you, that is not what these people are doing. They are straight up on a Segway on ice with no protection. This is worse than the go-karting, though. This is at like 240. These videos are all 240p, and they are 17 years old. Greedy, how has YouTube been around for 17 years? That's not
how
right.
has Segways been around for 17 years? Is my question.
What's it? The Segways haven't been around for about 10 years at this point. They've had their time. They're done.
That is true. We have electric scooters at this point. And apparently we are actually getting a bit of an update. The comp tool is so fried at this point that we are actually switching on to a bit of a different way of getting the matches sorted as well. And I do see that the activity is so private that even the casters are not allowed to join in. I have to be actually a member to join in, so I haven't even joined the club. I'm outing myself a bit, to be honest.
I joined the club. That's kind of you.
Oh,
not
but it does
seconds
require a
ago,
password,
Creedy.
though.
Did I not hear you saying we went to the moon? And now you're telling me you're not even a part of the Pan American Track Mania club?
Dude, I have so many clubs. How the hell am I gonna follow everybody of one of those?
Claiming the moon landing for yourself without even joining the Pan American club. It's kind of cooked, man.
Honestly, I mean the North American club doesn't exist, the Neal club as well. It's all fake news. There isn't a club to begin with, to be honest. What I just said, is absolutely fake news to begin with, So,
someone get Kentucky back in here. I'm feuding with Kentucky. Has Kentucky been to the moon? Huh? I didn't think so.
Now somebody's gonna say that, oh, but actually one of the people on the board was actually originally born in
deeply
Kentucky.
misinformed. Yeah, turns out Neil Armstrong has actually been from Kentucky this whole time.
Yeah, one of those things as well. Honestly, probably somebody could fact check that upon as well, but I don't have the facilities for that at the moment. But I'm sure somebody in chat probably is already looking it up as we speak.
They're trying to get me.
Yep, indeed. But if anything, we are at least making progress. We are getting into the later stages of the segments here as well. I will include chat a bit as well. Chat, how have you been enjoying our little bit of a segment here as well? We are trying to fill in our time as well. I think we've done a good job, Noah, don't you think? I think we've done a very stellar job on filling in the biggest rubbish that I've thought of in the recent times. So we've gone on such a standard. I don't know even how we got to some of these topics to begin with, but it's been a pleasure as well, to be honest.
Good news, Creedy. As far as I know, nobody from Kentucky has been to the moon, but they did bring some of the moon rocks back to the University of Kentucky. So the moon has been to Kentucky, but Kentucky has not been to the moon.
But if somebody has touched one of those moon rocks from the laboratory in Kentucky,
sorry,
have they
has anyone have you ever seen that story? This is not a story that I think is suitable for broadcast, but I do recommend that people in their own time go and look up the story of the lab technician who stole a bunch of the moon rocks and brought them home. And the reason why he wanted to do that, which again, I don't think I am allowed to bring up on stream, but is very funny.
By the way that you are phrasing it, honestly, there's a lot of possibilities, and none of those really sound very true to be said on stream. So we'll keep it at that. If anybody is very much interested, they can have a fun time making sure their history, browser history, is looking very much fun whenever they look up things. Oh God, the lovely chat as well. But what is happening in in-game chat as well? Jesus Christ. People have lost it. No, this is the second match of the day. God forbid. I know at some point maybe Randomize, I assume Randomize might be joining us as well. Sort of we get a bit of our breaks in and then and there. But it's the second match of the day, Noah.
Swap me out. I'm not going to make it, brother. I'm doing fine. I'm looking forward to it when we get back into match here. It sure does look like there are some players in this match. It looks like they're warming up. And to me, Cree, it looks like we're kicking things off on garlic bread.
Yeah, it seems so as well. We are actually we are actually ending. So thank you for joining the Nuan Greedy Pan American podcast as well. We're looking for a name for it. We'll see if it becomes a regular segment for future tournaments or even this tournament. The night is young. We don't know what's gonna happen, and like we said before as well, life is like a box of chocolates.
Life is like a box of chocolates, and you never know when you're gonna bite into one and find out that you have a life-threatening nut allergy.
Yep, that is true. We've come full circle with that
I've
one.
heard that's what happened to the comp tool.
Yep, I think somebody just fed him too much of this Pan American tournament, and he was like, you know what? You guys are doing some weird and wacky stuff here. I don't know what to do with this. Screw you guys, I'm out.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable. I am genuinely looking forward to this match. We are now only a few seconds away from kicking things off. As we've said a couple of times now, we do believe Nixotica looking most likely to make it out of this, continue on with the lower bracket run. I've said it, Jampy definitely in with a shot. I think needs to clean up a little bit from the previous match. Some of the consistency wasn't there, but the pace most certainly is. Oddass and Rookie then, what do they have to show us? Rookie, the lone player from South America, hailing from Uruguay, looking once again, as we've seen so many times at this end of the tournament, one lone South American player taking on the three North Americans.
Yeah, and the one time that they had the majority, Lingo decided to defeat them all anyway. So South America still has some things to get on board here as well. But for the time being, we see that Nixotica and Jumpy, the two favorites, I would say, from this match, are taking the early lead with Oddass in the back end as well, and Nixotica is definitely taking a nice lead. Ooh, Oddass has a bit of a clip before exiting onto that plastic section there as well. So yeah, the two Americans up in front. Rookie's trying to get more speed, has a good line here. Actually can get nice speed, a nice line there as well, overtaking Nixotica, but does he have the speed there? Not quite, but Jumpy takes the first round here on Garlic Bread, 58-0 on the board, and starts his match similarly to the previous parts, where he starts off with wins, but then, you know, the match actually kicks in.
Garlic Bread was one of those tracks we were talking about specifically when we were saying Jampy has the pace and is maybe crashing a few too many times to show that pace as well as he should be. That's a great start. 58-0 can definitely bring it down from there, but that is kind of a bar set for this match now, and I think most of these players should be able to hit the 58-0 or at least kind of get close to it. Whether or not they can do it in rounds is always the question though, and Jampy has proven already that he can, at least in this match.
Yeah, he's looking very good to begin with, and we hope that continues for him as well. Hopefully for everybody can contest it as well, because definitely the pace will be upped quite a bit, because these times now for these players on average is faster than the previous matches. So we are expecting a lot more competitive rounds here, where they get ever so closer to each other, and we can see that here as well. We are getting towards the final turns here, and they're literally inseparable as they go here. Jumpy goes for a nice inside right. Nixotica gets the best out of it, and it is going to be again 1-2 up in front, and they get the points on the board. Trading blows, but it is at the moment them going on to 16, while the others will be on, well, it will be actually 8-6.
Also 16.
Yeah. Well, I was about to say that if I was looking for a moment that if Rookie and Oddass had different positions, but no, they got the exact same from before, so they're not on 7, and it would have been nice 16, 16, 7, 7, but we get 8-6 instead.
That's okay. I hate the number 7. I'm glad we don't have to see it.
Very interesting tidbit of
I'm here to cause problems, Creedy. I'm beefing with Kentucky, and now I'm beefing with the number 7 as well. That's a crash. It will be Nixotica dropping all the way down the order. About a second back. Could look for a big mistake from someone else, and there it is. Oddass into a hole, and he has fallen out of sight, out of mind. It is Jampy versus Rookie. Jampy holding the edge.
Yeah, Jumpy's holding the edge very nicely, but this is a perfect opportunity for Jumpy. If Nixotica stays further bit behind, you know, easy, nice 10-pointer, nothing really fancy needed. Again, I always wonder, like, who plays with HUD on, who plays with HUD off, and how they toggle it. Well, some people don't turn it off on at all, they just drive, which works, you know, you just drive, don't need to worry about anything apart from your own mistakes. But 57.9 That's what you want to be aiming for. I think this should be a standard that you want to go on. Garlic bread of 57s. Because otherwise, later down the tournament, you're going to have a rough time because this garlic bread can go very low because the world record here is a 57.3 by Noiszia. So there's a long way to go to that.
It's quick.
So yeah, it's very quick, but you do have to full send it. But 57s should become more of a standard on this track the further we go along.
Absolutely, and kind of speaking of that, you know, I have been hyping up Jampy on this track is very quick. I mean, Nixotica does have a better PB, so should be up there in terms of pace as well. But it is Jampy at the moment who has just been showing it. We saw it in the previous match, and it's kind of continued on here. If Jampy does not crash the start, he's kind of starting to pull out gaps over the course of the rest of the track. He's kind of looking, I don't want to say it, but I will, a little bit locked in, Creedy.
Yeah, but he has also something else on his mind. He's an arch nemesis Nixoticas on the server. The man that put him in the lower bracket, technically, because he decided, you know what would be funny? I will take the top 2 highest seeds in my match, Neal and Yumpy, put them in a match and let them decide who gets second position, basically. And one of them has to go into the lowers, and that was Jumpy at the time. So Jumpy definitely has a bit of a vendetta, going even faster than the previous round. Nixotica also on the 57. So again, pace is ramping up, and I think Nixotica is also realizing that Jumpy is not here to, you know, be second. He's here to win and show Nixotica that he needs to try a bit more.
0.7 is quick, honestly.
Yep.
That's within a couple of tenths of PB for Jampy, and once you're starting to hit that, you know, I mean, we do kind of say, I think in general, that if you're hitting kind of 0.2, 0.3 within a PB in competition, you're kind of driving not as well as you can. Look, yeah, obviously you can always drive better, but that is someone who is doing well. That is someone who is on form and is performing well on the day. And that's exciting to see for Jampy because, as you said, a little bit of revenge here for upper bracket woes, trying to take down Nixotica. Will things continue this way on Golden Hour? Again, I'm going to keep saying it. I love this map. I'm looking forward to seeing how things go. I'm looking forward to seeing which player we get to make fun of for sliding out in the water first.
We'll have to wait and see for that moment. Maybe we can already have a bit of a premature giggle in warm-up as well already, but for the time being, rookies cooling down in the water casually, having a bit of a cooling down moment. You know, maybe he needs to, it was a bit of a hot match or a hot map to start off. You know, he needs to cool his mind a bit, and we can see nobody, at least in warm-up, is having an issue on the water. Then
Oddass hurt us. He didn't even try it.
Yeah, he's just going on an RPG adventure at this point, you know. Or something along the lines of that. But regardless of their challenge, everybody has their own warm-up, I guess, traditions to some extent. Some people don't drive warm-ups at all. Some people just want to drive constantly and drive it anyway. Some people are superstitious that a good warm-up is bad rounds. Everybody has their own sayings for this.
Yeah, there is, and apparently, I don't know, maybe it's part of that ritual. 2 players choosing to touch on the first turn. Rookie and Nixotica. Hope it works out for them. I'm going to say it probably won't, and it probably wasn't on purpose. Oddass and Jampy then, out again to decent starts, as Jampy, looking to have a slightly better line then through the uphill, will overtake the lead. And he is holding about a tenth of a lead. That'll start to extend as Oddass lose the run of himself on the plastic slightly, falling away from that lead and back into the clutches of Nixotica, behind Rookie. A fall from grace from second to fourth.
Yeah, but everybody's having fumbles here at the back, and Jumpy's the only one who has escaped all of that. And everybody, oh no. I'm seeing it again. The lights are on the screen. Oh, it's happening again. Oh no. Oh no. And
Jampy,
it's not
slow down.
Oh
Jampy!
no, it happened again.
He has his AirPods in. No, Jampy.
It happened again.
Oh god, oh no.
Oh god. And it's funny enough, Jumpy has always been the one to get those send points.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
oh no. I don't know what's gonna happen now.
It's tough. It's tough.
Oh, it's funny.
How is
Maybe a quick skip.
here? We went to a Nadeo server. How has it followed us?
Oh god. It cannot leave us alone. Oh no. Well, I hope the admins are on point and quickly can skip the round so they can adjust that correctly. But again, the KO doesn't want to leave us. Somebody needs to just, you know, remove that toggle or, you know, get that sorted out. Hopefully nobody just copy pasted and forgot to change it. But it's still, you know, it's hilarious. but it seems that Oddass hasn't even been driving, so we might have to void
Stop
the round
finishing
here.
the round. Nixotica, Champy, don't finish. It's gonna be
They're
so
gonna
much
finish.
worse. I mean, hey, that was a pretty good round.
The problem is that nobody's probably, they don't even have the in-game chat on as well. It's a nice time, by the way. All
Yeah,
things
that's
considered,
quick.
but it's a bit of a mayhem at the moment. Oh
Hey,
god.
we'll see where it goes. I mean, for the moment, rounds are continuing, unfortunately. As here's how it goes. As everyone is driving in this round. It was a DNF for Oddass in the last round, obviously not leaving the start line. Did not pick up any points at all. And well, we'll see what happens. I think for the moment we just kind of have to assume that barring some kind of fix, Jampy just got free 10 points.
Yep. Basically, what has happened here? Yeah, it is Jumpy. Well, he was first anyway, so it was the deserved 10 points, but not in the fashion that. Well, it seems that the comp tool is really enjoying the doing so as well. But cup mode apparently has now become cup mode with KO mode as well all of a sudden. So an interesting interesting rule. I didn't read about it in the rule book, but of course we are making a bit of light fun of it as well. But at the moment, everybody's still gonna be driving. The race is still on, and if anything, you know, Oddass didn't even make the finish, but Rookie's another knockout here, ladies and gentlemen.
No,
avoids it this time.
Listen, is there a chance this could happen in the grand final? Technically, maybe yes.
I hope at that point
is it quite literally a skill issue where second place cannot keep within 1.5 seconds, and that's not something that I expect to see in the grand final, Neal? I'm just saying.
Honestly, if it happens, props to the guy who pulls it off in the grand final. Unless it deserved that point, you know. I will say it's honestly, it makes it kind of now. It's an interesting spice now. Somebody's gonna probably look at that and be like, I could make a tournament out of this, you know. So yeah.
Where do the cuts come in? Which of these checkpoints can you cut to get 1.5 seconds ahead but completely compromise yourself?
That would be an interesting segment, you know. Have regular cup mode, but at some point the tracks are built in a way that if you risk it enough, you can knock out everybody.
Honestly, I kind of do love the idea of that. Like, you have a risky route and a safe route on every checkpoint, and like the risky route is genuinely difficult, but it is just a chance to knock everyone else out, and you have to decide every round if you're going to go for it. Greedy, I think we need to make this competition, actually.
Honestly, really we could have like, it could be a show match of all things, you know. Also a nice time by Nixotica.
57-2.
I mean, it hasn't stopped Nixotica, but the point gap, of course, is immediate as well. But to some extent, it was kind of expected that Nixotica and Jumpy could be the ones running away with it as well. Rookie could be the one to decide. Of course, it didn't help Oddass that he didn't finish one round, but of course, he hasn't been able to get many rounds going to get a lot of points to begin with. So maybe, you know, not the, you know, it's going as expected, but at the same time is a rough stop. I don't even want to know what's happening in the other match, but I'm just gonna not think about it, and we are casting this match. Whatever is happening there, I'm sure they're having a great time as well.
Yeah, having a good time. Jampy is 10 points ahead. Doesn't matter. Jampy would be ahead anyway because it picked up the 10 points, and obviously 2 players, would you believe, Creedy, cannot get 10 points in the same round. It is potentially a little bit different, but Jampy and Nixotica have built up enough of a gap at the moment that as things stand, they could just put things beyond doubt, to be honest. Silence the haters.
Silence the haters indeed, and one of the South American members would be going out here as well, but they are against a big wall as well. Technically, of course, we got to keep in mind as well that originally the South American players were Lele and Manox for the tournament, but unfortunately they weren't able to participate, so it was actually Rookie and Natz to replace them. They were the next in line. So it does put a lot more pressure on Rookie to perform as well, and we can see, of course, Jumpy and Nixotica are quite a bit of step up as well. Nixotica was 2nd position in North American Cup to qualify for this, and Jumpy was 3rd seed, I believe so, if my memory serves me right here. I believe he was 3rd. No, actually, was 2nd seed behind Neal for this tournament as well. So a very tough competition to go up against, and we can see in this round, Rookie might need to look for other rounds for those points.
Yep, absolutely. Oddass looking to make a little bit of a comeback here on Jampy. Jampy's looked okay on this map, I believe. Has been solid on it most of the time and is looking solid, at least in the first round. He was until he hit the wall there. Line not good through the grass reactor, and Oddass cruises through into a clean first place. Not in danger of the comp tool having a fit, but still a very safe first place at the moment, as Nixotica meanwhile gaining on Jampy. Great jump onto the dirt rally, rounding the final couple of corners. One turnaround to go. There is a chance to make some time up here. Potentially going for a snipe, much wider for Jampy. Has speed, but not quite enough. A gap of 9 thousandths, and Jampy cannot get the overtake done.
Yeah, but what a great race. There is a lot of potential in that final turnaround there, where if you can get the right point to start accelerating, you can gain a lot of speed, because you still have the reactor going, so it can lead to some insane speeds going to the finish line. It was 9,000 separating the two there, while in the gap when they went to it was a bit larger. Not big, but just a little bit bigger. But in that regard, we'll have to see how things pan out now. Of course, Champion Nixotica still in a clear lead, and Rookie is the only one to get something going, but he's not having a great time on Bioreactor at the moment, so he has to kind of look toward Oddass to deny some points, and Oddass would like to get some 10 pointers. He's definitely on 29, but those 10 points to accumulate over time, and you never know where it might take you.
Yeah, this is where it went wrong for Jampy last time around. That looked scary. He's very low on the sausage block, and while he has recovered it, Nixotica has managed to gain back and with a better line take the lead. I say that, but hey, they were just trading places for a brief second. Nixotica's line onto the dirt rally is near flawless. The jump landing so early on that one. Both of the last two rounds it has worked out, potentially gaining him the spot over Jampy, who once again will not be able to get anything going in that final corner. Full 10 points for Nixotica, closing the gap a little bit closer to Jampy. Oddass and Rookie collect 4 and 3 points respectively.
That is indeed true. Now, the gap is 27 points between Nixotica and Rookie, but it's only 4 between Jampy and him. So it's definitely closing the gap up in front as well. So looking very good with a very solid round time as well. And you are correct, well, the line that he has for that last section there is definitely meant to pick up speed. And that has been the difference between the two there, because Jampy is going for sort of more simpler approach there, while Nixotica is definitely pushing the limits, which he's known to do. But that is a wall that he's pushing towards. So now Rookie could be in a position to take 10 points, while Nixotica is trying to deny it.
Yep, it is going to be a little bit close, but keep an eye then as we enter to this dirt rally block. Well, never mind. Rookie's going to touch on the inside there. Hasn't lost a lot of speed, but has lost enough to open some daylight up between these two cars. Nixotica looking for this transition. He's so low onto it again. Rookie low as well. A little bit of a bobble, but that was still quick. Stays out of the flagpoles, but once again loses time. And it is uncontested in first place for Nixotica. Really feeling at home, it feels like, on Bioreactor at the moment.
Yep, definitely looking calm and comfortable as well. Funnily enough, he's the world record holder on this track as well with a .358. So a long ways to go there, but definitely a reason why he is taking a liking to this track and where he's been accumulating a lot of points here as well. But definitely he can push definitely a lot more, but it is the longer the track gets, the more harder it is to push world record pace runs, because of course, especially with this track where there's so many segments that bleed time here. So driving a 101 is already a very solid rounds time, and it's proven to be very fruitful, because Nixotica has actually taken over the lead now, with Jampy trying to regain it back hopefully in this round.
Yep, looking to do so, and Nixotica having a little bit of a wobble. Dropping away is going to provide the opening that Jampy might need to get into it. Hasn't necessarily had a great time on these grass reactor sections in previous rounds. He just goes a lot higher to that outside wall. It's so scary every time, and that's why I really am not a huge fan of the line that Jampy is taking through there. It has not been working out for him, but he is still in contention for second place. He was until a wall called his name and he answered. Oddass holding on to first, but Nixotica has fought back to potentially even slap away first place in this round. A full 30 points from the last 3 rounds. It's not as unlikely as you might think, but it will not happen, as Oddass does just about hold on to pick up 10.
Yeah, it was a close round there as well, but Nixotica loves to go wide there. But everybody's making very good advantage of the fact that you still have the reactor. So even if you go tight, if you're able to go around it, you can still use the reactor to get that enough of speed to get to the finish line just in time. Even if somebody's trying to go for the wider line there. So it works wonders still for Oddass, and he does get the 10-pointer on the board. But we are moving on to Emerald now, where we've seen some good rounds by a lot of people as well. This was also the map where Jumpy has usually been very much contesting towards the top end as well. And I believe this is going to be a pretty good track for both Jumpy and Nixotica. Whether Oddass and Rookie are able to do something about those two, well, it's time will tell. They are still a significant way behind, but a lot to play for still. I mean, it is of course finalist mode. Anything can happen. Somebody can deny somebody for eons and eons, and then all of a sudden it gets even more frustrating for the player trying to get out of the finalist mode.
Yeah. It is interesting. On basically every single one of these tracks, Jumpy and Nixotica have a PB that's within a tenth of each other. The only exception being Bioreactor, where Nixotica, yeah, holds the world record by over a tenth and a half away from anyone else. So I don't know. I guess Nixotica is just inside the mind of Ski Freak, knows him better than anyone else in the tournament. But it did work out from there. Picked up a lot of points very quickly on Bioreactor and needs to keep that momentum going into Emerald, because I think now is the time, if you are Jumpy, to start trying to make that fight back, not to make this match easy for Nixotica.
Yep, that is indeed true for that case. But I will say that, of course, we got to keep in mind, it is the top two that go through to the next match. And as far as I know, at least, in that match, of course, it doesn't really matter in what order you go in there as well. This is basically both the top two from both of the matches that we have ongoing will meet each other in the next match. So
there is that.
In that case, it doesn't really matter, but
True.
would be nice to win, you know. It would be nice, you know, especially for Jumpy, who would love to win against Nixotica, and that would be a nice confidence boost going into the next match as well. So sort of a mentality boost would be, I guess, for the first position, whoever gets out of this. But Nixotica gets a nice clean quarter pipe, but so does Jumpy, both of them pushing the very limits here, as Rookie and Oddass have to sort of watch from behind. But this could be a very decent time as well if Jumpy gets a good ending here. I believe this is going to be a pretty low time here. 0.3, definitely so. That is very nice time as well, given the world record is 1.138, so only 0.17 away from the world record.
This risky fin gets riskier the more you are trying to shave time off at the end. The further right you go looking for the shortest path, does get a little bit scary about just squeezing the car into that corner. And as we get towards the later stages of this tournament, you see players kind of drifting further and further to the right. And Greedy, I am just waiting. I feel like it is a matter of time before we see someone misjudge it and send their car into the finish rather than through the finish.
Well, yesterday we did see some people actually fumble it. They were trying to go for the full inside and didn't make the finish. So it is very easy to do. But it actually gains you a good amount of time if you manage to pull it out as well. So it is sometimes worth the risk, especially when you have close rounds like here at the moment. Everybody's neck and neck. Even Oddass is getting into the mix. Nixotica has the better lead, but these last three here could go on to the very end. Oh, but Oddass doesn't make it. Rookie's going for it, but the gaps are too far in between, so they come in single file, but still a great race till the very end. Only the final turns really separating them all.
That's how you shake the Comptool demons off your back. Round like that, he's not going to be showing his face around here for a while, I'll tell you what, Greedy.
Yeah, that's true, but he still haunts, you know, it's in the back of our head.
The narrative.
It's literally the boogeyman in the closet at the moment, you know, waiting to just be like, oh, here we go, this is a perfect opportunity.
It's Chekhov's Comptool. If you show it in the lower bracket at some point, it will have to make an appearance in the upper bracket.
Yep, I'm looking forward to that to happen, and I'm sure that everybody's going to be very joyous when that happens. Depends on who you ask, of course, but regardless of that, we have again, Nixotica is now on 100 points, so and a very good round as well. He's taking a really solid lead, going again for a very low jump, really not pulling any punches even when he's so far ahead.
Yeah, champion Oddass there, wheel to wheel, going through this final corner. Now this, you gotta stay right, you gotta look for it. Jampy took a little bit wide, he's gonna full crash. Oddass will be through in second, and it is Rookie who takes third. Jampy was risking, was trying to find the line that gave him the best angle to the right. Just overcooked it a little bit, ends up in a wall, ends up only picking up 3 points. I think we're starting to settle into what might be our final finishing positions, Creedy. They can battle it out for third and fourth, but it is a tall order for Rookie and Oddass to make the comeback from here.
Yeah, it's looking to be a set case as well. I mean, Jumpy will take it. Of course, he can still deny Nixotica and make it a bit more fun for him as well, you know. Put a bit of frustration in him before we get into the next rounds as well. But for the time being, it's looking rather nice for everything involved. No real gaps made here. Jumpy is in the lead, and everybody's looking nice and comfortable together. Basically a tenth only separating the 4 here as they go into the quarter pipe section. That is where the bigger difference comes in. So we'll have to see who gets the lowest. Jumpy and Nixotica sets up for that low jump, but Jumpy has a good one. Everybody technically has one. So again, a good round towards the end. Nothing to separate. Jumpy's this one time in the lead and looking to get the 10 point. Nixotica has a bit of a bump there as well. Maybe somebody that overtakes, goes for the lines, and it's a close one again. But Nixotica holds on to third, but it's only 50 thousandths of a seconds separating the 3.
That was nuts. That was crazy at the finish line. Nobody really pushed too hard to the right there. They were kind of sniffing that direction, but nobody really tried to overcook it. I think recognizing that maybe just pick up the points, and we'll see where the chips land. We head to Karayan, and this could, honestly, at this point, Creedy, be it. We could finish up here.
That is definitely true. If you, of course, with easy maths, even by just you could say by the averages that Nixotica and Jumpy have been doing throughout the entire match, they should get into finalists, both of them on this track even. Whether they will be able to close it out on this track, well, that is up to them to decide whether they want to have one more go at another track. But ideally, I think expectation is that they should be closing both of them out. It is very likely to do so. Even in the case, let's say Jumpy gets first 2 times in a row and Nixotica is second 2 times in a row, it leads to double finals, then they still have 2 more rounds to try the both times, so they can go single file. So definitely possible. Depends how nice they are to each other.
Yeah. Probably not very, if I had to guess. They don't need to be. But we'll wait and see. Warm-up coming to an end. We head to a Mephisto map to potentially close out our lower bracket quarterfinal and move us 1 step closer to that grand final. And it is looking like the lower bracket run continues for Jampy. He has been called, among other things, by Twitch chat, a lower bracket merchant. And he's kind of proven that here in our quarterfinal.
That is... Well, that is interesting as well. But I also reminded as well by somebody who said Jumpy saying Rookie clip Pog. Rookie had a very unfortunate moment on this track from the South American Cup. I know we keep bringing it up every time. We brought it up yesterday, and I'm bringing it up today as well. But it was the moment where Rookie could have won and gotten through, but it ended up costing him the tournament, basically, and getting into the grand final, if I remember so rightly. So my memory is hazy, but at the moment, Oddass is so out of this round, he decides, you know what? I'm out, I'm DNFing, and so is Rookie out of this round as well. So it leaves Jumpy and Nixotica to decide who will be going. Like I said, Jumpy, if he gets first, well, if he does get first, he does get first indeed. Everything's
They're
fine.
so polite. They're so kind to each other. Now, maybe a little bit too polite. Rookie has gotten back into the mix and is looking to snipe away second place. Now, Nixotica says, hang on. No. We're not being that nice here, buddy. We are not being that kind. We're still locking in a first and second place. And the Uruguayan will have to look on from the outside. He's out in the cold.
Yeah, almost, but not quite. So now Jumpy needs to get first position again, and then Nixotica and Jumpy can both share 1 shot, 1 opportunity for that finalist position on this track already. So, you know, very nice as well. Jumpy decides, you know what, Nixotica,
just needs
I'm gonna
to finish.
let you just get it. You know, you can just do it already. Then I have 2 shots at getting into with the finalist mode. Stonks. You know, that stonks is what it's. So cage business is what it is.
Feeling okay about it, and well, I mean, Nixotica, I was going to say feeling maybe okay about just locking it in here, but Oddass is making a push, doesn't want this match to end just yet, and that is a clean line through the grass. Has gained back, straightening up a little bit quicker than Nixotica as well. It looked like, but eyes can deceive you sometimes. They're lying little bastards. Nixotica is going to just slide on out of the track and slide on out of any chance to wrap things up in finalist mode this time around. Going to DNF the round. Oddass will pick up 10, and these are good points being hauled in for Oddass and for Rookie.
Yeah, but Jumpy... Oh, Jumpy got the other reactor.
Well, it's a silly round. We shan't speak of it any longer.
Yeah, but hey, it didn't matter whatever position Jumpy got into anyway. So even when people say Nixotica can DNF in this round if it goes wrong, because no matter what would have happened, Jumpy would have been finalist anyway. So now we'll see, can they do it? There's 2 more rounds on this track. Can those 2 finalists actually close it out in those 2 rounds? Oddass decides, you know what, clipped at the start, I'm done. Good luck, Rookie.
Enjoy it. Fend them off for as long as you can. Now, look, if Rookie wins the next 4 rounds to keep denying these finalists from getting through, that would also be Rookie on finalist mode. Might not be over yet, but if we're being totally honest with ourselves, I get the feeling that one of Champion Nixotica is the most likely to win this round and potentially wrap things up, book themselves that lower bracket semi-final berth. As all 3 of these cars are definitely in the running for this race, 20 thousandths separating them at the last checkpoint, but it is Nixotica once again through that section of the track who looks a little bit cleaner, looking to avoid the crash and maybe oversafed it a little bit. So far on the inside that he's put himself out of the round once again. It is Jampy cruising through. It is Jampy with 1 more reactor left to go and a gap of 2/10 to play with.
And revenge is best served hot and already. Jumpy beats Nixotica and gets to the next round first, and now puts Nixotica, well, in a position, I would say, in many cases would be a precarious situation, being the 1 finalist left over, but he has a cushion of 34 points. And even if it doesn't happen here, the next track probably might just seal the deal, because yeah, Rookie and Oddass have sort of already accepted the fact that this is not happening. Rookie already clipped. Oddass still is trying, I'll give him that, but he's sort of now in a mentality, if I clip, DNF. If I am not in first position, DNF. Basically is the situation, which in a way, you know, puts, you know, a bit of more pressure on him, and it seems to be working. You know, he's in the lead, and Nixotica is almost half a second behind. So we'll have to wait and see with that one. I see that my co-commentator has suddenly disappeared from Discord as well. So I'm on my own as well. So looking good here. So not only is the tournament having troubles, apparently Nua's internet is also having a great time at the moment.
Hello?
Or Discord just decided to crash. Hello,
I think
Nua,
Discord may have collapsed. It's very unclear who could hear us.
Yep, well, I just noticed for a brief second glancing at the other screen that you just disappeared. But Oddass does get first, Rookie second, and yeah, Nixotica DNF'd again.
I could still see the game fine, which is very strange. I don't know what's going on. Listen, we're back in it now, and it's great timing.
Yep, perfect timing as we switch the maps as well.
Yeah,
it's proving to be a really interesting tournament, that's for sure.
That is one way of putting it, for sure. As it is Nixotica, still on finalists, but like, look, Rookie and Oddass, they're not that far behind Greedy.
Yeah, but we are on garlic bread, and as far as I remember, Nixotica and Jumpy did a pretty clean job of Rookie and Oddass on this track, so they have to pull in on absolutely some big gamer point pants to deny Nixotica for 3 to 4 rounds in a row, because Rookie needs to deny him 3 rounds in a row just to get the finalist mode. So,
yeah,
you know, we would need the entire track just to avoid Nixotica getting that position.
It's gonna be tough. Look, let's not beat around the bush here. It's going to be very difficult to deny Nixotica from locking in this finalist mode. I mean, the writing was on the wall relatively early in this match, with Nixotica and Jampy starting to pull away very, very quickly, very early on. It became a 2-horse race pretty fast. In fact, 2 2-horse races. The issue being that there's only prizes for the top 2 spots here. That prize being that they get to move on to the lower bracket semi-final. And I don't think Nixotica wants to be parted from his reward. He's done the work. He just needs to collect the reward. Might happen here on Garlic Bread.
Yeah, well, Garlic Bread does sound quite nice at the moment. Whether Nixotica is going to get a good piece of it, we'll have to see, because Oddass immediately clips the start. Classic DNF insta-done, and it is all up to Rookie, basically. So, basically, the victory now is in Nixotica's hands. If he wants it, he's definitely able to take it now. He has almost, I believe at this point now, 3/10 are there. So, unless bar some phenomenal mishaps by him, he should be able to close it out here. But, you know, in moments of glory and in the moments of the most calmest rounds, sometimes just things do not go well in your brain, and you do some of the most interesting mistakes you've ever done in your life.
It'd be funny if he crashed from this position, because this should be a wash, and it should be Nixotica moving on alongside Jampy into the lower bracket semi-final. Drawing out my words as Nixotica rounds the final corner. There you go. Academic in the end, as Nixotica will be the second place player. A solid time, completely unnecessary. He will move on.
Yep, 57.6, a very good time, all things considered as well. I do not know if we have any facilities to check on what the first match has been up to as well. If there's been any updates in that regard. I'm gonna do something hilarious and see if that works. No, I was trying to see if the admins were lazy and put the same password on both of the rooms, but no. But unfortunately,
just leak the password there on stream as well. Why don't you, Creedy?
Well, funnily enough, I'm not the producer guy, am I now, Noah?
No, that's true. I did leak the password for Mini RPG of the Week, and I appreciate that nobody attempted to jump on into the server at the time, so that was cool.
We're all a nice community here, you know. Well, we don't... Yeah, but we are already getting some quick information about the other match, because it does seem to be, if the producer in our ears is giving us the password, it means that the match is still underway, and when I join in... It is underway, but there is one round for one person to get through here, and it is Stokeine, who's trying to actually secure finalist mode, and it's a bit of a surprise. I was actually wondering that Random would be the one to go through, but it's actually Stokeine who's been absolutely phenomenal today.
Yeah, Stokeine looking good to send Canada through again. A lot of Canadians represented in the top half of the North American tables, and hey, fair enough, you know.
Well, one of them is Lingo, and he's waiting up there. It would be nice to have one other, because I believe then it would mean that if all things are considered, we will have, well, we do have a majority Americans at the moment, with Neal, Nixotica, and Jumpy at the moment. But that can change, of course, throughout the tournament. But it seems that Stokeine, of course, has to now close this finalist mode as well. And I don't know what has happened to Random. I was expecting him to be the one to be in finalist mode, but maybe it hasn't gone to his preference, or just Stokeine has been driving absolutely out of his mind. But Natz is the one driving out of his mind to deny him for a second time in a row at the moment.
Yeah, and that's looking quick right now here on Garlic Bread. It's a very easy transition in for us as viewers as we leave Garlic Bread behind, only to rejoin Garlic Bread on the other side. And Stokeine is chasing down Natz. I think there's not enough room left on the track. Natz, no! What have you done?
No way you do that in the ending. You don't need to go for that. Oh, God. And that's now on stream as well. And everybody in the South American community is going to clip that, show him for the rest of his life, and he's going to have nightmares after that. Yeah. That's one way to do it, I guess. Honestly, this could have been avoided if Sully just put the finish the other way around. Not the pole is on the right side, but on the left side. Just saying.
That's right, Sully. We know that you're in chat. Look at it. Look upon the works that you have wrought and weep.
Yeah, the works of your labor in agony, and that's now having the worst nightmares of all time. Oh, hey, unfortunate.
Creedy, you know what that means?
We're
in
gonna go into a break
unceremonious,
soon.
in undignified fashion. You are absolutely right. The quarterfinals have ended in the lower bracket here. We are getting ready for the lower bracket semifinals. It'll be Noiszia, it'll be Stokeine, it'll be Nixotica, and it will be Jampy battling it out for the right to battle against the two players dropping down from the upper bracket final. Still plenty more to go here in the Pan American Trackmania Championships. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll head to a break. We'll see you after it. And Trackmania will probably continue to happen if that's what we're calling this. See you soon.
Welcome once again. A short break here because everything is now working without a doubt, for real, 100%.
Stop caster cursing
not
the tournament,
lying
Creedy.
anybody.
We
I
keep
don't-
it in game.
I cannot caster curse the competition tool. My limit of my power only comes to when I try to compliment people and then they die. But everything should be working. I am confident. I believe in Nadio. I believe in the admins. I believe in the competition tool. I believe in Trackmania. And I believe we're going to have an absolute worldie of a match on our hands.
Randomize is calling you out in chat there as well. You're going to break it again, Creedy. At least we've got some players in lobby. We are moving quickly through our lower bracket at this point, and it should be, I'm going to say, a banger of a match. And I don't think it's possible to cast a curse that, because we saw last match, it was very close in the quarterfinal that we watched between Jampy and Nixotica. Over in the other quarterfinal, it was pretty close between Noiszia and Stokeine, it looked like, as well. So between that should mean that all four players are close.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I can already see, I mean, in chat as well. And I did forget to say, I did say I believe in admins, you know. I see Randomize saying he doesn't believe in himself, but Randomize, I believe in you. In that, what matters at the end of the day, you know. It's, bros are there for this others, homies are there to support each other, you know, and I believe you can do it randomized. If anything,
Yeah.
if the competition tool doesn't work out, you know, we have a nice comfy spot either for me or Noah to give you as well, so you can at least cast, you know, and maybe not worry about the competition tool.
Yeah. Look, randomize. If you can't believe in yourself, believe in the Creedy that I believe in. You know, that believes in you. And listen, I think I missed a step in there. Honestly, it's like 9 p.m. We're getting through it, and as long as I can call the Trackmania, we're happy and we're enjoying ourselves. It's gonna be a great match. I'm looking forward to this. Who are you feeling? I mean, look, you said in the 2 quarterfinals, maybe a clear kind of result in terms of who you were expecting to go through, and I'll be honest, Creedy, that didn't work out.
Well, it worked out in the first
Well,
match
you got
that
the
we actually casted, you know. The other one where
Yeah.
I didn't see any sort of details of what happened, or maybe something
Well,
went wrong,
now
KO
remind
votes
me, because
happened.
you're claiming some glory here, Creedy, for the match that we cast. But if I'm correct, I think you said Nixotica clear favorite in our quarterfinal.
I said that Nixotica on paper should be the clear favorite, but Jumpy is looking to get revenge, and I was hoping that would happen.
Well,
that's my story of the end. You're not gonna squeeze anything more out
you're
of me.
sticking to it, yeah.
I'm sticking to it. If you want anything, you can talk to my lawyer.
There's players getting points in server, but it does still say pre-match warm-up.
Don't worry about it. We just restart the match, and it's fine.
Okay. As long as people can still see our faces, and that's the important thing. That means that nothing exciting is happening. Don't listen to me. Listen to Creedy.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm saying all as well, like Neal said, greedy for president. I'm running for the next election as well. Definitely not fake news whatsoever. And I believe that all of us, our Trackmania community, can come together for a joyous cause that one day competition tool will work. And I'm gonna make it happen. How?
I've heard...
No clue. But because I'm a politician, you will believe me when I say so.
I've heard there's 41 people in Kentucky who will vote for you, so...
True. At least I got Kentucky on my side. I got the county of Kentucky because they hate Noah already, so they have to like me.
Yeah, that's only fair. I don't know what I did to make enemies. Listen, I'm an innocent in all of this. I'm just caught in the crossfire. Kentucky versus Kentucky, and I've been an innocent victim.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see. Also, Rookie, thank you for being in the tournament as well. You gave it a good shot. I know it's pretty late for you as well. Or at least you're looking to already go to take a nap, you know, barely slept apparently in his chat as well. So maybe it didn't help him in the match as well, but well deserved. I know it's 5 p.m., but all is good. But I see Yakosta in the chat as well. Funnily enough, my name is actually a wordplay on the word greedy. You know, funnily, surprisingly, I did think about it as well. Because the pronunciation is very similar, but it looks very different, but you pronunciate it very similarly. It's greedy, you know, it's very similar in that regard, and that's why I chose the name as well, because I am actually, when I play the game, I am very greedy. I like to go for full risk, and I don't know anything else, because if I go for safe lines, what's the point in anyway? You know, you're going for full risk, or you don't win anyway.
Yo, that's deep. I do love that as you were pronouncing the two of them there to prove the difference, all that Yek was going to be able to see was greedy anyway. And greedy.
Yep, true. That is indeed
Oh, well,
true.
hey, we can't talk about that anymore. We've got a lower bracket semi-final kicking off. 2 of these players stay alive. We will be down to just 6 players remaining after this match. In this round, we're already down to just 3 as Stokeine full crashes to start. Noiszia has not full crash, but he has lost a lot of speed. It's Nixotica versus Jampy. Quarterfinal 2 stays winning.
That is going to be interesting. Now, Noiszia is one of those people that I was looking to contend for the grand final spots, but I did say, you know, what did I say from the beginning of the tournament? That keep an eye on Jumpy from that lower bracket running as well, and he's definitely proven to be the case. And immediately I compliment, and he touches the wall. What a classic way to go out. What am I supposed to do at this point? Nixotica is in first position, Noiszia is second, and we'll see if Noiszia is able to put up the task that he's looking to go, because he would be nice to have another South American contesting for the grand final. But Noiszia, Jumpy, and Nixotica are more than welcome to do so, and I believe Stokeine has had a very good day as well, so he's definitely eyeing those positions equally as much.
Yeah, and that was a first round, if I've ever seen one. Touches from most of the competitors in that round. 54-7, though, from Nixotica. Still not a terrible time, honestly. About 6/10 off world record, and in a round that looked, you know, eye test as sloppy as that one did. The fact that you still had a couple of cars up contesting at that kind of pace means that this is about to get very quick, very quickly.
Yeah, this is gonna be, and I believe Emerald is probably the closest track on the tournament as well. It's very easy to keep within touching distance, and the quarter pipe can allow you to easily gain to the others as well in that regard. And looking rather good, and I see a corner of my eye that you know, Mods also doing some bit of work as well. Good job, Mods, changing the title. Very nice, but Noiszia is on the job of getting those 10 pointers on the board. What a low jump by Nixotica. That was almost big, so perfect. But is it enough to take first position?
It might just about be. It's going to come down to the finish line. Nixotica chasing down Noiszia. It's a little bit more speed for Nixotica. He's gone right. And he got to within 15 thousandths, but he did not get the nose in front. I said it was going to get quicker, Creedy. It's also getting closer. That was a very tight round.
Yeah, Nixotica went for the speed, and there it is! The 16-16-7-7. Oh,
no!
So beautiful.
Oh, I'm gonna have to leave.
I mean, it's only for one round. Don't worry about it.
I can't believe you knew that I was beefing with the number 7, and you still brought it up like that. It's like you hate me.
But it's so. Look at how pretty it looks. You know, it's so nice. And on the top bar, it's also sandwiched. It's a 16-7 sandwich.
I can't support this. Hey, Stokeine is a little ways back from the top 3 at the moment. It's Jampy, who's doing Jampy things, managing to pull out a lead if he doesn't crash at the start. This time around, though, the dogs are hot on his heels, and they are baying for blood as Noiszia chasing down. Nixotica is so good on these quarter pipes, lands so low, and this final flick around the corner as well. We've seen Nixotica get a lot of speed. This time around, not so much, but Noiszia has managed to overtake for the lead. Round the final corner we go. It'll come down to the finish line as well. How far does Jampy go? Right, not far enough. It's Noiszia with another 10 points.
He's keeping it very clean. Of course, the most interesting part is as well that if we look at the PBs on this track, of course, Noiszia, Nixotica, and Jumpy are separated by 40 thousandths of a second between the 3 in the PBs. It's a very close track as well, and they are both, if my memory serves me correct, they're basically in the top 5 as well. I'm going from the top of my head because I know that Charles holds the world record, and I don't believe anybody, apart from Neal maybe, might be squeezing there in between.
Yeah, no, unfortunately Manox is also snuck in there as well for 3rd place. Manox. So Jampy has been pushed out of the top 4 to the top 5. Not in this match, though. He's still in the top 4 in this match, so that's nice for him at least. Unfortunately, it's a 3rd place at the moment, and it will be the top 2 going through. Jampy looking to get some points on the board. A win in this round would be huge, but this final section of the track, Noiszia and Nixotica just seem to have it down. And that sure seems to be the case again, as once again on the quarter pipe in the following flick, Noiszia moves through into 1st place. Jampy holds 2nd. Nixotica and Stokeine battling it out wheel to wheel just behind them. To the finish line we go! The snipe from Jampy by 4 thousandths of a second as Stokeine holds on for 3rd.
Yeah, this is where the money is at. This is the track that produces some of the most craziest rounds. 4 rounds and all of them came down to the wire. Emerald is probably one of those tracks that everybody loves to drive, but it can be a very easy difference if you get 10 points or 3 points, because everybody's just absolutely on fire on the track, and that was a very good pleasure. But now we go from one of the shorter tracks in the campaign to one of the longer ones. A bioreactor is on the board, and this has seen some interesting stuff, and now we get to test something very fancy. Has the competition tool actually been fixed? A good stress test to see if everything's running smoothly. But of course, we gotta keep in mind these players are a very high caliber, so they might not even trigger that possibility even. But we'll see how things go.
The issues with Comp Tool have actually just been a skill issue all evening long. So, hey, maybe we'll start to
basically has been saying that.
Yeah, well, look, we won't be too mean to the players. They're all significantly better than I would do in any competition like this. And so I can't be too harsh on them. But with that said, I'll still be a little bit harsh if they crash out of this round. Luckily, none of them have done so early on. And it is 4 cars driving through these first couple of checkpoints, all within a couple of tenths. There goes our first one. It is Jampy into the wall. And it is Nixotica and Stokeine who benefit.
Yeah, they are benefiting quite well from it, and Jumpy's the one that would love to keep in touching distance, so the last place here would be pretty detrimental. Of course, early beginnings, but you really don't want to fall off very early. But Stokeine is the one that is having a great round at the moment, still keeping himself alive. That sausage has a lot more grip than some people might lead you to believe, but Nixotica usually gains a lot of time here. He full sends it, and you can see the difference. The lines he takes, a bit more speed, but I think he took a bit more penalty there, and Stokeine goes wide. Everybody goes too wide, and he owns out the front end there. Stokeine was sent a bit too wide with the reactor, and Nixotica went a bit tighter, and that's the difference there. But that's the difference between 10 and 6 points, just like that.
Yeah, by half a wheel, Nixotica holds on there, and 10 points are big. That's feeling good. Noiszia was starting to pull away a little bit there at the end of Emerald, but will not last long. Nixotica back within 3 points, and the field is still close together. I think Stokeine 16 points behind the leader. You're starting to maybe get a little bit nervous. The hands are maybe a little bit sweatier at this point than when you kicked off on this match. And there is one touch at the start there. It's Jampy again. It's been the curse all day long, hasn't it, Greedy? It's if he gets out to a start without touching near the beginning, manages to have a great round an awful lot, and really seems to be one of the pace setters in every match we've seen. There have just been a few too many of those touches at the start.
Yeah, it's definitely a man that struggles on the start, but definitely works wonders when he does get going. So clearly wants to have his own little, niche in the competition to work with. Not the best niche to have, because he has to watch everybody just cruisily get in front. But Noiszia is the one on very good pace here. Even Nixotica is struggling to keep up with him. And with that segment there, yeah, that's where he runs a bit into trouble if he does get sent here. But he goes full inside there, but that's not going to be enough. Trying to full send it there, but still, Noiszia first, Stokeine still holds on to second position, so he's gradually getting some points on the board, and Nixotica gets third in that round, so that works wonders for Jampy. Somewhat to keep it within touching distance of Nixotica, but Jampy really needs to, those 10 pointers now are looking to be ever so more tempting for him, as long as he, as you said, gets through the start.
And I mean, Bioreactor has been Nixotica's stomping ground today, arguably since the map kind of came out, currently holding the world record, and it really does come down to that end. I think everyone else, as Noiszia touches a wall and goes flying back out of sight, the end, I think the other players were a little bit fortunate that Nixotica ended up in a flag the last time around, because on that dirt rally, Nixotica's line, the transition through to that final corner, are just so clean. It's genuinely, I think, unmatched by anyone else we've seen in the tournament so far. Stokeine, I think that wheel was in the wall. We need a VAR.
Don't worry about it. Those walls look deceivably much more wider than they seem, and a pixel there jumping the wall only allows for Nixotica to go into first position, and all of a sudden we have a similar sight. Stokeine in second position. Name a more iconic duo on Bioreactor at the moment, because that's the only thing he's getting at the moment. It's 3 times in a row in second position, but this time Nixotica is the one to take the first position, and Jumpy's woes on this track have led him to be, I believe, 4th every single round, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, been pretty rough for Jampy on this match, and the tragedy of it really is that you've seen the pace there. Jampy has crashed out of a winning position twice with Nixotica at the end of this track. Could he have held onto it in every single one of those rounds? Maybe not, but you don't want to be crashing out of 2 firsts in 3 rounds.
Yeah, and it was the case that in the previous round, then Jumpy got the better of Nixotica, but in this round, he who laughs alas does laugh better, and at the moment it is Nixotica having a great time, and Jumpy is absolutely in the mud on this track and wants to probably forget this and get out of this track as soon as possible, because it's not going well. So, but what is going well so far is possibly Stokeine getting something other than second position, because he's fully sending it, and it's a good gap at the moment.
Yeah, 3.5 tenths at the moment. Go on, Stokeine. Get a first place. Do it for the boys. Nixotica full crash behind as well. Stokeine's just clean, just safe. He just needs to stay in front and not put it into the hole on this final corner, because there is a large amount of empty air behind him. He got close to the pole, but will finish in first place. Nixotica DNF'd.
Yep. Either then either it was a fat finger on the double respawn or a respawn and a half, or he genuinely DNF'd. I would presume that he just fat fingered the reset button, which can happen to the best of us. Let's put it that, you know, that was what happened. Even those 3 points are worth the money. And if it happens to be that he's 3 points short of finalist mode at the end of this match, well, we know where they are. They were left on bioreactor.
Yeah, it would be funny. I mean, kind of dark comedy, but we'll see. I mean, might not need the 3 points the way the match is shaping up at the moment. Nixotica is looking okay, but the gap is 5. It could be 8. We'll see. We'll see. It's golden hour. I love it. We're looking forward to it here. It's always a good time.
Yeah, it's a good time, and honestly, just quietly, Stokeine, even with those, you know, second position, he's been crawling up the leaderboard as well. You know, he's right in the mix with Nixotica and Jumpy as well. Noiszia has sort of, you know, taken a bit of a front end lead here, but, you know, actually Stokeine has been doing relatively well, just consistently. He hasn't been last almost any of the rounds. He's just been getting points on the board, second position there, first there, you know, just casually doing his own thing. Everybody's having their mare and he's just climbing the board. But on golden hour, you know, you might have to climb a bit more than that, but everybody's neck and neck going into this section and nothing to separate them as they go into the second half of the track.
Yeah, 4 cars within a 10th. It is Noiszia who technically has the lead, but expect that to change at a moment's notice, and it will. Noiszia will drop back, push too hard, hits the outside dirt. Stokeine nearly drops a wheel off the inside there. Into the water we go. Jumpy, a little bit less speed, but he has held on to the lead, and the exit looks clean as well. Noiszia has dropped back. Nixotica has crashed as well. Do not crash this finish line. Jumpy, followed by Stokeine, and that will be the 10 points. Jumpy finally gets a good round on the board.
Yeah, Noiszia and Nixotica, I believe, did this mistake at the same exact spot as well, as they were molded together in the car, so it was pretty hard to see who actually crashed for a moment there. But you can see those points. You know, Jumpy, if he gets a fair few first positions now going, these point totals are bunching up together, and Nixotica touches again on the wall. So from bioreactor success, not going so good on golden hour, and it keeps on getting worse and worse. And hopefully that doesn't really affect him too much. Hopefully not an accidental DNF. He does need those points, you know. Those are not just there for show, you know. These do accumulate. And we'll have to keep in mind, if he ends up on 117 and Jumpy ends up in that pole, a lot of these points can go all different kinds of ways.
That was a pretty horrific crash. That car went sideways in an instant. Jumpy will find himself in 4th place, even behind Nixotica, who's now on track for 4 points. The battle up front is much more interesting, though. Stokeine on the back wheels of Noiszia as we round this dirt turn, as we head into our right-hander and then to the finish line. Can Stokeine manage to find a snipe? He goes wide on the exit. It's a little bit slower, and it will allow Noiszia to hold on for 1st place. A 57.4 is pretty quick. These players, they're fast when they get through a clean round.
We are getting, we're keeping it very steady with the 57.4s on the board when they get it as well. Of course, the world record, as you rightly said, is by Noiszia. It is a sub 57. That is, of course, the absolute money, you could say, the golden time on this track, if you can really punch that out, but you have to full send it, and that's even, it's basically anything with these world records, you have to push to the very limits of what these tracks offer, and that is not easy to do, especially in rounds where you want to be more consistent and not be in the wall as Noiszia was. Not the most biggest mistake in the world, but it does cost him almost half a second.
Yeah, it's not great. It's not ideal. Noiszia was starting to really put a bit of a distance on his rivals here in the match, but this will be shaken up after a round where 10 points are up to grab for either of the other 3 players. Any of them except Nixotica at this point, as a touch does mean Nixotica drops away. It is Jumpy and Stokeine. They are inside each other going through the water. It's scary. The water's deep. Hold hands through and around these final corners together. Stokeine has pulled out a little bit of a gap as Jumpy looks to snipe. Jumpy has speed. Jumpy has the line. And Jumpy will hold on for the round win with a 57.3.
Yeah, Stokeine went for that extra tap on the brake there, and that cost him that as well. You know, Jumpy full sent it, went for the full Hail Mary, and that worked out. Stokeine wanted to be sure that he was gonna make it nicely there, went for that extra tap on the brake, and that cost him the 10-pointer and puts all of the three in a pretty close contention. Stokeine on 60, Jumpy on 59, and Nixotica on 58, and Noiszia in a bit of a no-man land situation. And Nixotica wishes this golden hour would be over already.
Yeah. Golden Hour, 2 players with an N at the start of their name, and Golden Hour hates them. They've straight up not been having a good time over the last few rounds. And Nixotica will DNF. Keep tally. That is 6 points gone at the moment. That's not ideal, and those do definitely start to mount up pretty quickly as well. This is close though, between the top 3. Jumpy sits in 3rd. He'll be a long way back in 3rd after a slide out underwater. Noiszia looking for a way past Stokeine, but a little bit of a slippage on the dirt there. I mean, Stokeine starts to extend that gap into the final corner. He won't know that. Still needs to safe this finish. Well, I say safe. He needs to hit it, and he will get through.
Yeah, but these are, you know, I feel like Nixotica is sort of living slightly in his own head at the moment. You know, I can understand that as well, because you are not performing as you should be, and it's getting frustrating. But you definitely should be just trying to keep your health down, you know. Even those points that you're just giving away at the moment, those 6 points, you know, at least you're getting points, you know. There's some kind of progress. The points keep getting up. You're not going even further behind. And if he had those 6 points, he would be ahead of Jumpy at the moment. He would be on 64, and he would be in 3rd position, you know. The mentality could be slightly different. But I can understand the frustrations are kind of proving to him. And I think even a lot of people can understand at the moment that, yeah, Nixotica is not going as well as you would have seen in the previous rounds and the previous tournaments. So he's definitely put up against the wall, but you know, where pressure is put down, that's where diamonds are being made. So not over for Nixotica by a long shot, because we got a long lot of rounds to still play for.
As my brother likes to point out, diamonds are made under pressure, but so is coal. And you know, sometimes you will see something less pretty emerge from a high pressure situation, and we have to see, can Nixotica bounce back at this point, because I think we're at a point where maybe a little bit of bounce back is required. 2 DNF, 6 points gone a begging. One more and you're already basically at a full round win worth of points that you're missing, and that can matter, especially come the end of the match as players scramble to get to finalist mode, scramble to lock in one of those 2 spots for the semi-final.
Yeah, and everybody's trying to get those points on the board, as Jumpy is chucked a bit wider because of his drift, so it leaves Stokeine and Noiszia up in front at the moment. Good lines, Nixotica fully sending, and he has the most amount of speed out of all of those 3, but this section has been proven to be scripted, but this time that risk does pay off, and he finds himself in 1st position. So very good round by everybody involved. Everybody's pushing it, and it's more so Noiszia and Nixotica trying to go for that 1st position. Will this matter here? Ooh, Noiszia gets a bit of a clip, but it's still keeping him alive somehow. But Nixotica will have the better line to the finish, and that's going to be a great race there all the way to the very end. And Nixotica gets the better end of it, and a good shot at the dart.
One pair separated by 44 thousandths and the other pair separated by 36 thousandths for 3rd and 4th place. They are fighting for every point out there. Jumpy wanted that 3rd place badly, and he managed to hold on to it. Slightly slower off the start line this time around than the 3 competitors, but it is still very close. There's a lot of map to play here in Cryon, and as we see, those reactors at the end do allow for a little bit of jostling, get the elbows out for position.
Yeah, it's a lot of time to spend on this track, so the tussling happens quite for a significant amount of time. It is the longest track in the pool, so the players have plenty of time to mellow and tussle for those gaps. But at the moment, again, Nixotica is in the lead, but Jumpy this time is pressuring him. Nixotica goes for that inside line, but it works so well. It's not the fastest line, but it still holds pretty equal if you're willing to send it clean. But no, he's just going for, but Jumpy hits the corner twice and has to give away all of those positions. So Nixotica and Noiszia go for round 2, Electric Boogaloo. Nixotica gets the clip this time, but is he able to hold out? But no, Noiszia has the lead this time. Oh, but Nixotica sends it full. Oh, he went for the absolute risk, but it didn't pay off, and he DNFs again. That's now 9 points.
I'm gonna call Greedy. I'm gonna call that a 6-point loss. That was Nixotica throwing something he absolutely did not need to try and snipe away first place. He could have settled for the 6 points there and been happy. I'm fully calling that 12 points gone at the moment.
Yeah, well, people can keep the tally on that on paper. Technically, it is 9 points, but yeah, it was a clean second position, but he went for the full Hail Mary, and that is rough, but sooner or later, that is gonna... I mean, he's still in contention. He's not far from champion Stokeine, even after losing, technically, 12 points. So,
he'd be on
yeah.
80. He'd be in second place.
Yeah, but I think that mentality would be so much different for him, but I'm talking from my own experience. I'm sure Nixotica knows himself a lot better than we all do, so... but he's in first position as well, so who are we to question this madman?
That's true.
He's the black sheep of this... We can now question his methods in this tournament, and he's completely not out of it at this round. And Noiszia might be getting... Well, I say that Jumpy's trying to contest it, but again, a bit too inside. He might have actually had it if he gotten that inside line, but he just hits the wall before it.
Drama is what's going on in this lower bracket semi-final. We're heading up to the upper bracket after this, and hey, if it delivers half as well as this has done so far, I'll be having a great time. Noiszia has broken 100 points, sitting on 105, only a couple of rounds away. He's kind of snuck up on that with all of the action in the middle of the field between the other 3 drivers. Noiszia looking to be pretty clean in closing things out here. And that will be Stokeine dropping a long way back. Full crash at the start of the map. Noiszia also did have a full crash at the start of the map. It's a 2-horse race. Jampy versus Nixotica.
Yeah, but those are the 2 people that need the points the most. Especially that man up in front at the moment. He really needs to get something going for him. But if Jumpy can get the 10-pointer here, that would work wonders, because I believe that if he gets the first position, he will actually overtake Stokeine as well if the positions stay as they are. But Nixotica is making it ever so more complicated for him at the moment. Looking good so far, but that has been a tall tale for Nixotica every single round. Can Jumpy maybe question that mentality there, but he now hits that corner, so he has to give away the position, but everybody's so far away that it doesn't make much of a difference, so everybody's coming in single file. So yeah, it's gonna be all there. Nixotica drives the fastest time in the rounds as well, so it's an absolute roller coaster ride, and Nixotica just loves chaos at this point.
Nixotica DNFs around out of second place and then drives within 2/10 of his PB 2 rounds later. Make it make sense, Creedy.
Well, to make it make sense, look at the scoreboard. It's working wonders. He's still in contention for second position. What are you on about?
I mean, honestly, incredible. Like, genuinely, the ability to pull yourself back and have a round like that after some rough rounds, after maybe getting in your own head a little bit, you know, that is speculation, but I think it's kind of borne out by what we've seen happen on the server over the last couple of maps. Very impressive from Nixotica to be still out there fighting and pulling off what is some very impressive driving.
I mean, yeah, and it's one of those cases you can technically say, yeah, he's playing with a handicap of minus 12 points. Basically, he got KO'd in one of the rounds, you could say as well. He's doing his best. He loved the KO mode so much that he wanted to replicate it in the match and have it like a minus 12 points immediately compared to everybody else.
Yeah, unsure why no one else DNF'd along with him after first place was already locked in, but it wasn't. And as it is, Nixotica maybe driving from a minor disadvantage, but just a couple good rounds puts him right back in contention. I think Noiszia still the player that we have to focus in on as we move to garlic bread here, because it is Noiszia who is closest to moving on into that lower bracket final. It is Noiszia who is way out in front at the moment.
Yeah, it's looking very nice, but Jumpy and Nixotica are contesting that sentiment right there. And I mean, Noiszia is in a comfortable position, but both of the Americans are on his heel at the moment. Argentina might be in the lead, but America wants a piece of that first position. Stokeine is giving us a good perspective of everybody at the moment, but they are pushing the limits here of the track, and this will come down who will get that donut here the best way. Both Americans get the full insight. This is going to come down who will get towards the better it is. Nixotica is the one to fumble, and Jumpy just gets in front by 0.006 of a second. What a way to go, but Nixotica again fumbles just before the finish line. It was such a good round, but he knew he needed to push it, but just a little bit too much.
By nothing. I mean, the smallest of margins making the difference between 10 points and 3 there for Nixotica, and you absolutely can't blame him for that one. Needed to push as there were cars behind. Noiszia has put the car into the wall to kick things off and needed a second place to get finalist mode. He's made this last 15-point climb about as difficult as I think he could have.
I mean, you know, at the end of the day, he knows that if he's fourth 2 times in a row, he's going to be finalist mode, you know.
Well,
let the other guys figure
They're
out
getting a
the
lot
rest
closer very quickly, though. That was a 30-point gap only a couple of rounds ago.
Now, as long as you do it on your first try, it doesn't really matter, does it now, you know? As long as
Good
you are in
point.
the top 2, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. But it is getting ever so closer, and it is again Nixotica, the one to give away in the moment. And it's Jumpy and Stokeine fighting for those points. These two are... Oh, but Stokeine also clips the inside, so Jumpy gets a bit of a free 10-pointer. And there it is. No Natz incident in the ending for Jumpy, so it gets it done. And a very nice time as well, 57.6. That is a solid rounds time, all things considered. It's only 0.25 away from the world record as well.
And Jumpy's just broken 100. I mean...
Yep.
Closing in on finalist mode himself, and Stokeine's 3 points behind, and Nixotica is exactly 12 points away from 100 points, and what an interesting number that is. But it's still all to play for. That's a full crash, and it is going to be Stokeine then out of the running for this round. 1.5 seconds down from the pack. 3 cars neck and neck, wheel to wheel through the gap as Noiszia is looking okay. It's Jumpy who makes the mistake.
Yeah, Jumpy had to go very much wider. His line there sent him much wider than he expected, so he has to give away a lot of space here as well, and including his own pace as well. But for the time being, Nixotica in the lead. He would love to get those 10 pointers on the board, going from the very edge. You know, even in this situation, he does not pull any less strings. And what a great run! I feel like he's on a very good pace here. Oh my goodness! And Noiszia is coming in, but not quite. Makes it interesting still for himself, but 10 points on the board still.
Oh, that was very close to the mistake that we saw in round 1 on the garlic bread here, where Nixotica put the car into the corner right before the finish line. This time around, got a very minor slowdown, but still managed to get the car across the line in front. 10 points for Nixotica. Noiszia on finalist mode. Everyone else over 100 with Nixotica 2 away.
Yeah, but I believe that Noiszia, at least, like I said before as well, Noiszia has stated quite openly that this is not a track that he enjoys to the fullest degree. So he's going to have a tough time closing finalist out at the moment. And it seems that Jumpy just decided to press B for boost because somehow he's just 2/10 ahead of everybody for merely no reason other than he's just fast. Well, Nixotica is trying to test that testament, and ooh, Jumpy had to let go. He was getting close to the ball, so he has to give away the position here at the moment. But look at but Jumpy goes to the edge as well. Jesus Christ, this track is just pure heart attack in a nutshell, to be honest.
It is. Jumpy has managed to fend off the aneurysm, though, and it is down to the finish line again.
No!
Not again! Not again! Nixotica's put it into the wall one more time. Jumpy takes 10. Noiszia will not lock out finalist mode, and Stokeine picks up 4. That is Jumpy, guaranteed finalist next round now.
Oh, that is a rough way to get it, and we're gonna go into a map switch of all things as well. You know, that could have been extra 7 points, and we're gonna go on to Emerald. What a track to decide whether you will be alive in the tournament in the lower bracket finals, or you're gonna be out of the tournament on one of the most competitive tracks in the tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, rev up your engines even more. This is gonna go down to the wire, and honestly, there could be a very high chance that Noiszia won't even finish his finalist in this map as well, and maybe some others as well, because anybody can deny anybody on this one.
Yeah, you said it the last time we were here in this match, but it bears repeating. The 3 drivers, Noiszia, Nixotica, and Jumpy, have PBs within half a 1/10 of each other. They are all within the top 6 of PBs in the world for times on this track, and it may well just come down to this one. It is going to be Jumpy guarantee finals, no matter what happens in this round. Noiszia is on finalists and just looking for that one all-important win, but Stokeine has been looking good as well, and right now is in the mix.
It's just nothing to separate these, and if these 10 pointers can go either way. Noiszia has been quite successful towards his endings here, so he's been definitely the one to look out for, but that is somehow he still survivable, even going over that ledge so much. But Jumpy has such a clean section there. Holy moly, the speed there, but he has to now succumb to the speed that he gets from there. Everybody's in the mix. Jumpy is out of it. Nixotica is the only one to deny Noiszia here at the moment, and I believe Nixotica has the better line with more speed. He could get the overtake here if he gets the better line, and he actually misses out. A thousandth of a second. Holy ending. GG there by Noiszia, but what a way for Nixotica to full send it.
Oh my god. By 1,000. He's earned it. All match long he has earned it, and in that moment he has earned it 10 times over. Noiszia on Emerald locks in finalist. Jumpy hits finalist mode as well, and Nixotica and Stokeine are both at least 2 rounds away from hitting it themselves. Jumpy just wants to get it done now. It was a mistake right at the end of the track last time that actually gave it away. Nixotica is much better on the quarter pipe though, and that is where our eyes will have to be if Nixotica doesn't lose too much speed here.
Yeah, but Jumpy has a lead again. His section here is very clean, but he doesn't go for that very low jump. He jumps very far, so it allows everybody to get a bit closer. But Jumpy is on an excellent round here, and bar some absolute travesty here, Jumpy could be closing out his finalist mode as well. He goes very wide, he makes the turn, and he does it as well with an amazing time as well with a 0.3. Noiszia and Jumpy move out of the lower bracket semis into the lower bracket finals, but Stokeine and Nixotica, we have to say farewell to them as well. But it seems that we're gonna play, and that should be it.
Casters. Yep. No, we're going back to casters. Don't worry. Nothing is happening on server anymore. And hey, congratulations. Yeah, Noiszia and Jumpy absolutely massive. They both move on to this lower bracket final. They will have a little bit of a gap now as we head on up to the upper bracket to figure out who's going to lose that, and therefore have to play against Noiszia and Jumpy, who frankly look kind of scary right now. I would not want to be dropping from an upper bracket to play them.
Yeah, but again, I will say, like, yeah, it's my heart goes out a bit to Nixotica as well. He had some really good performances, but it just didn't work out for him in the end. I'm still on the server just by pure fun of it as well, but seeing some pretty good shenanigans happening at the moment. But technically, they're still playing, but it doesn't make much of a difference for them anymore. They are out of the tournament. They're sort of playing to just close out their segment here and be done for the day. But still, Noiszia and Jumpy, I think very worthy contenders as well. And I'm happy that Jumpy, who has been in the lower bracket since round number 1, basically, is now up to the lower bracket finals. So honestly, a fair job to him. He's played probably the most Trackmania out of everybody involved.
Yep. Jumpy did literally drop as early as was possible from the upper bracket into the lower bracket. He's been here the whole time, and he is looking to go all the way to a grand final. It'll be a tough competition. We'll have to once again take on Noiszia. Did not manage to take him down in that match. That's one player you got to get past, and will be joined by 2 of Lingo, of Charles, ABadPCGamer, and Neal. They will be playing in the upper bracket final for a spot in the grand final, or to take on the titans of the lower bracket that we have been watching all evening long. Don't go anywhere, but we will be going for a quick break before we return with all of the action from the upper bracket.
Welcome back. We are here full of energy and we are gonna have a spectacular upper bracket final. The players who have been waiting for 3 hours just to play 2 matches today, and with possibly another break in between if they get top 2 today. Honestly, we have some heavy titans now going up. At least they have a second chance if it does go wrong upper bracket time. So we'll have to also see if Lingo keeps his upper bracket run alive. He still hasn't seen lower bracket, doesn't know the meaning of it still.
Yeah, look, I will say though, Creedy, some people might say we had to go and watch the upper bracket because, you know, of tournament scheduling and that's how it works. The real reason we're going to the upper bracket is because I'm feuding with Kentucky and I've decided they're not allowed to watch Jampy anymore. Hey, we're going to the upper bracket. Creedy, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a banger of a match. Neal, ABadPCGamer, Charles, and Lingo. It's just going to be so good. I mean, we've seen how high the quality is in the lower bracket already. We've seen how scary Jampy and Noises are waiting for the 2 players to drop out of this one. And, like, that's genuinely scary. I mean, you've made it to the upper bracket final, but there's not bad odds that if you drop out here that you do end up going outside the top 4.
I mean, at least, you know, like I said, if it goes really, really wrong in this upper bracket final, at least you have a shot. The problem is your shot is going to be against Noiszia and Jumpy, so still not an easy way to go about it as well. Of course, this grand final is a bit of a, ABadPCGamer, there is a bit of a joke going around at the moment, and I think it's a valid. I don't know, you probably don't know who this is. Do you know who Wally is by any chance?
Of course I know who Wally is. Like the little robot. He falls in love with Eva, and because he's a simp, he ends up saving the planet.
Close enough. But the other one is the Canadian Wally, who is prolifically known as to be a great diver. And everybody's making a joke that ABadPCGamer is Wally on his ult, basically.
Okay.
But Wally is a very exceptional player and has been for a very long time. Honestly, been a very good competitor against Carl Jr. as well. And it's been a long history from back in the day. It's like very much back in the days. We're talking some OG stuff here. So those of who know, but you know, a bit of a hint in that regard. But honestly, ABadPCGamer is a very pleasant surprise. Probably a lot of people didn't expect him to be in this grand final. Yet he's up against Neal, Lingo, and Charles. So honestly, all pressure off. He can just go wild here, to be honest.
Yeah. It's going to be exciting. And hey, we still do have South American representation in this upper bracket as well. Hailing from Colombia, Charles is that representation for us in this one. We're going to be kicking things off on Emerald one more time this weekend, Creedy. I mean, hey, I think it's just tradition at this point.
Yep, it seems that if there's one thing that Competition 2 likes is Emerald. So, you know, that's one thing we figured out today. Everything else, you know, is...
Check the tapes. Did it only pop up on matches where we didn't start on Emerald? Was comfortable throwing a fit.
Interesting.
Check the tapes.
Check the tapes. Honestly, that's genuinely a valid question. I'm trying to now think about it, and you might be onto something. No, I'm not even joking. You might be actually genuinely onto something.
Greedy, there's no time to be onto things. We can't conspiracy theory. We've got an upper bracket final to watch. We're underway. I mean, look, I think we have to say Lingo probably the favorite.
Lingo has been a bit of a hit or miss. I'll put it that his first day can be summed up as pretty much rolling, having his controller played by his little brother, and then deciding he's gonna play. Basically, that's just been the storyline of Lingo throughout this entire tournament. But Lingo definitely is the man to look out. He's always been a problematic player for everybody because he has the skill. I just take it away. You know.
Hey, he's hit a wall, but that doesn't mean he's bad. It just means he's bad in this round. ABadPCGamer sits in second place, but he might even manage to snipe away the first tier. Neal is just about in front, and I think he's going to hold on to that lead all the way to the finish line. 54.5 is the winning time in round 1. And Lingo, 3 points to take away from this one, but positive notes, was very quick right up until that crash.
Yeah, that was pretty much what day 1 was about for Lingo, and it seems to have not changed a hint of it. So basically, Lingo is going to have a great time here, and he's going to be a problem for anybody and for everybody until the very bitter end. But for the time being, it is Charles and ABadPCGamer having a fun time at the moment. It's Neal and Lingo up in front, going to decide who gets the tenner and who gets the 6 points on the board here. Lingo again in the lead. Will he want to get the 10 points this time? It's basically up to him to decide.
Yeah, he's got a gap of about a 10th and a half back here. Entry onto the dirt occasionally causes problems, won't this time around. Do not crash, Lingo. He does not crash. Good listening to comms by Lingo. That's what makes a top esport player. He's clipped a little bit. Should still be okay, though. Onto the reactor down and then whipping around that corner. You get plenty of speed back out of that. Lingo looking to right the wrongs of round 1. Pick up a full 10 points for round 2. Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, Christ. He's crashed.
Yep, I said if he wants to get that 10 points, he will decide it on his own terms. And I was looking at the checkpoints as well. He was on a low time. That was a 0.2 pace there, if he had gotten that ending right. But he decides 10 points. That's just too easy. I could have gotten 20 points at this point, but that's just too easy. I'll stick with 7, your favorite number, and we'll go from there.
Oh, no. It's cursed. It's a cursed number, and I was trying to warn you all evening long, and nobody listened to me. And here we are now. Lingo gets 2 unfortunate rounds. That's an unfortunate start to a round for ABadPCGamer, who now drops a long way back from the other 3 cars in the round. Lingo will surely set a world record in the next 2 rounds, though. Don't worry about it.
I still have it on my Pingo card. We are still missing. We had a world record in the South American Cup. We had a world record in the North American Cup. We are missing a world record in the Pan American one. Now, Lingo is 3rd position. This is unprecedented position here. So maybe Neal and Charles will make a mistake and give him the 1st position this time. I know, a wild guess, but maybe these players do want that 10 points, and indeed they do. 0.399. Neal is amping up the pace as well. Lingo has to stick with 3rd position this time around again, and it is Neal on a clean sweep at the moment, just out of nowhere.
How's that happened? I've been watching these rounds, Creedy. I've been paying attention. How has Neal managed to sneak away 3 first places without me noticing?
Well, the problem, there's a very big culprit. There's sus on his car as well, and its name is Lingo. Literally, Lingo is the reason Neal has all of those points. But this time, Neal touches the wall, so there is mathematically 0% chance he's going to get 1st position now.
I love that. Well, there's a Lingo clip as well, just to make sure the Charles or ABadPCGamer get to take away these 10 points if they want them. I really like the back of Charles's car, reminding us what it is. It's a car, and you can see that.
I mean, it's facts. Can't argue with that, honestly. It's just how it is. And that car is in a wall, and that ABadPCGamer is about to get the 10-pointer that they have been looking for. Bar anything that goes wrong, and some reason Neal still in that round ends up 2nd. You know.
Neal walked away with 36 out of 40 points from Emerald just there. And I feel like I just witnessed a robbery of the entire server.
I mean, technically it was. Person who can feel his pockets missing a phone, a wallet, maybe his keys, his Lingo, but the rest of
Lingo is straight up missing a kidney after that map.
Well, I wouldn't say it would go that far. I think first of all we go with the possessions, and then usually with the kidney, there's kidnappings involved and all of that stuff. You know, it gets more complicated than that. If it gets really bad, then we might talk about the kidney loss. But for the time being,
he's
just
on
the wallet,
14
keys,
points,
and phone.
Greedy.
It's fine. He was down 30 points in one match on day one, and he still ended up getting second position. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
I have faith. Hey, it'll work. We're going to garlic bread next. And I'm looking forward to seeing how things go on this track. Warm up will end now, and we will head on through with Neal having set himself up for success in this after Emerald, after our first map here. Points limit at the moment does remain at 120. I don't think we've mentioned that for this upper bracket final. We might have at one point about 3 hours ago, but we haven't recently. And so it is worth repeating. 120 points still for this upper bracket final.
Yeah. So yeah, it is not the 140. Technically, for the I believe for the finals, it would have been 140, but I believe it was slightly adjusted. So it is still 120. Those points will come into play later on when we get the more important matches of the day. Not that this match isn't important, it's very much important, but you still have to do a lot of work to get a lot of points here, because Lingo again finds himself in first position with Neal. Now this track has seen some very unfortunate endings here, but I believe Lingo's line is a lot better here. Oh my god, that's so tight, it's so clean, it's so beautiful, and that is first position for Lingo finally with a 0.4 as well. That is actually absolutely insane. That is
exactly
0.1 off of 0.1.
Exactly 0.1 off of world record, just to be clear. He's managed to nail the 0.1 down to the 1000th.
Absolutely beautiful. See, this is what I say. You say 30 points? What does it mean? He just gets 3 first position and he gets those 30 points back, with interest at the end of the day as well. It's just how it works. He is in 4th position, as I'm speaking about that as well, but we'll ignore that fact. I'm sure something will happen and he will end up in 3rd position as he has been for a couple of rounds. But for the time being, everybody in front is having an absolutely a brawl and a half.
Yeah, they are fighting it out for first place at the moment. It is Charles sitting at the top. He won't be for much longer. A clip usually does that to you, slows the car down an awful lot, or at least so I've heard. Neal hasn't had one of those yet, so he hasn't found out. So he is going to be sitting in a clean first place and starting to extend the lead back to ABadPCGamer a little bit as well. Gamer is trying to catch up though, and Neal, he's fighting for that lead. He's done enough. He's made it to the finish. There will be no incidents, and he'll pick up a clean first place.
Yeah, but these rounds times are insane. Like,
they're
both
quick,
Lingo was 6,000 off his PB. Neal is 0.1 of his own PB. They are absolutely trading blows. I feel like this world record on garlic bread is probably the most vulnerable one at the moment, judging by everything involved, because they have come very close on this track on multiple occasions, so I feel like this is a good candidate for that world record to be beaten. And honestly, with the likes of people who are still in, while Neal is in the wall and Lingo is also trading a bit behind, there's still possibilities, but it is now ABadPCGamer and Charles who will be joining a tussle for that first and second.
Yep, a little bit tough there for both Lingo and Neal, but space then up at the front. PC Gamer also losing a bit of speed. Charles is gone. World record, Creedy. Remind me how it's under threat on this map?
Soon. We have plenty of matches to go. It's soon TM.
This is a really close round. Hang on a second, Creedy. There's no time for jokes because this is genuinely somehow turned into one of the closest rounds we've had so far. Lingo and Neal are separated by absolutely nothing, 100th, and Lingo is dropping away as Neal pushes for the win, and both of them go safe, and Lingo comes second.
What a robbery and a half. ABadPCGamer goes for the safest round of his life, almost loses it, but then Neal and Lingo both go for the absolute stellar end, and we first time see a race towards the safe line.
Well, Well,
I mean, it's good adrenaline, if anything, you know, gets your heart pumping.
we got within a tenth of the world record on this map not 2 rounds ago.
Yeah, but now we were, you know, a decimal pretty much equal to the world record in that round, bar the first 2 decimals. We ignored that. That was the second off, but it was almost world record pace if they had a second of leeway to start with.
Just shave a second off of your time and get world record, 5head. Genius. This is the kind of round we were expecting. This is the kind of round that we were promised after we saw the pace on the track. 4 cars within a tenth of each other on this one. There is a crash. It's Lingo who's dropped away, and it is PCGamer chasing Neal from Charles.
Yeah, Charles is having the better line here if he gets it very cleanly. Ooh, but not as clean as he wanted to. Neal gets a bit more speed, but it's not quite enough. And they get on the board there again. 5-1-5, 5-8-5 by Charles and Neal. What a great race between the two. They are hammering in. So when this track works, it works wonders. When it doesn't, everybody goes wrong, basically. But still, Neal holds on to a nice lead of 62 points. Looking nice, calm, and collected up in front. Everybody else, you know, I mean, you say Lingo was down bad at the moment, but he's right behind Charles and only 10 points behind ABadPCGamer. It's working well. As long as you're second, it's all fine.
I mean, I think it is time. It's been chaos for 2 maps so far. Absolutely. If not more. Was that our second or third map? Creedy, I'm losing the run of myself. What are they doing out there?
It was the second track, I believe.
That was only our second track? That's insane. Yep. I think it's time, after all that chaos, to actually settle in and look at how the scores are shaping up, because Neal has broke 60 points, is halfway to the required score for finalists, and that is 62 out of a possible 80 points. Like, Neal is still quietly picking up an awful lot of points. Not as strong as his map 1, but still very impressive.
Yeah, he's doing really good at the moment, and I mean, Neal is one of the contenders to win this. You know, he's notoriously, you know, absolutely always in the thick of it. When there's anything regional happening and he's involved with it, he's the man to beat as well. Bar none, of course, if you have Carl Jr. to face up against, who he doesn't have a great tracker record against.
Who does?
So yeah, bar none, some most recent tournaments that he has had to play against him. We won't bring up open old wounds, but at the moment it is ABadPCGamer and Lingo having a bit of a rougher time, but it is Neal again in the lead, having a quite comfortable day at the moment at the office, and nobody has been really threatening his position whatsoever.
Yeah, unless, hang on, wait until you say that. Neal will make it to the finish. Not even close, baby. As Charles takes home 6 points, ABadPCGamer with 4, and Lingo with another 3. Not ideal when you're already sitting in last place to be picking up those measly 3 points, but Neal cresting 72.
Yep, 72, and looks to not stop as well with a 0.1 on the board as well. Neal is really on absolute time attack mode at this point. He's really hammering in some good times when he has the opportunity. Charles is the one to falter in this round, so leaving the Canadians fighting against Neal, and Lingo is the one to put up a bit of a charge here. But those who are up in front, this ABadPCGamer gets a nice front row seat to that 1v1 up the front, and maybe, you know, some easy pickings if somebody goes a bit too risky. But at the moment, they seem to be getting a lot smaller and smaller on this field, meaning that they're getting further and further away.
Those rear view mirrors are coming in handy just to see the gap opening up. Neal, he was slipping as he entered, and he slipped on the inside as well. It's not the end of the world, still in second, but no real chance to mount an attack on Lingo through this final corner. PCGamer might in fact have a chance to get Neal. No way has Lingo scuffed it. He's still going. He won't hit it. He might have thrown away first. He's thrown away second. He'll throw away third, and it is a 4th place finish for the Canadian.
And Neal gets first position, just like that. Classic. And apparently
he can't keep getting away with it.
If it weren't for those meddling kids. But yeah, Lingo, in that position, Lingo should have gone for the safe finish if you touch in that part. But he thought, you know, I just might have enough speed. Narrator saying he didn't have enough speed. So again, he falters a bit here as well. And Lingo, again, making his life a bit difficult. But you look at it that way, you look at the scoreline, it still doesn't look really bad for him. He's only like 8 points behind Charles and a bit behind ABadPCGamer. So even after all of that shenanigans, because Neal is getting first position all the time, it's working out for him, you know.
Yeah, Neal's having a great time of it. Less so in this round. Touch on the wall on the outside will send him spiraling down the order as ABadPCGamer looks to chase down Lingo. Any issues in the pool? Nope, nobody's going to have a bad time of it. We do not need a lifeguard this round. Charles, though, a little bit shaky on the exit, is going to be vulnerable to Neal. Let's watch the finish, though. Lingo had his issues last time around. He sorted them out for this round with a 57.025. He's, once again, gone from a round where he crashed in the final corner to getting within a tenth of world record.
He's basically doing the reverse, you know. You have an absolutely exceptional time. Usually it's the other way around. You have an exceptional time, and then you're fourth. He will be fourth, and then have an exceptional time.
So the Trackmania World Tour classic of setting a world record and immediately crashing the following round. Neal is Lingo is pre-crashing before he goes for the world record attempt.
Yep. I mean, it's a valid strategy. It's working wonders so far. He's still in the mix somehow after all of that shenanigans. But again, Neal is now the one contesting for it. And then Charles is the one now waking up a bit more as well. Yeah, Charles and ABadPCGamer have sort of, you know, fallen a bit to the shadow. It's been Lingo's shenanigans or Neal's dominance that has been in the front at the moment. Charles and ABadPCGamer have been slightly overshadowed by that, but they're still in the mix. And Lingo is in the mix again with Neal to go for that first position.
Yeah, looking to chase him down right now. Lingo, he's going to have a little bit tighter exit there, which means a little bit less speed coming around that dirt corner, but he is still very much hot on the tail. He was until he touched that wall. Pre-crash for the world record attempt, that's what we call that. And somehow he survived the touch as well to hold on to second place. That's how you do it. Charles takes third and PCGamer taking fourth.
Yeah, but both were on a pace for a 57-0, which is madness at the moment.
Done.
So absolutely, and somehow we kept a lot of speed from that wall touch. It was just a back wheel that hooked a bit, so we actually didn't get that massive of a slowdown and was able to actually keep going and still make it. So props to him for still being able to go for it. But all things considered at the moment, it is an interesting scoreline for that upper bracket final. Neal is on 95 points. The next person 65, and it's ABadPCGamer as well. I said, ABadPCGamer, just go wild, you never know what's gonna happen. And ABadPCGamer in his position, well, I say it in a position, he's still a long ways away from finals, but currently in a position for second position.
Yeah. Neal has like 80% of the points that a single player could have gotten over all the rounds played so far. That's insane. That's a lot of points.
I mean, it shows that man was just vibing on the breaks. Nothing to worry about, comes in, time to dominate. And it's exactly what the kind of mentality you need for the grand final as well. And that's going to be just very good for him. But there's one thing is being dominant. And I saw this before as well. I mean, Lingo was, well, this time he's even in a bigger hill at this point. He has 37 points behind Neal. And he has to defeat one of the biggest contenders for the grand final, if not for the win of the grand final. So I mean, Lingo has the credentials for it to do so, but will he be up to the task? We'll have to wait and see. For now, at least, he's putting up a good fight, but Neal is not really letting go of anything. But it will come down to the wire, it seems, yet again.
Yep, absolutely. As these two are, well, fighting it out. Lingo with a little bit more speed seems to have the edge for the time being. Will it last as Neal goes aggressive through this first reactor and looks to regain the lead, but all he can do is get alongside at the moment as Lingo is just holding on. Skin of his teeth stuff. Neal is a little bit quicker through that section, and that means Lingo trailing to the finish line, and there's another 10 points for Neal. And how many times have we said that?
Yeah, but look at those time. 0.3s on the board, on the round as well. That is some very scary pace. Even if Lingo is not winning,
yeah,
I'm going to be a bit worried. You know, Neal might just get out of this round and then into the grand final. And then everybody, ABadPCGamer and Charles, are just left with Lingo in the same room. And it's... honestly, if I was Charles or ABadPCGamer, I would be honestly genuinely scared, because it's going to be one of those moments. I lost Neal, but now I have to defeat Lingo. Not a very good proposition to begin with.
It doesn't feel great for sure. I don't know if you ever, when you were in school, Creedy, right? it was good to be a very smart, good kid or to be one of the troublemakers, because those were the two types of kids that teachers actually ever noticed. And so the troublemakers often straightened their act out and then, became students that got on well with the teachers by the time they left school and, had good prospects because the teachers helped them a lot. And I'm just saying, I feel like Lingo is that troublemaker and Neal is our good student right now.
Yeah, pretty much as well. I have a bit of a different memory of that. I was the good student and I got bullied by those bad kids, but that's a bit of a
Lingo,
different story. But
no!
Lingo has a bit of a troublemaking round at the moment, but he gives away the position. Neal's on a decent time as... I refuse to speak. Where is the nearest exit, ladies and gentlemen? Neal missed a ring finish, and not even on the right. He missed it on the left. And Mephisto, Neal in chat is writing, Mephisto, give me your address. Man's gonna look that man up.
That's Neal could have been on such an insane run of like how many points he'd gotten from how many points were available, and he still kind of is, but like that has put a dent in it.
Honestly, that's the first time I've ever seen anybody do it, and of all people, Neal is the one to do it. I've never seen anybody throughout the South American, North American Cup, even day one of this tournament, nobody missed it on the left. People went for the inside line. Neal, honestly, a trailblazer, pioneer of trend setting. Whether he's happy about it is a different story, but it is another round where, well, Neal is now completely lost it. He's not happy whatsoever. He's not a happy bunny, and Lingo is looking to get a 10-pointer on the board, as long as he keeps an eye out on the fact that everybody's more than a second behind him.
What if Lingo wins this match? What if?
It's a very high likelihood. Look at that time. Solid.
But like, not even like, makes finalist and gets through. Like, what if he just straight up catches up to Neal from 49 points behind and beats him to first place?
Oh, that's very much a possibility. Absolutely. That's a very Lingo thing to do. Even if he's at the moment 33 points behind, it would be very much a thing, because probably the most annoying person to probably drive against in finalist mode is Lingo, because if you can do that, then what are you supposed to do?
He just decides to lock in, Listen, my maths was almost definitely off, but I refused to fact check it. It's probably fine. No, it was 49 points before the round ended. Now it's 33 points difference. My maths was flawless. Anyway, Lingo is potentially not going to close the gap down to Neal any further in this round. At the very least, he is going low, and look at the speed that he carries through there compared to the line from ABadPCGamer. He shoots off into the distance and trying to track down the big game prey that is Neal in this match.
Yeah, but that gap is not really closing as quickly as Lingo would love to. He has to hope for some kind of a leeway here. Neal is going over every edge possible as well, and that in the fact is true. And Neal is on a good round as well. Not the fastest time, and also ABadPCGamer comes out of nowhere to snipe Lingo in the end as well. And another look at those times. Neal and Lingo are just trading. That's a 3,000s off of what Lingo just did in the previous round. I mean, Neal is having a great time. He's in finalist mode, and the next person is on 87 points.
Yeah, let's do the quick maths. This one I'm not going to try and do myself. 120 over 150 as a percent. I could have done this one by myself, Cree. That's so embarrassing. Oh, dear. Hey, look, Neal, he's gotten over 80% of the points available still. He's recovered from the one embarrassing crash.
Yeah, I mean, Neal has put up, honestly, a grand final-esque performance already in the upper bracket finals. He's just absolute storm. But now comes the fun part. He has to now close it out as well. And we are on Bioreactor of all maps. So this could go exceptionally well for him. One round, and now it's done. Or it could be a painful road up the hill, like grinding deep dip to basically it would be for Neal and closing out this finalist mode. Let's hope it will be shallow dip instead.
Charles is very quick on this map. And I just want to throw that out there as something we can all keep in the back of our heads. just in case it becomes relevant over the next couple of rounds, because he is the second fastest time on this map, and frankly, there is a steep drop-off from first place down to fourth, fifth place on this track, steeper than you might expect at this point of competition. With that said, Charles is currently sitting in fourth place. He has managed to overtake one, might get through past Lingo here as well. The reactor, though, does give Lingo a little bit of extra speed. The line is still better. The setup is better from Charles, and they are trying to catch Neal and prevent him from getting out of this match early.
Yeah, Neal is just at the moment absolutely unstoppable, and he's just pulling. Lingo is now gonna be the one that is. Jesus, why do I just do this every time? And why does it happen every single time, Noah? How is that even statistically possible? Great time, by the way, by Lingo. That means that Neal was absolutely on an insane pace as well, by the way.
Yeah, that's tough, you know.
DNF by Charles as well, of all things as well.
Yeah, it was a bad crash. Charles, I think, will realize that he's in a bad position in this match, currently sitting 20 points behind the other players. As I said, has to know that this is one of his better tracks, especially relative to the other drivers in the field. So crashes like that are just going to feel even more disheartening.
Yeah, it's absolutely disheartening as well, but for one person it's a bit disheartening. It was Neal, because Neal was... I was very curious of what time he was going for. That was absolutely insane. And of course we got to keep in mind the world record here is a 0.358. And honestly, that would have been a very good position to go for, like a 0.5, 0.6
that would have been
so very close.
PB for Neal by 2, 3, 4 tenths, depending on what the final time ended up being there. PB for Neal is a 101.7, and he was definitely more than a tenth of where Lingo ended up finishing.
Yeah, but at the moment there's one person that is not finishing up at the top. It is Lingo. It's Neal versus Charles. Charles is the only man to deny Neal here, and now Charles has the better exit here as well. And again, Neal's problems start to compound together at the moment. And Charles drives even faster with a 0.69. Very nice. But Neal gets denied again. That's now 2 rounds in a row. How long will this go on, Noah? It's now 2, but how long can we keep this going?
Listen, I don't know how much offline prac has gone on for any of these players. I'm going to assume for Lingo it's 0, but hey, maybe Neal's done something. If there hasn't been any, the time that Charles just drove has never been matched by any of the other players in this server.
Yep, that is indeed true. That's the fastest time, because Lingo has a 7.18. Neal has a 7.28, so Charles drove faster than both of those PPs. But we gotta keep in mind that Neal was on a pace of a 0.5, probably even. So there's plenty more in the tank if these players want to.
Yeah, didn't finish it though, so you know. No, I'm being mean.
Remembered by those who get across the line in Trackmania. Neal didn't with that time, at least.
This is true. He is in great position, though, this time around. Got very close to hanging a wheel on the inside, but he has managed to stay alive. He's followed by Lingo, followed by PCGamer, and there is no Charles to try and snipe it away. It's down to Lingo. It's down to this final corner, and the gap, it just looks a little bit too big. Lingo goes inside. He's close. He's not close enough. Neal locks in finalist. Neal locks in a grand final.
Yeah, fully deserved, honestly. Took a extra round, but third time is the charm, and honestly, well deserved. That was a brilliant performance. Bioreactor gave him a bit of a rougher time, but honestly, absolutely deserved at the grand final. Hopefully, he can do that similarly when he gets to that point as well. But now we start with upper bracket final, Electric Boogaloo number 2, as Lingo goes absolutely wild on the reactor, just going for his best impression of medicine on the track. Well, that is not going so well, and Charles hits the wall there, but that's the section where if you're gonna make a mistake, it's here, because it's not gonna cost you pretty much anything. That is gonna cost you a lot more, and it's the one of the rounds ever.
Charles, keep driving. Charles, you need the points. Lingo is 5 seconds behind. Charles.
Oh my God.
Charles, no.
Charles,
please
just drive. You need the points. It's needed. Don't pull a Nixotica. Well, don't do what Nixotica did. I know it's rough. I know it's hard. But
Creedy,
just go for it.
We are limit testing if the comp tool is actually gone or not right now.
It should have triggered by now if it actually was.
It surely would have.
Yeah. So at least we know that problem has been solved. So great job, everybody.
That's good. You know what? That's good QA testing by the players. Hey, he's finishing. I appreciate that. Thank you, Charles.
Well, they have been merciful. It's a pretty long finish timeout, all things considered. But Lingo is one round win away from being in finalist mode, and you had your doubts and worries.
I know. What was I thinking? Why did I ever doubt? Even after he did his best impression of the next object that conspiracy theorists are going to be talking about as a UFO. I could have worded that better, Creedy. It's getting late. I'm just like, he flew up into space and like, you know, it was like a UFO because he was like flying through the air, and like conspiracy theorists, they're going to talk about it. You get me?
Yeah, we get you as well, you know. Also, I see from Charles' perspective, there's a floating piece of block there. What is this? Production, get on Charles' camera. What is this?
Oh!
There's a floating block on the track.
CLM, explain yourself. He's going under it.
Honestly, and from competitive mapping, there's a floating scenery block. That is horrible. It's just absolutely unforgivable. Honestly, it's just permaban from the entire Trackmania competition mapping as well. It's not allowed anymore. There's a floating scenery block. How dare he? And the funny thing is, that's the first time I see it.
Yeah, Creedy, we are back on Emerald, and it is potentially the final 2 rounds. If Lingo can pick up a couple of wins here, he started the match out slow on Emerald. We know he's got the pace to close it out if he wants to, though. Can he survive? It was the middle of the track where a couple of the issues were this kind of grass chicane following the dirt. A couple of pretty big incidents on that. One attempt to survive it. It was a little bit of a wobble, but he's not survived. Creedy's not survived. It's going to take a couple of rounds before we get to finalist.
Yeah, it seems so, but you say that, you know, Lingo is still somewhat lurking there, but if something goes very wrong, but it doesn't usually go in the end, it will go for Charles. Yep, saw that coming. Lingo.
Lingo didn't finish. He's
and
not
they
finished.
both respawn, they go for it, it's gonna be a close race.
He's not finished.
He finished! Absolutely wild. Both respawn, and it's still a great race.
That was brilliant. I enjoyed that an awful lot.
Honestly, but the one thing I'm saying at the moment, look at the points. ABadPCGamer is just a round away from being finalist as well. Also, I like how ABadPCGamer writes great chat, a great race, and then says, oof, never mind. Oh god, what a great time as well. But that banter is putting him in last position at the moment, so...
Doesn't matter, he's finalist anyway, whatever.
True. It doesn't matter for him. We are absolutely losing. These players are giving us the entertainment and a half as well. It is the upper bracket final, indeed. You are correct. This is not the lower brackets, but at the moment, everybody's just trying to get points on the board. Charles, you know, also, if he can get some 10 pointers on the board, it's not over for him as well. No. So it's absolutely insanity at the moment.
Oh, here we go. Charles, you gotta hit this finish. Easy through the middle. There you go. As centered as you could be. And that will be double finalists, PC Gamer and Lingo, battling for a spot in the grand finals of the Pan American Championship. And hot on their heels, hailing from Colombia, Charles is still within striking distance. Needs 2 good rounds to deny them. Needs 2 wins in a row.
It's 2 wins in a row, but there's one thing that could happen here. Lingo has fallen a bit behind, but he gets a lot more speed because of his lower entry there, so he's back in it as well. But Charles touches. He's still somewhat hanging in, but he's gonna be stuck in gear hell at the moment. So it's between the 2 Canadians, between Lingo and ABadPCGamer. Lingo hasn't seen lower bracket round a single time throughout the North American and the Pan American Cup. Will it happen now? Only ABadPCGamer can deny it, but Lingo is on a good streak here. Can he close it out? Goes such a low jump, still even, but that he clips the hole. ABadPCGamer's there. Lingo DNFs. If ABadPCGamer now finishes his round,
he's going all the way.
And ABadPCGamer is in the grand final of the Pan American Championship. Oh my goodness.
Creedy, there's only one question on everyone's lips right now, and that question is, where is Wally? And the answer is, he's in the goddamn finals of the Pan American Trackmania Championship. ABadPCGamer has made it all the way through. Lingo drops to a lower bracket. Charles also drops to a lower bracket. And by God, that lower bracket final for the final 2 spots in our grand final is going to be absurd.
Yep, that lower bracket final is absolutely horrifying. You have Lingo, you have Charles, you have Noiszia, and you have Jumpy. That is absolutely a horrifying lower bracket final to get into the grand final. Absolutely insanity what is happened here. ABadPCGamer is having the tournament of his life. He's in the grand final with Neal, and we're gonna see an absolute insanity unfold now.
Well, I hope everyone enjoys it. I am going to recuse myself from this broadcast for a little while and leave you in the capable hands of Creedy and Randomized to take you through the final 2 matches. Lots of Trackmania left to be played. It's all going to be absolutely fantastic. Thank you from me. Enjoy the rest of it. Don't go anywhere, because why the hell would you?
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be an absolute brawl and a half. So one more time, give it up for Nua. Absolutely a wild man. He's been up all day now and still giving us the energy and witnessing absolute insanity as well. So hopefully you will have great dreams, and that hopefully some of those will be the rounds being replayed back. I don't know if you will sleep then, but keep it up one more time for Nua. Absolutely amazing. Always a fun. And we even got a podcast out of it as well at some point. So without that, yeah.
Go to break. Go to break. I can't do this forever.
Yeah, let's go on. We are here on your screens for 2 more matches today, and this time alongside me it is randomized. How are you feeling? It's been an absolute thriller of a Pan American Trackmania Championship, and you've been able to watch it on the sidelines for a fair bit now, and so you've been also been enjoying the action, I hope.
Yeah, I've been enjoying the action of the comp tool. The comp tool and I have been having a battle behind the scenes, so everything. Not 100% sure if everyone has seen what was going on earlier, but anyway, either way, the tournament has been going fantastic. I've been enjoying this. We've had so many upsets going on. The fact that we have Charles and Lingo sitting here in the lower bracket final, something I could not predict. If you asked me who was going to be in the lower bracket final, those two names would have never left my mouth. So to see Charles and Lingo joining Jampy and Noiszia in the lower bracket finals is mind-blowing, man. I don't know what to expect going into this match anymore, just because it just seems that everyone decided. It started with Nixotica yesterday. He decided to destroy the bracket, and then from then on, just everyone's like, all right, I'm game.
That is indeed true as well, and the fun part is as well that Jumpy has been actually on a long journey himself. He's been, like I said before as well, he's played the most amount of Trackmania out of everybody. He's been in the lower bracket since match number 1, and he's on the verge of getting into the grand final. And exactly, we start on Bioreactor of all maps as well. So Charles, Jumpy, Lingo and Noiszia are fighting for the last 2 spots in the grand final, and we can already see that Lingo has a bit of a fumble to begin with. Noiszia equally even rougher one, so it's Charles and Jumpy enjoying the lead at the moment up in front.
Yeah, Charles looking like he's bouncing back from a rough defeat last match, up in front with Jampy. And Jampy, as you said, has been playing pretty much all day, so he is probably feeling very warm and knowing what to do. Kind of weird to not see him in his Kachow car. I think that may be why he's in the lower bracket so early, because it's a different kind of car than he's used to driving around. But either way, Charles is looking to come back with a vengeance, as he is already 0.4 up ahead in first place. Lingo is actually creeping up, trying to get into that second place position, but Charles, as long as he gets around this circle, he does perfectly. He's going to take first place and start off this match ablazing.
Yeah, very nice beginning to him, and that is what he wants to see. Yeah, he didn't have a good time as well. Even DNF'd, I believe, 1 or 2 rounds in the previous one, so they really didn't feel the vibe there as well. But if he can get off to a good start, I mean, Charles can definitely just run away with it, and we'll hope to see as well. But at the same time as well, Lingo, Jumpy and Noiszia are not a pushover. Bioreactor is a very rough map to start on as well, and this could be a track that, you know, comes around for another go around, so they will not see this only once, I believe. So it would be nice to get a good start here to go on, because the rest of the tracks are not going to be fun to begin with. And Lingo already again with Charles up in front fighting, and Lingo getting ever so closer to the wall and trying to push the limits of Bioreactor with every single turn.
Oh my goodness, Charles and Lingo neck and neck at this point, pushing this one out. Probably the hardest part of the map in that grass part, and now the really long drift. It's honestly, for someone who has played this one, it's pretty difficult to line that one up properly because of the fact that it feels sort of blind. You almost have to go off muscle memory, and it looks like Charles has really good muscle memory going on, because he is again up in front with another 101, and this one 0.7, so 0.2 slower than his last round. Charles is coming out guns blazing again. Oh, excuse me, I said it backwards. 0.2 ahead, or better than last round. Excuse me. Math is not working for me yet. Hang on, caster math is clicking on.
Yeah, well, we will get there eventually, but for the time being, it is absolutely phenomenal. Charles is looking to avenge his misfortunes in the previous match by going absolutely stellar at the moment. Everybody else is trying to take the scraps. I mean, Lingo has been second, and it's more like Noiszia and Jumpy are the ones that, you know, have to, you know, get that next gear going for the time being. But looking good so far. Jumpy in a good run this time around. Noiszia is the one that will fallen a bit behind, but Charles, Jumpy and Lingo up in front, fighting for that first position. Lingo on a good run as well. That is, oh, but I say that he just touches on the inside there and has to succeed all of that success, and he's now in 4th position out of all of that.
Caster Kurtz is kicking on hard this tournament. I would say that everyone needs to be wearing tinfoil hats to avoid any of our signals accidentally crossing paths with their controller, and just like that. Lingo again passing the controller off to his little brother, as you said earlier, and Charles decided to take the scenic route and make sure that flag is still there. Unfortunately, will be out from going from 1st to 4th and allowing Jampy to take 1st place.
It's looking rather lovely. Rather lovely. That's the 10-pointer that you want to be. If you're at the bottom end, you know, the bottom 2 actually getting the 10 and 6, so brings them all ever so nice and tight there together. Charles still very happy that he had those 2 wins in a row, so that keeps him in front very comfortably, and everybody else is now smelling a bit more blood in the water. But Charles definitely has been pushing the pace on this track, and so at the moment he looks to be the most confident on the board. But it comes around, goes around, but at this time around everybody is in the mix. Literally nothing to separate them as they are moving towards the second half. Ooh, but a bit of a touch by Jumpy. But if there's one place, oh, was it Jumpy, I believe?
It was
no, it was Charles actually who fumbled on that part.
Yeah, Charles just snagged his back wheel right on the transition over to the grass block, and unfortunately falls back over 2nd, putting Noiszia up in front. And Noiszia definitely needs these rounds to work in his favor, because Noiszia battling from the bottom. It is the first map of the match, but you really do need to set yourself up for the future. It's one of the things I don't think a lot of players think about, or even anyone in general. It's just the early matches can really, really dictate how you do later on. And, you know, we were seeing earlier a lot of people were DNFing, so a lot of those last like those tiny points could have made a big difference. I always believe that every penny counts, and just losing even 3 points could make the biggest difference, as we saw in the past rounds.
Yeah, it's something that's always an interesting part to me as well. I mean, it's if people who are interested in this sports psychology, it goes very fundamentally with a lot of things, and it also falls into the same category with esports as well. And it's always a case, you know, those, you know, the difference between, even when we look at the scores at the moment, there's 6 points separating all of these 4 people at the moment, and it could be different. You know, your mentality could be either you're 4th place with 20 points, or you could be in 26 points, but you're still in 1st. That's still a different viewpoint as well. So all the things to think about, but at the moment, the only thing they can think about is Orion, longest track on the board, and 10 points. Well, technically a maximum of 40 points per track to still be gained.
You know, for someone who has competed in this tournament, I didn't even realize this is the longest map in the entire map pack. So way to point that one out. Now I really feel the pain every time I make one mistake, and unfortunately Charles is going to be the one that starts the slowest, as these auto drifts can be a little tricky lining up, as you don't really have much of an apex to aim for in a lot of these turns. Noiszia ends up hitting the pole. Charles ends up clipping the grass. That's going to leave Lingo and Jampy up in front, and then Jampy will also clip. I guess it's time to check the comp tool and see if knockouts are still a thing. I hope I fixed everything correctly, but it's looking like Jampy is going to be holding on just a little bit, so we will not find out. Never mind, we will find out this round. Okay, cool. It's working properly, but Lingo with pretty much a free round. Just needs to finish this one up, and he will with a 102.
Oh my goodness, that is insanity of a time as well.
Yeah, I mean, HUD off, you have no idea that anyone's with you or not, and Lingo just decided to basically push for world record in that round.
Yeah, well, it's getting there. It's getting there. It's still 0.064, but doing that time in rounds is absolute insanity. And it was 6 points before. Now it's only 4 points separating everybody. So you couldn't cut it any thinner if you really wanted to. Charles really cut that corner a bit too tight, so he's again in the wall. He's having a bit of a mixed bag of moments at the moment. Was a quick high, now it's a bit low, but you know, it can always go up from here.
Yeah, again, that's the hardest part about the beginning of this map, is that you don't really have a lot of apex to aim for at the beginning when you're jumping off that the auto drift. So Unfortunately for Charles, it's going to be a round where he's just going to have to watch from the background, collect his 3 points. But Lingo is looking to collect even more points as he's up in front. Jampy following right behind within a second, and Lingo is slowly pushing away from Jampy. Does not clip. I thought Jampy was going to end up grabbing a wheel in that corner, but he does a really good job, and he's closing in. Noiszia will end up crashing in the background, so now it's really just a 1v1. Lingo with the inside line. Jampy's going to try to go on the inside. He cannot get it. Bounces off the wall, but luckily still gets into the finish line, giving him second place with that 6 points.
Yeah, and Lingo is making very much advantage of the fact that Korayan has been a very good source of points for him. 0.2, 0.4, those are absolutely phenomenal times to begin with, and everybody's gonna have a bit of a struggle time to keep up with that if Lingo wants to continue doing so. But for the rest of the field at the moment, it seems to be more that you know, you have to actually get a clean run going. But it is one of the longest tracks, and in my eyes, it can be. It is much more treacherous than it meets the eye. And you rightly said as well, there's a lot of these corners where there isn't really anything specific to aim for. You just have to go by the feeling, you know. It's of course here you can see, of course, there's a you have moments to aim for, but a lot of these drifts are just you go by feeling, and you have to just full send it. It's probably the best, easiest way to go about this track, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I mean, this entire map is really just feeling, as Charles unfortunately was feeling the corners out, and yeah, there's still not a good thing to touch. Lingo ends up touching the black bar, somehow recovers nicely, and Noiszia will not be able to push up. Lingo with a 102.4. My goodness, the consistency by and just pushing towards world record is absolutely it's insane. Lingo woke up.
Yep, Lingo is having a great time as well, and I see somebody asking as well, why is there a reactor everywhere? Well, there is a lot of penalty everywhere, and it's become a bit of a fashion recently as well that people love to put penalty grass and then put a reactor over it. You know, it's the latest fashion statement in Trackmania mapping at the moment. So you know, trends come and go, and that is currently what's the hot one at out of the box office. So but it's still, you know, it produces some interesting moments then and there, but it's definitely not an easy section to get through. But for the time being, everybody's neck and neck, and Noiszia is sort of a good perspective of everything, as only really a tenth separating, and Noiszia does fall a bit off, but just close racing. But that's where he falls off quite a bit more.
Yeah, unfortunately for Noiszia, losing that grip, flying out of there, so we lost our cameraman in the back. Charles will take over the job as Jampy and Lingo again neck and neck up in front. Jampy ends up smacking the wall, completely losing that second place. Charles will snag that 6 points from Jampy and another 0.4 from Lingo. Dude, is he running a script or something? The consistency is insane.
I think that's the first time I've ever seen anybody clean sweep Korayan, and not just, you know, off of mistakes. Those round times would win against anybody, and in the best scenarios, even Neal struggled to keep up with those times, and on some occasions got a few rounds in as well. So absolutely phenomenal. Lingo with a clean sweep on Korayan, moving on to Emerald as well. Another competitive track. It's an absolute worldie we've seen here. These endings have been absolutely just heart attacks served every single round.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of feel bad, as one of the TOs have been helping with the whole NCSA regional events. I didn't really think about it until I really started to take PATC seriously and realized the 3 maps that have consistently traveled through all the events have the hardest endings imaginable. And so, sorry guys, but unfortunately you're gonna have to deal with these crazy risky endings, as well as just a crazy risky map in general that Emerald is, as we go in to our first round of Emerald for this match. And just like that, Charles will be the first one to fall, a little bit behind. Lingo and Jampy are literally inside each other's cars, and Lingo with the better line is going to get a little bit more exit speed. Jampy somehow still gets some good exit speed out of that one. Not really sure how that line works. May have to try it later on myself. Noiszia goes wide in the grass, he's going to lose a lot of that speed, and Charles is trying to cling his way back into the fight with the lowest jump possible. Clips his wheels, so he bounces around a little bit. Unfortunately, Noiszia will battle up in front, looking to even push for first place against Jampy. It's a neck-and-neck race. Jampy gets a better exit, and it's going to be Jampy who will take the first round.
Very deservedly so, but this is exactly what keeps on happening on Emerald. It's down to the very bitter end, and whoever has the, you could say, the bigger cojones to go for that extra speed usually comes out on top, but people have really tried to push that little gap that is on the right of the finish block that is upside down. It's a very small block, you know, there's not much room for a Trackmania car there. We've seen some moments where it has been pushed a bit too much. Jumpy pushing too much closer to the wall and goes from the highs of the 10-pointer now down to the depths of the 3s. So Noiszia, Lingo, and Charles are the ones finding out, and it's more actually Lingo and Noiszia who are the ones up in front.
I really do appreciate the fact that you're not even from the NCSA region, and yet you are doing a good job mixing the languages up. So all you need to do is throw in a little bit of French. We can add Canada, as I call them, into that all the languages. And Critty, it's on you because I don't know anything about French. But Noiszia is going to shut us up real quick here as he's going to be taking the first one. Man, these guys are really pushing the risky line and going for that inside with a 54.2. Excuse me, Noiszia.
Ooh, that's a very nice time indeed. You know, like I said, world record is 0.138. I'm still waiting for it, ladies and gentlemen. Where is that world record? It has to come soon. We only have 2 matches to go. Usually it has been served in the grand final, to be honest, but still, we want that world record to happen. It would be a nice cherry on top of an absolute thriller of a tournament, which is still yet to be even getting into its closing match yet, and we are seeing an absolute stellar performance at the moment as they keep pushing the very limits of what these tracks can offer.
Yeah, and I gotta say, this round is hurting me a little bit on the inside. I am partially, okay, never mind. It's starting to feel a little bit better. I'm partially biased as a caster because I am a manager of Air as well as Damascus Gaming. So, of course, got to be rooting on a little bit for my boys, Noiszia and Charles, who fight their way back up in front. But Lingo is still right behind Charles, trying to see if he can snag that. But Charles had the better line. Ooh, Noiszia actually almost went a little bit too high. It is, I don't know if you've seen it yet, Critty, but it is actually possible to get enough speed that you can jump too high and smack the top of the finish line and not go in.
I mean, that hasn't happened yet. I've seen all the kinds of shenanigans. That is the one thing I haven't seen yet happen on Emerald. Everybody has been still somewhat conservative in the fact that they do want to end up in the finish, even if they go for more middle-ish. So that has yet to be at least occur, at least on what I have casted. Maybe in some of the other matches that has occurred, but not in my eyes. But you know, we're open to all kinds of endings. We don't discriminate here. If you want to smack your head against that wall, you're more than welcome to do so. Hopefully it happens when you're in 4th position, not in 1st.
Yeah, do it for the memes at that point, but not right now, because this match right now, right here, this round is looking really tight. Lingo actually dropped the gear, somehow was able to get his 4th gear and not lose out. Charles, unfortunately, will bump that wall in the grass part, so he's going to have to reset that one real fast. Noiszia, again, up in front. Looks like this is pretty much Noiszia's map. He's been doing absolutely insane. This one, there, he had to twist a little bit. Was still able to get there. 54.3. Champy following with a 0.2 behind him. Noiszia just ran away with this map.
Yeah, it's absolutely going wild now. Noiszia is using Emerald to get back up and close and personal with Lingo. So Lingo had a great sweep and Noiszia almost having an equal success as well. But we move on to Garlic Bread. Now this track, at least as far as I've alluded to this before as well, is not in the repertoire of tracks that Noiszia is very fond of. He still has good pace on it, but definitely is not one of those that he prefers as much. But for the rest, at least, you know, this track has been a mixed bag. That ending has claimed a fair few victims in the rounds that should not have gone wrong.
Yeah, I mean, just to name a specific one, when we watched Nixotica, unfortunately, always up in front in that last match, and just kept clipping the sidewall. It's a deceivingly tricky grass part at the end, and unfortunately, it has claimed names left and right, and even missing the finish line. But the the worst thing of this map that everyone has complained about are those pink lightsabers that are just ever so slightly in the optimal line, unfortunately. And I have seen people constantly hit those and rage at them. I have hit them multiple times myself. So there are a lot of things in this map to claim. There is a pink lightsaber taking out Champy. So that's going to allow Charles to get back into the fight as he will push up into P3. But Lingo currently in P1. Noiszia is going to have to try to find something here. No, he goes a little wide. He hits a release. So did Lingo. And Charles did not get a good line either. So that's going to keep everyone in their current positions, Critty, and it looks like Lingo may be able to take this one.
Yeah, it's looking very good. He has a very optimal line for descending as well. Noiszia is trying to push it, but that's gonna be futile. Gets a bit more speed, but doesn't get close enough. It is a 57.8, not the fastest time in the world, but 57s is expected from the rounds at this point, and it's a very solid time regardless. A great race towards the end. Lingo is now up in front, but it is actually at the moment Lingo and Noiszia up in front, and Jumpy and Charles taking the back end as well. And it is that I will say Charles definitely was one of the favorites coming into the tournament at the moment, but he's now suffering from it a bit more. He's not going to his liking, and in this round similarly so he has to find success somewhere else. It won't be this round, but for the time being it is Lingo who will now take a very good advantage of the fact that he's on a good pace, a good run, and on some good speed as Jumpy and Noiszia is trying to catch up. But it's not looking so good because he's pushing every corner to the optimal precision at the moment, and he's getting further and further away, to be honest.
Yeah, he is getting further and further away, but Noiszia is going to close the gap and even bridge it, as Jampy unfortunately touching the wall out of that drift. So now Noiszia will be up in P2, trying to push his way up. And we did see this last round, where even though Lingo got him first, Noiszia had a bit of a better line to kind of close the gap up, but again, cannot get up there as Noiszia Lingo just was able to get enough space that even though the grass line's a little shaky for him, he will just not fall down. Again, Lingo with a 57.6. Again, as you said, respectable times. Nothing crazy, even though he did better from last round. But it's not looking good for Charles, unfortunately, as he is slowly but surely creeping down. I mean, the guy's sleep schedule is probably completely screwed over because he did play in the World Tour Community Cup and was up to I think 6:30 in the morning the other night, and then woke up and then had to play PATC. So this poor guy is just been in grind mode all weekend long. So I can understand mental game is starting to struggle a tiny bit, but we'll see. Charles is up in front. Noiszia to follow, and maybe this will be the round for Charles to kind of bounce back and get his fuel moving again.
I mean, it's definitely looking very positive as well. He's on a pretty banging time at the moment as well. Lingo is trying to contest, but Charles is on a very clean run, and he gets a very nice exit here as well. Not as good as Lingo, but that is more than enough with those times as well. With the fastest time of the round as well, Charles does have it. But he needs to have it a few more than that. I mean, when we get into 0.5s already, now we're pushing the limits of this track. I mean, 0.358 is the world record, so being 0.23 off of it is phenomenal times in rounds as well. So we are creeping ever so closer to that as well. Not close enough to get to contest the world record, but close enough still, and very deservedly into those 10-point territories now. If Charles can keep this going, you know, sometimes you need that just something to click. And if it can click now for Charles, that would be phenomenal for him. But he still has to defeat Lingo. Still has to defeat his fellow brethren in Noiszia. But if he can start his journey, you know, it only takes one step and it can take you a distance. But for now, it seems Charles is trying to push it, but Lingo is not really giving him an inch or a mile. If anything, Jumpy's the one even to contest him, and Noiszia is not for too far as well, but sort of, but both
there he goes.
Lingo and Noiszia go off the edge, and Charles is in first position.
Yeah, I was watching the line come, develop, and I was like, oh, that's not the line, Lingo. He just went off there. I thought Jampy was also going to clip the CP. Somehow he just slid right under the CP. So that allowed Jampy to stay in P2. And Charles with a 57.5. Again, another very good time out of Charles. And that would lock in as the best time in Garlic with a 57.575. A lot of 5.7s in that one. So good for Charles to maybe look like he's starting to bounce back. It's a good feeling when you can finally wake up. I mean, in the end of the day, it only needs to be the top two players. So even if
True.
Charles lets Lingo win, that gets one of those players out of the way and allow you to start getting those plus 10s if Lingo is going to just continuously dominate the scene. Where currently, I said he dominated, but it's looking like it's starting to get a good mixed bag of winners, as Lingo took the first 2 rounds last map, and then Charles took the 2 rounds, while Lingo took second place in round 3. So it's enough room for Charles to start to come back, but Jampy is now currently the one in last place with 82 points. So is this going to be the round that Jampy will be able to start getting back into the fight himself?
I mean, it would be a very nice tall tale from his. Honestly, Champy's speed and pace on this track was actually pretty good as well, so we have to keep an eye on that as well. But this is a very treacherous track, and as I say that, immediately Champy is the one to be the first victim of the many hazards on this track. This is definitely a track where there's more things to hit than there's actually corners on this track, so every part of this track is a hazard and a half. But for the time being, it is Lingo and Charles fighting at the front end and looking very comfortable, pushing the very limits of this. Oh, but goes a bit too early on the turn and right before the engine off. That is the worst part to touch as well, because it's gonna compound and he's slow, and that water is gonna be even more awkward. So Noiszia is the one to really challenge Lingo, but that's a very big gap to catch up in the end, unless Lingo has a bit of a moment here, which he does not. 57.2. Very good start to the rounds, gets a 10-pointer on the board. But if you technically look at the overall score line, I mean, if you just, you know, put your hand in front of Lingo's score, I mean, if you look at from Charles and Jumpy's perspective, it's very much a reachable destination. You just have to sort of ignore that Lingo's score is there, that he's just 1 round away from going into finalist mode. So, you know, you have to find positives in everything. And if there's one thing to take positives out of this round, is Lingo is 4th. So Charles and Jumpy could get 10 points.
Yeah, I think Lingo was listening as soon as you said, if you ignore Lingo, and he goes, fine, and just jump right into the back. But unfortunately, Jampy also made a mistake. So now Lingo and Jampy are going to be battling in the back, while our 2 South American players are going to be battling up in front. Our South American Cup champion, Charles, is with a good lead, but Noiszia is going to try to keep up with him. Charles ends up going a little bit safer there, jumped off to the side as soon as I said that. He unfortunately falls off the little balance beam, clipping with the no engine, so you just pretty much roll to the end. But Noiszia will be up in front. Lingo, even with the mistake earlier, is closing in, but not enough track for him to finish out that close in. Jampy ends up missing the hole, and you cannot afford to lose points at all right now, Jampy. You are too far behind to not even get that +3, which thankfully he was able to close it out. But that is now going to put Lingo in finalist mode. Good luck to Lingo. Noiszia is 1 first place away from closing into the finalists as well.
Yeah, it would be very perfect for him to right now get that first position and deny Lingo of that opportunity. But there's still Charles and Jumpy, who could still very much do a lot of damage in this match. They might be down on the points, but they have every capability of making something happen. Charles touches the wall, so he's out of it. So now it is Noiszia and Jumpy. It is now Lingo also out of it, and everybody's out of it. And Noiszia is actually in first position. Lingo somehow survives after that. All of that ordeal is still in hot. Oh, I say that was in hot pursuit. Everybody's having an absolute meltdown of a half, and Noiszia is the only one to escape all of that mayhem.
I heard that little stutter there, because that was where my brain was going to. But Noiszia was able to close this one out, get himself into finalist mode. Charles, unfortunately, missing the hole and losing out on that extra point. Wait. Oh, never mind. I thought Lingo missed as well, but I forgot he was in finalist mode. So we got double finalists now. Charles and Jampy not even at the 100-point mark. So it's going to be a while for them to fight their way up. At least 3 more first places to try to get back and get into the game that Lingo and Noiszia are about to compete in.
Yeah, and it's proving to come, you know, the longer this lingers, the more complicated it's gonna be, because sure, Charles and Jumpy know well and truly that Noiszia and Lingo have been the ones who have been mostly setting the pace on these tracks, so they have to push as well, but Jumpy is already out of it as well, and Charles is trying to push it as well. Noiszia is already at the back end as well. Lingo is the only one to hold down the front. Charles is very close, but he has to push every inch of this, and he's full sending it. Very good line here, but now it comes here. Who will get the better line here? Lingo has the more inside approach here. Charles is pushing the very limits. He will have more exit speed coming out of this third, so that will be coming very important here. Lingo could be denied on the line. Lingo goes for the more speed, and I think he has it as well, and Lingo will be in the grand final by 46 thousandths of a second. A well-deserved one as well, but what a way to fight for that spot.
Oh man, Lingo, just even though it looked like it was going to be around for Charles, Lingo had the most insane drift at the end there to get himself on the inside. So now Lingo will be punching his ticket into the grand final, and we are going to find out who the next player will be. Noiszia, currently still sitting on finalist, and we're on to Bioreactor. We're back on it. This is our second time seeing it here. Noiszia just needs to close this one out. Charles at a 102. 2 first places, and he can get himself into finalist mode. Jampy still looking to even hit the 100-point mark. But we're going to find out just after this warm-up. I mean, with the amount of clipping that we saw happening in Golden Hour, I can't imagine how the mental game will be going into this map, especially because we have a very clippy part coming up with the grass.
Yeah, but you gotta keep in mind as well, like Charles did have a very good start on this track as well, so it could be something of good, or you could look at it as a bit of a good fortune as well, but we've always seen that the second time around always leads to some various results as well, as we see Noiszia already going a bit lackluster, has to release a fair bit just to keep himself on the track. So it is Charles and Jumpy, the ones who need the points the most. Ooh, but Jumpy goes a bit too early, misjudges his turn, and now it's Charles between his fellow brethren who can deny, but Noiszia again touches the wall, but not the worst spot to touch the wall. I've said this many times before. It's a slow segment, so it kind of works, but Charles has a bit of a lair as well. Noiszia goes in the lead. It's all up in the air. Charles is able to still hold on, but Noiszia has so much more exit speed out of this, and this is going to come down. Who has the better nerves at this point?
Oh man, yeah, especially because we got this tight turn here, and then this part here, Charles has more speed going in. He does do a good job there. Coming around to the last turn, Charles needs to deny if we want to keep going, and he does. That is the first of a few denials to be completed. Noiszia will have to play another round. Charles will lock in to 112 with a pretty good time of a 102. We did see Charles get in the 101 section. I mean, like you said, he started off this match with a bang with a 101.9 and then a 101.7 in the first 2 rounds of this entire match. So we definitely can see the pressure is kicking in as Charles dropped down into a 102, but still really good and respectable time as we go into our next one. Again, Charles has to take at least first place to get into the finalist mode. Even if he lands at second, he won't get that finalist mode if Jampy can block Noiszia from the win. So, and this is honestly one of Noiszia's, I don't want to say it's one of his weaker maps, but this is definitely not one of those maps that Noiszia likes to play on. I've trained with him for a long time. I've heard his complaints. I know which maps he likes to play on, which ones he doesn't, but it could look like we're going to be closing out on this match, or on this map, excuse me.
Oh no!
Oh no, Charles is going to make the mistake.
Oh, but
Noiszia also makes a mistake. Jampy's up in front now. Jampy needs this first place, even though Charles, again, like I said, he needs the first place again to the finalist mode. It does not matter. Charles, you still need to finish, my guy.
Oh, but he's so stuck. He cannot make it. He doesn't have the speed. And that standstill respawn is absolutely horrid. He doesn't have the time to finish. He cannot make it. That, you know, so this is where the problem with some of these tracks can be sometimes, that if some of these crashes happen in the most unfortunate situations. It is where, you know, the standstill respawn can be absolutely fighting against you, and he doesn't make it. Now, both Jumpy and Charles are in a position where they have to win to get into finalist mode. One of them will be finalist, unless Noiszia gets first position. So one of them has to deny, one of them will get 10 points, and one of them will join Noiszia in that battle for that position. This is now turned a whole new leaf, a whole new chapter, because anybody can take it at this point, and even Jumpy is in it to win it. He has not given up. He's been down under there waiting for his chance, and I think now with Noiszia and Charles sort of fighting sort of themselves at this point, Jumpy's now jumping in to get that win possibly.
Yeah, I mean, all hope lost. Looks
Oh,
for
no.
Champy.
Oh, it happens
Unfortunately,
again.
a mistake. But we thought Champy was going to be pretty much out of this fight, but instead he got back into the fight. But Charles now in the position to have to deny. Noiszia goes for the more inside line. And just like that, 41,000th of a second puts Noiszia into another round as Charles will lock in finalist position. Champy still is not in finalist position. So now this could be our last round, and I believe this will be the fourth round of Bioreactor. So if Champy wins this, he forces a triple finalist onto the next map, which would mean one more round on a new map. So you're going to have to reset all of your mental game as you are going to try to get that muscle memory back in. But it won't matter if Charles or Noiszia can win this one. Noiszia has a little bit of a slower start. Charles will be up in front, but it's going to be a neck-and-neck fight as we're going to be pushing towards the grass, Critty.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute wild ride at this point. Jumpy has everything to win and all to lose at the same time. This is now a fight where nobody, it's basically sudden death at this point because Jumpy has to win. There's no other outcome for him. And Charles and Noiszia are on the brink of getting themselves ticketed to the grand final. Charles is in the best position, but he hasn't had the best of times with this ending. He's going a bit of a safer option. It's a good opportunity at the moment. Charles is on the verge of going down from the absolute depths, and after Noiszia has been in finalist mode for what seems like an eternity, Charles makes his way into the grand final after being down for the very long time. He did not give up, and it rewards him a well-deserved spot in the grand final.
Yeah,
oh my goodness.
That is one of those, like, I'm shaking. I'm not even playing, and I'm shaking just because these matches were insane. I mean, Noiszia has been sitting in finalist mode for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rounds, I believe. Noiszia, no, sorry. 5 rounds. Noiszia has been sitting in finalists. This is the 6th round, and it's a sudden death. And just to remind everyone, it is the top 6 that are going to get the prize money, or top 6 or top 8. Now I forgot, but we are playing for prize pool different. Top 6, thank you, production. We are in the top 6 currently, so it is now the difference of how much more money you're going to make. Are you going to make that extra dollar? And it's all going to come down to this round here on Mephisto's map on Korean. And we've already seen the chaos that can happen on this map. So good luck to both players. This is it.
Yeah, this is a one final opportunity there, but I will say this might...
And that's it. Game over.
Yeah, was a
was
great
nice.
match,
Grand
ladies
finals.
and gentlemen. Well deserved. Honestly, I will say, heart goes out to Noiszia. He was stuck in that finalist mode, but this is what had happened. If you're playing up against a high caliber of players, they will make your life a living hell. And that is exactly what happened to Noiszia. Jumpy, I like how Jumpy in-game says, let's do a no crashing Noiszia, good luck. And then immediately just death occurs. I mean, I'm sure that Jumpy at this point already knows the gap as well. As I can see already from his lines, he's not pushing to the maximum extent, but you know, he's still trying to go for a clean run. Still trying to go for a clean run. It's still fine. Noiszia is so far behind, he can have the luxury of it. It's not the cleanest, it's not the prettiest round, but I think at this point, what happened to Jumpy in this round, he will very much take it. It's the slowest win of his life, but he will take that position. That is 5th position secured for Jumpy, and Noiszia will be leaving with 6th position. Still an absolute absolute insanity what happened. But props to Lingo and Charles for booking their ticket in the grand final. And what a way to get that second ticket for Charles.
Yeah, no, I mean, oh, what a round! I'm pretty speechless after that one because there was just so much insanity going in that last match. I mean, even Lingo, even though he was the first one to go in, there were moments of doubt that I had. Unfortunately, there were just those moments where Lingo started making mistakes, and I was like, "Is this going to be it? Are we not going to see a Lingo in the grand finals?" But he proved me wrong, thankfully. So we will be seeing Charles and Lingo joining Neal and ABadPCGamer up in the grand finals, and that'll be coming up next on our stream. But you want to make sure to stay tuned. You can take a quick break, shake it out, maybe go to the bathroom, grab yourself a drink, because we do have an announcement coming up right after the break. So don't go too far. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to PATC. I'm randomized, of course, with Critty, as we are going to be getting ready for the grand finals of the entire event. But before we do that, as I mentioned before the break, we do have an announcement coming up, and I would like to present it. I think it's a little appropriate that I'm the one presenting it, so I appreciate CD timing it and Nua timing my swap in to do this. So, as I would like to do, I would like to present to you the Duo Cup maps.
I see the floors been beneath me. Crazy how it's easy to see. Nah, I let it move and control me. Gone with the stars, don't even try to get me back for the night. I feel love like Donna. Do what I want all summer. Fly like a star. Never fall back down, down, down. I see the don't I feel love? 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 Yeah. Make it break through the ceiling. Can't you see I'm willing to let it go? Yeah, nah. I let it move and control me. Gone with the stars, don't even try to get me back for the night. Why don't I feel love? Don't I feel love? Don't I feel love? Don't I feel love? Why don't I feel love? Don't I feel love? Don't I feel love? Don't I feel love? Yeah.
So, Critty, what do you think?
Well, I saw the clips of those tracks, and honestly, the first one looked absolutely very nice. A nice flow to the track. Everything looked very nice and smooth. Everything looked like your classic box standard, top of the mill cob map. Everything clean. And then we move on to your map, and then it's just absolutely the most cooked thing as well. Already the start looks just like fine marches. You slalom away, amazing transitions, and I have a bit of flashbacks from that final moment with that checkpoint ring there. I can already imagine somebody's gonna miss it.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm excited about it just because, ironically, just so everyone knows, I'm not just like conceited and want to pick my own map. It was in consideration for PATC as well, but because of the fact that we wanted to also showcase other mappers, that's why my map ended up staying in Duo Cup. I wouldn't have mind if it was in PATC and I had to pick another map, but I mean, it's Duo Cup, it's my tournament, so kind of happy that CD allowed me to keep my own map. So I'm very excited about it. So as of course, so everyone remembers that the three maps, Golden Hour, Crayon, and the map that I try to delete out of my brain, Emerald, is going to be again in the map pack, and we are going to have the next two maps for you. So you have about 2 weeks to train those maps, and I would like to say that those maps will be officially available after the tournament has been completed today. So there will be information in the Duo Cup. So make sure, please, as I have just put in the resource in the NCSA Discord. So you will be able to get information on the rulebook. The rulebook is going to be updated as time goes on, as well as the registration is officially open, folks. So get in there, start registering your team. It's you and a buddy. Unfortunately, there will be no coaches this time, as I'm expecting a little bit of a higher volume, and it's going to be a little bit harder for me to be able to get everyone in there because private servers are somewhat as bad as the comp tool if you don't know exactly 100% what you're doing, so it can be a little tricky. So get in there. Registrations are officially open, and hope to see many of you in the Duo Cup. But we will worry about that later because we now have the grand finals coming up. ABadPCGamer, Charles, Lingo, and Neal will be our final 4 players to battle this one out.
Yeah, and it's an absolute... The winner of the South American Cup, Charles. The winner of the North American Cup, Lingo, versus Neal and ABadPCGamer. Honestly, I will say, for ABadPCGamer, I will say basically the same thing I said before. He's in a match there. Technically on paper, he shouldn't be in, but he is put in the work to be there. So honestly, just let go, let loose, send it, and be absolutely wild.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to grasp my thoughts as we were going into this one. The grand final, it is up to 140 points this time. We originally was supposed to be 140 for the upper and lower finals, and then 160. But unfortunately, with all the problems we were dealing with, we decided to bring down the points a little bit. I think it's fine though, because at this point, I can imagine how tired these guys are, because we are now in the final match of the day of the tournament. We have ABadPCGamer who is rocking it on his own, Neal and Charles from Damascus Gaming, and Lingo from Evo. So we do have a nice little mix-up. Actually, wait, is a PC Gamer representing anyone? No.
I mean,
he is not.
ABadPCGamer is representing wall inspectors, but you know that's not necessarily an org of any kind. He's a man. He's on his own, and he's there to, you know, bring in the absolute mayhem. And as the grand final is underway, ABadPCGamer takes a bit of starting early, you know, starting resting position as he looks as the other 3 are gonna run away with it for the time being. Charles, Neal, Lingo all deserve it of that top position, but only one person can win the tournament, and this is gonna be a long journey. 140 points, the classic grand final point total is on the cards, and we'll now see who has the final. Charles and Lingo did fight themselves back into this position. Neal had a dominant performance in his upper bracket match, so let's see who will prevail.
Oh man, Neal is pushing these lines. It's only the first round, my guy. Ooh, there goes Lingo. Both Damascus players up in front now as Neal is going to look to close this one out, starting us off pretty strong with a 57.07. Not bad. Nice time, Neal. I mean, he was pushing like ever so close, centimeters away from some of the walls. So good start for Neal, and if he plays like this for the rest of the tournament, it's looking like a pretty decided winner already.
Yeah, the continuation from the upper bracket final seems to be continuing at the moment, at least on basis of the first round. Not a lot of statistics to go by, of course, but looking good so far. But that is exactly what you want. But definitely looking good, and Lingo again is in a good position, but everybody is not too far, and especially when you start on golden hour, it can go from bad to worse in an instant. But for the time being, but ABadPCGamer goes a bit too close to the wall, does touch there, but Lingo is in lead, Neal is chasing down the Canadian, and Charles is in a bit of a backseat at the moment, not able to give tips, but Neal is able to slide out and gives Charles the second position.
Yeah, Neal really did push that inside line. So did Charles, which allowed him to start gaining up to Neal. But then Neal just made a mistake. So did Lingo and Charles. Ends up clipping the walls.
No!
Ends up clipping everything. And just like that, PC Gamer, who was just chilling in the back, ends up taking first place. Oh my goodness, the little tiny touches, reducing so much speed. Ain't no way, as I would say in the chat. And ABadPCGamer goes from last to first, and I will say, probably feeling really good after that one.
Well, ABadPCGamer, it definitely can ride on the highs, but one person that cannot ride on the highs is Lingo a bit. Does touch the start a bit, has to give away the position. But honestly, I will say one thing. There was a very good point somebody mentioned before in chat as well. You don't need good PBs to make it far. ABadPCGamer has been just consistently been there, a bit of a slight annoyance. But if Charles, Neal, and Lingo allow it, ABadPCGamer can definitely grab some points. So it shows consistency can be rewarded even at the highest levels. Of course, when you go even higher, the pace usually comes alongside it. But for the time being, the pressure is driven up a notch. So you can take full advantage of it, but at the moment Charles is taking full advantage of the fact that everybody's having a bit of a fungal. Lingo also clips on the inside pole, so ABadPCGamer is the only one to really challenge, but surely Charles will get the clean win, and this time he does. Very good indeed. 10 points for him as well, much needed as well, but everybody's now getting on the board, and funnily enough, that makes it so Neal is on 19, ABadPCGamer is on 19, Charles is on 19, and Lingo is the only one slowly on 12.
The reality's setting in. I was reading along with you and didn't realize that everyone is on 19 but Lingo. I mean, but this could be a foreshadow of how the rest of this match is going to go. Every player, in my opinion, that is here in the grand final is 100% capable of winning this entire tournament. I don't think anyone got in to this one accidentally. Even the ABadPCGamer, he was probably the underdog, the dark horse that no one expected to be here in the grand final. And I've always thought ABadPCGamer is just that hidden talent, just waiting to. Man, I'm complimenting you, Bad. Like, what are you doing?
Taking a leaf out of my book, I see. You know, first time randomized.
Oh God, tinfoil hats, people. I swear, I am the NCSA caster that can curse the most out of everyone. Every time I cast, I get DMs left and right of people saying, please stop watching me. Stop talking about me. I get it all the time, Critty. I'm telling you, like, it's insane, the power that I wish I never had.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I've had that power for a very long time, and for some reason that has been not just, you know, it isn't something that is sort of, you know, come from just out of nowhere. It's just started, and it's been a thing for the very since everybody knows that it just whenever I start talking, and everybody has a bit of, especially when I start talking good things similarly to you, just all of a sudden everybody has a bit of a, okay, who's the victim now, basically. And it has shown its merits throughout this tournament already. So it's a curse, you know. It's something I live with. I have to bear that power that has been given to me unwillingly. Honestly, praise to those who have to suffer from it.
Yeah, but anyway, last round still was a pretty good round in general. Plus, I would say a 0.1 difference between first and second, and then a 0.2 from first and third. So tight match either way, even though I'll stop complimenting every player and just tell them they're all terrible at this game, and maybe they'll start pushing even crazier times. You said it earlier in the stream. We haven't had a world record yet, I believe, in PATC. We've had a world record in the other tournaments, but not this event. So who knows? Maybe we'll see it right here, right now.
I mean, it's very much possible. I mean, Neal, Lingo has the pace. Charles has a repertoire of records himself as well. So there's plenty of gunpowder here. It's just waiting to be ignited. But for the time being, it's being held back by the grand final, maybe nerves a bit as well. You know, you really don't want to falter as ABadPCGamer gets hit by that little bit of a pixel touch on the pink lightsabers. Everybody else, at least, is deciding, you know what, why not we have a bit of a bar brawl. Neal goes a bit too inside, suffers from it. Lingo is fully sending it, but Charles is the one to hold out up front with a 0.6, 0.7 on the board, and ABadPCGamer even overtakes Neal at the end, giving him only 3 points.
Yeah, I mean, God, it's is the end of this map a DG curse? Like, at first it was happening to Nixotica, now it's happening to Neal. Please, Charles, for the love of God, don't touch any walls in that grass part. Because as the manager, it makes me sweat a little bit more. I mean, Yek is the official coach of these players. He's in the chat. I can't imagine how he's feeling right now. So, Sully, no more grass parts at the end, please. Either way, we're moving on into our next round, and a good round we start here as all four players tightly packed up. Charles in the just behind the pack, while the other three are literally neck to neck. Neal and Lingo pushing away into this. Lingo will touch that wall. Charles will hit the dreaded lightsaber, so that will leave us to the final two of Neal and ABadPCGamer fighting it out to get some more points.
Yeah, but ABadPCGamer doesn't get the donut on the inside. Neal does, and that is going to be a clean round for him. 0.6 on the board again. At the exact same time as Charles from the previous round. You cannot cut, basically cut from the same cloth. That's a nice tongue twister there. If I've ever taken one for myself, as not a native English speaker, that took a moment for me to get through, but we got there in the end. But the points totals still remain close, and ABadPCGamer goes a bit too prematurely on the turn, leaving the other three to fight for the top end. Neal has the lead, but it is as thin as ice at the moment. It seems it's a very volatile match where anybody can just take a helm of this one.
Yeah, sorry for freaking out on you in that last round. Charles almost sniped Lingo to get that extra point. 0.02 of a difference in that last bit. And it's, I mean, these guys are packed up together as they are fighting this one out. Hopefully no dreaded lightsabers this round, and we'll see even a tighter end because we are 73 thousandths of a second of a difference right now. Lingo actually goes for a more inside line and puts him up there in P2 with Neal. Everyone's got to be tagging this donut nicely without clipping, and they do. It's all going to come down to this line. We've seen players bumping and bouncing. Neal will be the one to hit it. Again, the DG curse on this grass part is kicking in hard, as Lingo will take P1 plus 10 and allow Lingo to jump back into this fight even tighter.
And ladies and gentlemen, that was a world record on garlic bread. Lingo does it. The bingo board has been completed. Lingo sets a new world record in the grand finals. Every single tournament in this session, South, North America, and the Pan America has gotten us a world record, and Lingo is now on the board with that. It's by 0.006 of a second, but it takes away a world record from Noiszia and adds another tally for the North American side. Now, all the new maps are held by the North Americans, actually.
Oh, I'll take that as a W any day. But speaking of W's, Neal is going to crash on that dreaded lightsaber. That's both DG players that have taken out that exact lightsaber and leaving Lingo up in front again. PCGamer actually trying to get a little bit of a wider line to set him up. Unfortunately, didn't work. Lingo tagged the inside of that donut, somehow was able to grasp it back and get up in front with a 57.7. Still a very respectable time, even with the slightest little mistake.
Yep, that is beautiful indeed. But now Lingo is really enjoying himself. I mean, we have at least the bingo board done. I'm happy. I'm already happy with the fact that we got a world record. Even after these tracks, I was expecting it to be on one of the newer maps. It's infinitesimally so difficult to set a new world record on the already pre-existing ones, Emerald, Golden Hour, and Corian, where I think Corian still has a possibility to go sub 102, which will, you know, we're on the track. I'm not opposed to, you know, having 2 world records being set in the tournament. The other ones only had 1 each, I believe, if my memory serves me right. But maybe we can get 2 out of this one.
Yeah, no, it would be nice. Also, I did forget to make an announcement earlier, but I will be inviting the top 4 players. So all 4 players on your screen right now are going to be invited instantly into the Swiss round of the Duo Cup tournament. So they will be able to bring a friend in to the Duo Cup tournament and automatically be qualified to the Swiss round, or rounds, whatever I want to call it. It's not technically a Swiss bracket, so we'll see. But ABadPCGamer, Neal, Lingo, and Charles, you are all invited to play in the Duo Cup, automatically skipping over the open bracket qualifiers. So congratulations to them, as well as they are battling for money and the title of PATC champion. Neal and Charles up in front, and looking like they're switching back and forth, but Lingo has been shown what he can do in the grass as he is starting to close in on PCGamer, but not enough. And Neal will get ahead, as well as PCGamer. Oh no, Charles actually had a better drift there. It's going to be a close one towards the end as we go into the grass part. PCGamer is just sneaking right behind. Charles ends up clipping, and he's out of that one. So it's up to the DG boys to finish one up. But we have seen so many clips that have happened here one clip dodge, a second clip dodge, and now the third one could possibly happen. No, Neal and Charles will be able to finish this one up with a 102.4 this round.
Looking very great indeed. Now, absolutely joyous to watch. This track has received a lot of love recently because currently a lot of these rounds end up going into 0.4s, 0.5s. Consistently, Lingo even whipping out a few 0.3s as well. Charles whipping out a wall touch and an absolute, an awful sequence of events there. Even PATC Gamer joins in a bit of that. So it leaves Lingo and Neal up in front fighting for that 10 and 6 pointer. Which for them is definitely ideal because they are the two front runners for that first and second position. So this could be the difference who gets to either Lingo gets to hold on to his lead. How is that line ever gonna work? Yeah, very ambitious there. So everybody's having a bit of a, you know, this is one of those intermediate rounds. You know, it's commercial break rounds. Neal is having a great time. Hopefully nothing goes wrong with. Oh my goodness sake, if you saw that on your screens, Neal avoided absolute catastrophe there.
I've been in the back watching everything going on. Lingo makes another mistake. Charles made a mistake early, but was able to climb up to P3. Oh, and then he clips the wall.
Oh my god, what is this?
And
Man knows.
PC clipped in the no engine, but somehow still takes second place. This match, this round has just been insanity, and Neal still drops a 102.9. It just grand finals, by the way, they're saying in the chat. I know you can't see it in the stream, but that is the second time someone has said that in these kind of rounds. But welcome to NCSA, Critty. I hope you've been enjoying your stay here with all the chaos that's been happening.
I mean, I've been having a great time as well. Still waiting on my payment of maple syrup that Stokeine promised me. That's an inside joke. I was making fun of all of the things, and that point, and I said that, you know, that when I even mentioned one time that I was doing an extra shift and said that I would like some extra maple syrup, please, for that one as well. But regardless of my DM shenanigans, honestly, these players maybe deserved a bit of a break in the atmosphere, because everybody's been pushing the sentiment at the moment, and Charles is the one now to take full advantage of the little lull in the moment and pushing the very speed of this track. Very good lines at the moment, getting a perfect line from that segment. That is good speed coming out of that section, and this is proving to be a very good look at that wall. Is too close for comfort. Really was pushing the limit. Neal and Lingo are pushing towards the line, but not enough. It is 15,000 separating. What a great race there. But Charles was on a banger of a time, was really pushing it, but couldn't hold on to the very end.
Honestly, Charles would have probably set an insane time. He was pushing really well, unfortunately tagging the wall. But then Lingo just getting a little bit more to the right, risking that finish and winning with 15 thousandths of a second. I mean, we go from the most chaotic round, like being silly banging into walls, to the most insane round, as it was a 15 thousandths difference with a snipe at the end there. So again, Lingo and Neal up in front, gonna battle this one out as PC and Charles are fighting in the back and maybe looking to join the pack. I'm a opponent, I don't even know it, as Lingo will make a mistake and Neal will be up in front, but PC ended up having a little bit more speed, but drips a little bit wider. There goes Neal, and Charles tags the wall, so PC Gamer is all by himself up in front. Lingo will fight his way back up into P2, and Neal is pretty much out of the question for this round.
Yeah, it's one of those rounds. I feel like the pressure is really getting to some of these players in a few rounds. PC Gamer is able to hold out, get his position done. It's not the fastest, it's not the prettiest round, but it's 10 points on the board, and you're more than happy to put those in your bag. Neal will have to only suffice with 3. Lingo gets 6, so he does get ahead of Neal in this round. Not by much, only by 1 point. But it allows Charles and PATC Gamer to, you know, it's still within touching distance. You know, we're halfway there towards 140. That's what matters. If you can keep yourself within like a 1 round win away, that final is more basically it's just only allows 1 shot, 1 opportunity for the person ahead. So nothing really horrible still for PATC Gamer and Charles. But of course, 10 pointers are always better than 3.
I mean, we saw it in the last match. Charles was having a rough time at the beginning of the match,
Mhm.
and then all of a sudden bounced back and qualifies into the grand finals. Even Jampy at one point was having a really rough time, falling far behind and got himself all the way into finalist mode. So that is the beautiful thing about this game. It doesn't need, like, you can look at the score. Like I said earlier in this match, you want to set yourself up properly, but it doesn't matter because if you don't get first place in that one last round, you're not going to win. So even though Charles and PC are essentially a little bit over 10 points away from the lead, it's still just like barely a 1.5 round difference.
Yeah, it's not going to be much, especially given the context where any one of these players can win a round. So that 10-pointer is absolutely nothing. And one of those cases where you have to look at the positives and keep in mind that you are in the mix, you are in the running, and Charles is in the running for another great round here. Neal is in hot pursuit. ABadPCGamer and Lingo got a bit of a bad end of that rally block section, so it leaves Neal, Charles fighting for that first and second position. Neal usually pushes this a lot more, and you can see,
Whoa.
but almost having to let go there. Charles usually gets this segment absolutely sublime, and this time as well. Neal has a bit more speed that usually doesn't really count for much. You can go wider, but it's not going to count there. It's 0.8, 0.9 on the boards, but it's Charles getting the 10-pointer, and very, very much needed 10-pointers that we just talked about.
Yep, I mean, just like we said, right there, Charles is going to be jumping up, and he is ever so slightly closer to Lingo just from one round, and that is the beautiful thing about the difference, because I know there's always been a little bit of chatters of point differential and whether they do like 10-7-5-3 or do 10-6-4-3, and you know, when you have that one extra point rewarded to you, it makes a huge difference unless you decide to clip the wall like both Charles and PCGamer, even though PCGamer got lucky and bounced off that wall a little bit nicer, so he's going to still be right behind that pack, and then Neal makes a mistake, and that's going to allow PCGamer to jump up into P2. Charles is still not too far behind, and he's been able to... He's got a hit or miss on this grass. He's either got the most insane line happening, or he just messes up in the grass. I feel like Charles doesn't really have that middle ground, unfortunately, but everyone getting through that drift beautifully, but PCGamer unfortunately lands awkwardly and falls down into P4. Charles will get into P3. Lingo is going to look like he's going to close this one. Ow! Charles ends up bumping a tiny bit, and PCGamer almost snagged that P3 back.
Yeah, absolutely sublime. Lingo holds onto his lead with a clean surface as well, and it's absolutely sublime. Lingo and Neal have been trading first and second position throughout this match at the moment. Charles and PATC have tried to catch some strays then and there with a few 10er and a few 6 points there, but it hasn't been quite too far. But Lingo has a bit of a fumble to begin with. It's very easy to push the lines here and lose out. And honestly, the start is where you really don't want to make a mistake. That's where you can lose the most amount of time. But for the time being, Lingo has to take a back seat as ABadPCGamer is trying to deny Neal and Charles, but that is not how you do it. Lingo is now getting into third position, so Neal and Charles. Charles needs the 10-pointer to get himself into the mix. Neal needs them to stay ahead of Lingo. That's a very awkward line here, but it can be pushed to the very limits. Those two have been fighting this track out for the very limits here, but there is the fumble by Charles. Lingo moves into second position, leaving Neal in no man's land to pick up that 10 points.
And that is the worst place to make a mistake. That is the longest distance of 2 CPs, is that drift part. It's such a penalizing moment in a map where not only do you have to make this really long awkward right drift, but then you got to make this extremely tight left drift, and then after that you got to jump, and you have a precision jump just to land into a CP. Like, it is such a long CP, and it's so uncomfortable for players, especially when you are trying to push at this level, because no one is going to forgive you for that. You make a mistake, you're pretty much out at that point, as we saw that last one. Charles went from like between 1 and 2 to way back in fourth place. So it is such an unforgiving moment. Hopefully he'll be able to bounce back. Charles still at the bottom with PC in the 70s, the late 70s, while Neal and Lingo are looking to strike into the 100-point range and get ever so closer to the finalists.
Yeah, looking to go into finalist mode. Lingo has a world record on his belt already, and it seems that Lingo has his eyes on the prize to get first position here. He's absolutely sending it. These are not safe lines. These are lines that you are pushing for an excellent time at the moment, and that is a sub 54 on that checkpoint as well. This could be an absolute banger of a time as well, and that is a 0.592. Not many people can do such a time there, and I believe that is Lingo's PB as well. I'm not seeing him drive anything that. Lingo had a PB of 718, and now it's a 592. And not many people can even get close to that range. Only Charles has a 522. But that's still very good territory, especially to whip it out in the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, if this is a time you're gonna play your trap card, it is now in the grand final. But we're ever so close to being done here. In reality, 5 more rounds could end this match, and we can crown our grand champion. Will it be Lingo? Will it be Neal? We'll only see after literally 5 rounds. It could be it. I mean, I'm stumbling over words because of how insane this match has been, between having a match where, again, everyone's fumbling and one person just drives, to thousandths of a second difference in the final moments. It's just insane, the emotional roller coaster that they have been putting us through. I can't imagine how they are feeling at this moment, Critic.
I mean, I've been in, maybe not in a similar position, but I have been in my own finalist positions as well. Maybe not up to the same caliber, but in my own Baltic regions as well, and had to go up against still very respectable players, even in our own regions. But I can only imagine, but it definitely doesn't come even close to the level that is presented here. Charles and Neal are fighting for the top end again, and on a good pace. They're neck and neck. ABadPCGamer is trying to get into the contention here, but Charles and Neal are pushing the agenda, pushing the limits. Who's gonna get it ever so closer?
Oh!
But Charles holds out 20 thousandths of a second, separating the two. 319 and a 339 just to start us off on Emerald.
It seems this has always been the pattern. It's just that one of the two GG players will start off the map with the other one just sticking right nearby, and then the chaos starts. I hope I didn't just, throw on a curse, but so far so good. There's Lingo falling a little bit behind, but everyone else still in the pack as Neal and Charles will lead it.
Yeah, they are leading in a good fashion, but Lingo usually does come to his own in the second half of the track, where he's able to push ever so these margins, getting ever closer to the balls, and this is where he gets the speed as he comes. Oh, but he doesn't get the gear. The gear has been his menace on this track. He suffers to gear up at the right time there, and it bleeds him time, and a bit of a fumble there, but Charles and Neal again, 1 and 2 up in front. Charles making a case to get another 10-pointer on the board, and he does so, secures it the exact same time as the previous round. Everybody, somebody check in PC. Exactly the same drive driven as in the previous round.
I literally to the T. 54.319, 2 rounds in a row. Someone is running a script. That is, I mean, but that just shows the level of consistency that Charles can play at. And he just needs to keep the mental game in check, and he can start pulling off pretty much robotic moves. But now it is Lingo's turn to show us what he can really do, as he is able to finally get out of that dreaded beginning and really start pushing up in front. Lingo and ABadPCGamer, it seems to be, we have our duos of the Canadians that are up in front, or if it's DG up in front. And Lingo and ABadPCGamer doing a really good job. Lingo tends to take a little bit of a wider line there, which I think is what causes his gears to have a little bit of problem. But
oh my goodness,
really want to stay low there. I can't believe how low they were able to do that. And PC Gamer ended up having the best exit out of the 3 and up in front. But we're coming down to the last second. Neal hops over the corner. Charles is going to actually look for the snipe for the third position. Lingo, 98,000 trying to snipe for the first position. Good round for everyone. And we are coming ever so close to having finalists. I mean, Critty, I will lose my mind if we get a triple finalist, like, in one round.
I mean, it's very much a possibility, and I wouldn't even put a quadruple finalist aside. I mean, ABadPCGamer is a bit further behind, but Emerald is one of those tracks that if if the pieces fall into place, where Charles maybe, Charles goes out right now, Lingo and Neal have a bit of a fumble, and in there, ABadPCGamer gets another 10-pointer, and all of a sudden he's in the mix. And with the points limit being 140, I mean, we still got one more track after this guaranteed. So we still have a barn burner to go. Lingo goes for his line. What great speed he gets out of it. Neal tries to go for the earlier landing to start speeding away. But Neal, Lingo, both in the mix, neck and neck. Who will get the better dirt here? Neal's line, I think, is a bit better, but that bump will cost him just a hint of a speed, and he gets across the line. Lingo holds out and gets the 10-pointer on the board, bringing him to 127, Neal 121. ABadPCGamer gets into the triple digits as well, and it's gonna get ever so closer to that 140-point limit.
I mean, this, I guess we were right. I said it earlier in the first map. I said, is this a foreshadow of what's to come in this match? And here we are. Everyone is in a small little striking distance of each other. Neal and Lingo both looking to really push and get that. I mean, it can happen in 2 rounds. We can end up having our finalists, and it can be here on Golden Hour by Manox. And this is one of those maps where anything can happen. There are so many obstacles, as you said earlier, so many clippable moments that could just change the ever so slightly outcome that is to happen. And it's here we go.
And we get a bit of information as well from the back end as well. This was actually Neal's pick of a track as well. He was the highest seeded player, so he gets that first pick. So we have technically come full circle now back to Golden Hour, and we might see another map after this. Ooh, somebody had a bit of a moment, and I believe that was Charles, who just went a bit too early. Lingo has a moment as well, leaving Neal and ABadPCGamer up in front. Well, I do prefer my tracks to have more track than scenery on it, but it's one of those cases where it has to be the journey for Manox's map. Still plagues these players as well. Still one of those people I would have loved to see in the grand finals. Ooh, everybody says a bit of a fumble, so Neal might get a free 10-pointer here.
Oh yeah, PC and Charles both end up having a fumble, and Lingo is able to fight up into P3. Neal pretty much just needs to close this one out, and he will be completely fine. But Lingo is the one that's going to be trying to push on PC Gamer. If he makes a mistake, he does not. So Lingo will at least be able to get P3 after an early mistake. And I did forget that we do have map pick order, and so as we heard from production, we are back at the top of the map order, which is Neal's pick again here in Golden Hour. And he just showed why he picked this map. Lingo, again, with an early mistake. And we'll see if Neal will be able to close it out and get first place again on his own map pick.
Yeah, he has to get first position to secure finalist mode, but Charles and ABadPCGamer have other tales to tell, because they need that 10 points to catch up to Lingo and Neal, and so it won't be an easy task for them. But Neal is very much up to the task. Lingo is still lurking. If anything can go wrong for the front row, then he can still take advantage of it. But he's falling a bit further behind, so maybe it becomes a bit more precarious for him. Everybody else is pushing the fine margins. Charles is having the most optimal line here, but Charles and Neal both pushing it. ABadPCGamer is also in the mix. It's neck and neck as we go into the final drift. Charles has the better exit out of it, goes for the absolute send here, has the speed, it just misses. ABadPCGamer hits the hole, giving Lingo the third position. And it is a race to the line. Charles risks it for the biscuit and gets rewarded for the 10.
I mean, he pretty much just got the entire garlic bread. Sorry for the bad pun. But he did deny both Neal and Lingo from getting finalists. At this point, Neal just has 1 round to drive, and he will be finalist. Lingo, on the other hand, still needs to at least close in on 2nd place to get that finalist. Charles is going to try and close this one out, get into 1st place again, get those 10 points, put himself in a position where he can, in fact, take it a little bit easier. Unfortunately for him, though, if he does want to get finalist, he will have to get it 1st place twice to get finalist right away, which would then lead us into the next map, which would be Garlic Bread. But Neal is up in front looking to lock this one out. He does not want to give those point advantage to anyone. And already nicely done through the water, 0.14 ahead of Charles. But everyone is in this pack right now, pushing as hard as they can. Charles is going for a little bit of wider line. Neal is going to secure himself that 1st place, and he is going to be our 1st finalist, and with a great time of 57.02.
Yeah, that's a very solid time. Everybody had a very good round there, all things considered. Only just the difference there. But can Neal close it out here? Or will he have to wait for the map switch? We already see ABadPCGamer is out of it, so it leaves the other 2 to contest Neal here. Lingo is the closest competitor. He has had the best shot of denying Neal throughout this entire tournament here. He only needs to do it once here to move on to the next track, and it's looking good for everything considered because Neal is out of it. So he has to now take a back seat and hope that Charles and Lingo have a fumble, because that is a gap that you're not gonna get back unless something goes wrong up in front. And I'm sure Lingo and Charles know that they cannot afford any mistakes. Lingo would love to deny 10 points from Charles as well, because that would put him ever so closer. Lingo is pushing the line. It doesn't really matter for him. He knows he can now deny Neal. He will be finalist anyway, but denying 10 points from Charles would be even better.
Oh, man, to the line, 37 thousandths of a second. Charles had definitely the riskier lines going through that, which allowed him to stay up in front, but unfortunately, a little bit of a safer drift. So now, Lingo will be joining Neal as the finalist. Charles only needs 2nd place to get himself into finalist mode, but if I was him, I know for sure he would want to take that 1st place. But it is Garlic Bread. We have seen so many mistakes left and right on this map. It's all going to come down to who is going to make the mistake. Is it going to be a little wall touch? Is it going to be the dreaded lightsaber? Or is it going to be, out of all things, this stinking grass line at the end that just somehow people clip the corner every time? To warm up, finish, please. I need this round.
Yeah, that's true. And we got to keep in mind that Lingo did drive world records in the previous go around here. So if you're a betting man, our eyes would be on Lingo. But what comes around goes around, and every time we come to a 2nd iteration of the rank, the outcomes can be wildly different. So now Neal, Lingo need 1st position to win the Pan American Trackmania Championship. Charles needs 1st position to deny the 2, or minimum 2nd, and ABadPCGamer could be the one to do so as well. So everything is up in the cards. ABadPCGamer also needs only 2 wins to be in that mode as well, but nobody has fumbled so far as I can see. Well, ABadPCGamer, I just say that, does have a bit of a mistake. So all the 3 that matters it to most have to fight for Charles pushing it, Neal pushing it, Lingo is pushing the very limits. Lingo is the one in the lead. Charles is pushing the limits as well. Who's going to get the corner? I believe Lingo has the better line here. Charles has the better speed. But who's going to push the donut here? Who's going to get the clip? Lingo is pushing the very limits here. It's going to come down to the very line. Charles is going to go wide. Lingo has more speed. Who's going to get it? It's going to be a photo finish. And Lingo is your Pan American Trackmania champion. What a way to get it in the end. Pushing every centimeter. And he gets it done.
3 thousandths of a second to close it out and be our Pan American Trackmania Cup champion. From behind, had to snipe that one with an amazing grass line. And just like that, congratulations, Lingo, for taking 1st place. We are now battling for 2nd place, and it is between the DG teammates. Or can ABadPCGamer deny them and force them another round here on Garlic Bread? Neal and Charles fighting up in the front. 30 thousandths of a second difference, and we have seen what this moment can happen. Someone could either take a long line and accidentally bump the wall, neither of them do it. Will a lightsaber take him out? No! Neal will make the mistake. PC Gamer's too far out. It's looking like if Charles pops that HUD on, he will see that he will be the second player, the second place winner of the Pan American Trackmania Cup, the player that was struggling through the lower bracket, unfortunately, but makes it work out anyway and takes second place. Congratulations, Charles, for taking second place. We will be fighting it out for third place. PC Gamer still not that close to the finalist mode, unfortunately. So Neal just needs to close this one out.
Yeah, and Neal does need one more shot at this as well. It is going to be a third place to be done. ABadPCGamer does have opportunities, but it hasn't looked that good on Garlic Bread. But what a way to get it done. I mean, Neal did get finalist mode as the first person, but the other people just had a bit more in the tank. Now, Neal, can he close it out now? He does have the best opportunity to do so, but Garlic Bread hasn't really, hasn't really been fortunate for him, and these woes are getting ever so worse here. Because ABadPCGamer now has an opportunity to fumble it, and Neal is back in first position.
Yeah, but even though Neal has been in first position, he's been making mistakes here. He is able to clear this one out for this time. PC Gamer, unfortunately, 0.6 behind. That is going to be a hard deficit to finish unless Neal makes a mistake. But getting around the donut nicely, he's not like this grass line, but he's going to make it work this time. Congratulations, Neal, for taking third place of PATC Season 3. And PC Gamer, congratulations for making it to the grand final, taking fourth place. A hard match fought out of every single one of them. But it is Lingo who will be our grand finalist, our champion of PATC. Congratulations, Lingo. You have just been showing that NCSA is still your region. You've been kicking some butt. So great work out of you, out of everyone in the grand finalists and everyone who competed in this tournament. It has been an amazing tournament to follow along and to compete in and to cast for the past 2 days. Critty, I mean, you've seen all the action from the casting booth. Like, is there anything you want to say to close this one out?
I mean, I've seen it from starting from the South American Cup to the North American Cup, and now to the Pan American Trackmania Championship. What a wild ride it's been! I've seen every moment, every tear, every sweat, every blood drop, every crash that has happened on these tracks. And what a way to culminate it, and what a way to crown a champion in the end. It came down to 3,000ths of a second. Charles could have denied it. We could have ifs and buts all the way, but it was an absolutely fantastic journey that has now come to an end as well. Of course, you do have the Duo Cup afterwards, but I think this is sort of the chapter that ends it now, and Lingo has put a statement and a half out that he still can do it, and what a way to do it in the end as well.
Yeah, I would say so for sure. So congratulations again to Lingo as our champion. I believe this is the second PATC that he won. Carl Jr. won season 2, and I believe Lingo won season 1. So that is 2 championships to put on his belt. We will see if anyone can deny him and dethrone him moving forward. Maybe Carl Jr. will come back to PATC season 4 and tie it up with the 2-2 championship. So we'll have to see. But as Critty said, we do have one more addition to the NCSA partnered events, which is Duo Cup. Don't forget that it is all in the NCSA Trackmania Discord right now available. You can sign up and you can start playing and practicing the maps that are currently available. So you already know 3 of them. You only need to learn 2 more. Make sure to grab your buddy, and we'll see you there at the Duo Cup. But thank you very much, Critty, for from all the way from the Baltic area to here at NCSA. I bet, I mean, what is it, like 3 in the morning for you now? 2 in the morning, something like that?
Well, it is 2:13 a.m. and I already heard my neighbors banging on the door after probably me yelling on that grand final. I heard the knocks on the door, so that's why I maybe lowered my voice for the second and third position fight as well. But I cannot. I put my heart and passion into every tournament, and when that grand final moment happened, I had to really put that extra oomph into that as well. Hopefully, it came out good as well. But hopefully, my neighbors are gonna be happy. Hopefully, I won't get a noise complaint. Funnily enough, that is actually the second time that has happened from my career. So hopefully, the third time it won't be police at my door. But until then, knock on wood, it will go well. But honestly, I had a blast. I'm very thankful for people inviting me to the tournament. South American was a blast. North America was a blast. And when they all came together, they gave us probably the best ending, the final cherry on top of the cake that has been delivered. And hopefully, all of the people in the Twitch chat have enjoyed it equally as much as I did.
Yeah, well, Critty, I hope you would join us for the last edition at the Duo Cup. You are more than welcome to cast at the Duo Cup event. I would love to have you on board with us. But with that being said, we are going to close this one out. Players, make sure to reach out to CD for your winnings. Don't forget about that, as well as the top 4 players in the championship bracket. Just make sure to message me and let me know if you are going to be able to play in the Duo Cup and which teammate you decide to play with. Of course, we will communicate that. We got a few weeks till then, but thank you very much. He's been Critty. I have been Randomized. Thank you very much for joining us here at PATC on twitch.tv/Trackmania and CSA. You look like you have something in mind.
Well, I see us be getting pinged a bit as well because apparently people are pinging us to have a Lingo interview. Apparently, it seems to be an option, and Lingo might be even up for it. I don't know if we want to slot that in before we get off as well. I don't know if CD has the facilities to get it done. Uh, well,
Okay, so
apparently we have the facilities. Lingo, if you're up for it, we can maybe get you in as well here and get a bit of an interview going. I'm sure that would be a nice way to end it off. So basically, CD is saying to just join any voice chat as well, and we can get it going. Hopefully, we can also hear him as well. And there is the man himself. Congratulations, Lingo.
Thank you.
There it is. I mean, absolutely. I mean, what a way to end it. I assume your heart rate went up 1,000-fold when you just realized you won it by 3,000ths of a second.
But I'll be honest, I wasn't really expecting to win this. Like compared to Neal, like the previous match when I was playing against him, he was clearly dominating us. So I was more
Mhm.
like expecting Neal to just win it all, but it's a little bit unfortunate that I think he played a little bit badly compared to like his previous match. But
Mhm.
still, like I saw like the last round, I saw that Charles was like 0.1 ahead of me. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna try to risk it all. And
I
I
mean,
actually got
it
like
worked
2000. I was
wonders.
like, oh.
Yeah, it was absolutely beautiful. That was just one of the Hail Mary pushes, you know. That's the difference between first and second position. And that was the round you needed the most. I mean, absolutely insane. I mean, overall, I mean, you did see lower bracket one more time. I was expecting you to keep your upper bracket lives as well. I was banging on that as well, you know. Did you also feel like when you went into the lowers that it might be a bit of a shorter trip than you expected? Or, you know, you already knew that, you know, I'm just going to give it my all then?
No, for real. To be honest, it was more like it was better, I think, for me than not because like I say the first match of today wasn't really playing good. It was more
Mhm.
like a warm up because like I played the map a little bit before, but like not that much as well.
Okay,
So it was more
okay.
like a warm up, and after like the second game was I was more in the game, and the third match I will say I was at my best, but on some maps, yes. Compared to like the previous match on Korean, I was doing like 0.4 consistent, and this time I was just crashing each round.
No, it
Uh,
happens to be. Randomized, you got any questions for our recently crowned champion?
Yeah, I mean, Lingo, if I remember correctly, you didn't really get a lot of time to practice for this tournament, right? You kind of came into this one feeling a little less on the warmed up side, right?
yeah, but say I would have practiced more, but because I saw the ski freak map, I didn't want it to play. No, it's not bad. It's just that I think the map pack wasn't really good for me. So I
Yeah.
was like, okay, this is not a really good map pack. I don't really want to play it. So I played it more in the last like few days before the event. But yeah, I still didn't practice like 20 hours each map. Just like I think I have like if you don't on the two new map I have like 2 to 3 hours like in total. It's not
Hmm.
like it's not that much. But I don't want to be like the
No?
guy saying, "Oh, I have no practice. I won GG." Like
Yeah,
I
you
don't want to
cannot
be like that guy
you
who's
cannot
just
pull
like
a Sophie, I
flexing.
guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
Lingo. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Gritty.
no, I was just gonna say, yeah, I was gonna say that's just still remarkable. Still, I mean, honestly, I will say a lot of times I think the differences with that is that when you go into these type of caliber players, a lot of the times, you know, you get the practicing, you get already the vibe of the map, and then it comes throughout in rounds as well. So, like I said, it's one of the cases just even merits so that you fit into the bill where you can take a map, make it your own, and one of them you even drove a live world record as well. Did you even notice it at the
No.
time it is the world record, or you just
No.
knew that
Oh,
it was a
I
good
say
time?
I thought it was all record, but I just saw that Neal got like a point 27 or like 22, I don't know, like 15 minutes ago. Like right before the match,
Oh,
he got
I
his
didn't.
like a point 22 or point 27, I don't know.
Oh, okay. Hmm.
So
Okay,
I
so he
was like,
was.
I knew that the world record was like a point 3 something, but I didn't really know like exactly what time it was.
Okay. I mean, it's
Also,
still a nice way to do it. You know, it still fits the box. We've had a world record in every single one, so absolutely sublime. I mean, anything you got to ask the man himself?
Yeah, Lingo, I got a question for you, man. So I believe, if I remember correctly, you did win PATC 1, and now you took 3. You almost won Duo Cup last time. Unfortunately, we all saw what happened in the Grand Championships. Hopefully, a bounce back will happen. Are we going to see you in Duo Cup? Are we going to see you bounce back and actually take Duo Cup this time?
I don't know when it's the Dual Cup. I don't know.
June
I've got
22nd and 23rd.
ah.
He's
I'll
got to
say
look at his
I
calendar real
could play it,
fast.
but I have I'm maybe gonna try to play the Game World Cup.
Ah, well, that's in the
Maybe no,
morning, and then you got ours at night.
yeah, I'll say I will try. Like first, I'm
Marathon
gonna
it,
be like
man. Come
I'm
on.
gonna take a few days break before trying to
That's
search for a
fair.
teammate if I'm playing it. But
That's fair.
I'll say I will most likely play it.
All right. So with that, folks, we'll most likely see Lingo there. We'll see which his teammate is. Again, Lingo, I did announce it during the stream. You are automatically invited into the Swiss part of the Duo Cup. So whoever you decide to team up with will be joining you in the Swiss. You do not have to play in the open bracket, as well as the other 3 players on the top, which would be Charles, Neal, and PC Gamer. You all automatically move in. And of course, if any of them either team up together or unavailable, the runner-ups in order of the match from the loser bracket finalists will then fill in for their spot. So, Lingo, congratulations again. You've been kicking ass in NCSA. Love to see you pushing through more and more, even with less practice. You're still able to hold your crown. We'll hopefully see what else you can do for the rest of the year. I'm sure Evo, I did see Import in the chat. I'm sure he was quite happy to see you take the victory. And with that, we would like to sign off. Critty, again, thank you for casting alongside with me and for the entire weekend. CD, thank you for the production. Anchorinator, thank you for the production yesterday. And of course, Nua for joining in on the casting. I have been randomized. He is Critty. Congratulations to Lingo one more time. Say it in the chat, and we'll see you all next time at Duo Cup.
Okay, can I announce something?
Oh,
Oh,
we got an announcement.
announcement.
I'm
Oh,
able to close the stream out. This is twice now. All right, go ahead, Lingo. What's the
let's
announcement?
go.
Okay, at the end, I'm gonna beat Cole Jr. chatting.
Oh, he's going. Okay, he's calling
Yeah,
him out. Carl Jr.
I'm not it, guys. Carl
He's
Jr.
announcing it.
He's not even gonna be in the grand final chatting.
He is talking
That's it.
about LAN ETS that will be happening in Canada. So there will be players like Neal, Carl Jr., and Lingo that will be there, with many more players from our region that will be there. So for the final time, we're
Third
closing
time's
it
the
out.
charm.
And we'll see you next time on June 22nd for Duo Cup. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good night.